1, 2, check Chuffy 1, 2. 1, 2. Oh, I pressed that. Why did I press that? Oh, I needed to press that. Hang on, what's going on? What's going on? There I am. Okay. You chuffer! Fuck yeah, you chuffer! Wow, what a day. What a day. What a day. Today is momentous. It's huge. Asmongold played Genshin Impact. So on today's episode, we're going to be playing Genshin Impact. We're going to be reacting to Asmongold playing Genshin Impact. There was a time, let me tell you, there was a time. Oh, you chuffer. You lovely chocolatey chuffer. There was a time where I felt Genshin Impact might be the growth for my stream. Hello, Snippies. Snippies, thank you. Thank you. Hello, Cruel. Huge, yeah. Lots of people on stream. What a day. What a day. Let's get things rolling. Let's talk about it. And there's so much to do on Genshin Impact and talk about as well. But let's get things rolling, full controlling, and let's talk about it quickly. Wow. Like, I meant what I said at the end of the stream as well, about how grateful I am. Like, but especially to, you know, to you. Snippies, Cruel, you know, Snippies. One of the things that I want to, like, get off my chest, so to speak. I want to, like, you know, get out there, like, about part of this gratitude. I need to turn off this fuck yeah thing. Okay. Is that, like, you did the first tippies, didn't you? And then other people started tippying. I don't know if you noticed. It was like a... It was like a flood... Genshin's loud. Why is Genshin so loud? Hang on. There you go. It was like a floodgates thing. It was like you did the first tippy, and then other people were like, "Oh, I'll do the tippies as well." And you reminded me to say about it, and then they did the tippies, and like so, it was they were there, they were watching, and they did the tippies. Like that's everything. That's all that you could ever hope for as a streamer, isn't it? I'm really lucky that I'm finding some numbers with these Nicola Buddy streams. I mean, in a way, I'm really like happy about it. In another way, there's a bit of a double-edged sword in that this woman's missing and like obviously presumed dead, and I feel really sad for her family and all that. I don't want to be a burden to them in their life. I don't want their kids to watch my videos and go, "Oh, he's talking about my mummy," you know, and all this business. But at the same time, it's the internet, it's the wide world. They've done the chuffing crimes. I didn't do them, you know. You guilted them. You guilted them, yeah. But I tell you what, I don't think. It's nice for you to say people just need to discover your talent. Thanks. One of the things I've found so heartening, I suppose. Now, I'm grateful that we spent 2 years doing this, so that when these people turned up, do you remember we got raided? And a while ago now, someone raided the channel while I was streaming, and I was like, oh my god, like all these people in my chat at the same time, I don't know what to do. But now, like a load of people turn up to my stream at the same time, and I'm like, okay. Let's do this, and I'm really grateful that, like you said, people they were in the chat saying, "Oh, this is funny. I like you, and your personality. That's good. Like, that's huge." Like it might have been that everyone turned up and said mean things. They didn't, so that was good. And then, like another thing I want to make really clear though, yeah. Like, I'm talking about in streaming making a 10x jump all the time. I'm talking about going from tens of views, which we started on with 10s and 20s, up to hundreds. That's a 10 times jump, from 10 to 100. And then I wanted from 100s and 200s, we're pushing 400s, 500s, I want the thousands. That's the next 10x jump. And we just hit it, like with this Nicola Buddy stuff. It won't be forever though, right? Number one is, I mean, if she turns up, then our channel's done. I'm joking. If she turns up, I don't want her to turn up. I'd rather she was, I don't want her to, I'm joking. But if she turns up, then like we react to that, I suppose. But it's not about the Nicola Buddy case so much. Like I need to keep people interested and keep people watching generally, don't I? Of course. But it will be the case that a lot of people are interested in this true crime stuff. I'm not a strict true crime channel. Some of them will go away. It will be the case that I do some episodes they're not that interested in. Not everyone that watched this 4K Paul Ansel Red Flags is going to come back. That's fine. You know, what I have to do is I have to maintain enough growth consistent. Like, we've done a jump there. Now I need to stabilise, make sure that we got at least, you know, a certain balance happening, that they realise it's not all Nicola bullying, it's not all this, because I can't, no one streamer should live off one story or one game or one this or one that. You remember you and Onyx Gamer throwing throw as much chuff your way as training wheels for the comments flying by. It's been like, it's been hugely important to have that time not being so visible. Now I feel like it was helpful. I'm not there yet. I'm not giving out the Oscar speech now. I'm not there yet. This is only one step, but it is a step. It has happened. And I need to maintain it. I need to push it. I just need to follow it through. And I believe in it. Like you believe in me, I believe in it. And there is skills. Yeah, I'll agree. There are skills involved. Like, you have to do more than one thing at a time. You have to be able to talk. I'll tell you a little secret. Under this, on my gums here, I've got a really sore, I think it's infected. I didn't even talk about it on the stream. You can't even see it. But it's really sore on my gums, really sore. I've been using the mouthwash, the antibacterial mouthwash. I'm hoping to not have to go to the dentist. But remember, what happens is something goes well and then I have some problem. And it, like, last time it was jerky stream. I'm hoping that my mouth doesn't swell up and like my whole mouth doesn't get infected and then I can't talk. That would be a problem. But what I didn't do is I didn't make a thing of it on stream. I'm not like, oh, my mouth hurts, but it fucking does. And all this talking and the whole, like, it's under my, like, it's at the top of my gums. It's almost like a blister on my gums. That's how it feels. People might say it's like an abscess, but it's not an abscess, I don't think. It's really sore. It might be because I've been sat here smoking so much. It might just be, yeah, that's it. I've got one of those mouthwashes. I've got from the last time I had a gum problem, I've got, you know, a bottle of mouthwash. So I'm keeping it under control. It's not spreading throughout my mouth, but it was funny to me that after we did this one episode review, Nicola Vanish, we did 11 facts, that got nearly 1,000 views, and I thought, wow, that's gone quite well. And then we did Vanish, and I thought my mouth hurts a bit, and then it went really well, and then I was like, oh no, I'm gonna have to keep doing this now with a hurty mouth, but it's all good. It's all good. It's funny to me, in a way. It's funny. I can push through. Hopefully it's just a normal ulcer, yeah. It's just quite painful. But yeah, like, I'm not pain medication, I'm just pushed through. We'll be okay. If my whole mouth gets infected, you will all know how funny it will be when I have to do a stream to my new audience with lots of new people and I can't do it properly because my mouth's infected. You'll know how funny it is, at least. It's trying to scare me to stop smoking, or you're going to scare me to, yeah. And I know I need to, I remember I got that vapor thing. I need to lean on that more, yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. I agree. He says, with his little smoky thing in his hand. But so that's been big today. And obviously, in a way, I hope they find her, and in another way, I hope they don't. I've got 4 or 5 episodes lined up. I've got the police, you know, I've got this, I've got that. I can do episodes on this. I can do content. So I hope they don't find her. I'm only joking. Of course, I hope they find her. But it will be interesting to see where it goes. We're going to abandon the Red Dwarf stuff because that's not getting interest. We're going to not become a true crime channel, but I hope to cover things like this. So that's okay. You know, we did Madly I McCann. This is in the same ballpark. But there are other people out there who are just strictly true crime. You know that I'm not that. So it's interesting to see where this goes. But certainly, yeah, over the last few days, a huge increase in audience. And that one, the one I just did a stream with like nearly, I don't watch the stats while we're doing it, but like, it looked like there's nearly 1,000, between 500 and 1,000 people on the stream at any one time, like, or something like that. I didn't watch the numbers. It was in the hundreds. Holding a hostage so I can stream. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I need to go and start causing crimes in my local area, and then being first on the scene, live from the murder scene. It's me. I didn't do it, obviously, but let me just wash my hands, and then we'll get started with the video. And it is a strange one, because you know how ethical I am, what a good chuffer I am. For some reason, I don't feel strongly worried about the ethics of talking about these chuffers on the internet, even if they turn out to be innocent. Like, red flags are acceptable to raise, I think. You know, I'm the sort of person that would make a joke about, like, you know, when the Queen died, I'd make a Queen joke. I don't, it's only words, it's only ideas. It's not like I'm down their house screaming at them like, you murderer. No, it's not that, isn't it? Hello, Bob. Thank you. Well done on recent success. We just had a little briefer about it just at the start of this episode. I will say as well, I've got to be careful, haven't I, not to meet triumph and disaster, to treat them two the same. As much as I'm buoyant about this, I should be careful. It's only a couple of streams. It's not like I'm Asmongold quite yet. But I'll tell you the other biggest thing is look at that number now. I was hoping, we were at 400 at the start of the year, and I was hoping for 1,000. I was hoping after 2 years we might make monetization, and we were closing on it, but it was crawling towards it. And now all of a sudden, boom. Like by the end of the weekend we'll have monetization. By next week we can start thinking about what kind of community stuff we want to do, what kind of members goals we want to do, what kind of extra content we can, like the aim for me, and I'll have to have another look at the Patreon as well. The aim for me will be create a goal, for example, like let's say Nicola Bully. I'm going to go to Nicola, like they don't want me there of course, do they? But I'm going to go to the area where she disappeared. I'm going to film everything with my nice cameras. I'm going to have, we'll make a little mini documentary. Like, it'll be half an hour long. We will walk the area. You will see every angle, whatever you want me to do as we'll put up 3 different ideas. The Nicola Bully one, or we could go to Praia de Luz and look around where Madeleine McCann went missing. I'd like that because it's like a holiday. But you know what I mean? Like, we could have ideas like that, and I could say the cost of that will be this number of members a month, and if I've got that money coming in, I can afford to go and do it. So then we can just put it on that's your members targets, isn't it? Create the content. Like, I'm really happy with that. With the ASMR, I was less happy. People are vulnerable, they're going through stuff, they're anxious, and I'm going to ask them for like extra money for the good content to keep them like, you find my videos helpful and you find it quells your anxiety, and if you want the really good ones I have to charge you money. I didn't like that, but here I'm happy to say, look, chip in, let's get this stuff made. People have already started tipping on the stream as well. It was amazing. So Nigel's saying it as well. Thank you, Nigel. I hope you heard me saying thank you to you on the stream as well. If you check the end of the last one that I just did about that woman, I've been saying lots of thank yous. Hopefully we can continue it, like I say. Hopefully if we hit monetization, I get that bonus of YouTube monetization. It's extra money. And then I also can create a goal here and a reason for memberships. Become producers. Just as this grassroots movement has happened because of you in chat now, then we can push on from there, can't we? And we can, create that sustainability. And I'll tell you what, with those numbers as well, like with 4K, 6K, like if you can approach 10K regular on a stream, I don't think Nicola Bully's story is raising this, isn't it? But if I can create, say, 2K this year regular on a stream, that's sponsorable. That's like enough for a sponsor to say, here's a reasonable amount of money for a small, that's getting there as well. So big things are going on, yeah. Just gonna have to go out and murder a few more people. Paul's just gonna have to go and do a few more murders for me, isn't he, Paul? He's got 2 kids, so there's still lots of content in that. I hope everyone else is well, and I hope you all feel like I'm explaining here. This is, I knew that if I came here on Twitch after today's stream that you might be here and I could speak to you. Do you know what I mean? That like away from those people. But like you need to take part of this success on, like, it's part of your success as well. Like, that's not social, parasocial. It's the truth. Like, you've helped me all this way, like financially, but more importantly what I meant was like emotionally and supportively. You've been there for some of these stories and streams and things that have happened. Like, literally been there to watch, like as you are today, and even on this quieter side on Twitch where I do what I love, playing Genshin Impact, here for the love and the joy. And like, so like you have to take some of the, it's your fault. It's your fault I'm doing this. But you know what I mean? I hope this is seen as a group victory. You're doing your resume. You might just be updating it. If you can ask her. You've asked her, Bob. I'll let you talk. You've asked her. You're doing a new job. Or have you just had enough? Yeah. Yeah, this is all good in the hood. It's all been good. So I'm happy with that. We're going to have a nice chill weekend playing Genshin Impact now, reacting to Asmongold. And then we're back on Monday. Steve has got COVID. Steve of the Dead. If I search Twitter for him, I'll find him on Twitter. Steve of the Dead. And he has got the old COVID. He's not too poorly to tweet, thank God. Because it can get you quite bad COVID. But he's got the old COVID there, look. So I don't know if he's going to be on Monday. I'm not pushing him, of course. I felt awful when I had COVID. I'm not pushing him. If he is on Monday, then he might not feel up to doing a good episode. You know, he might not give his best. So I'd rather he just rested up and got well, and we did his best when he's ready. So on Monday, I need to present a podcast episode, and I'm not sure what's going to happen. Which is funny, isn't it? Because we've got a lot more people looking in now. And then we could do a really good one on narcissism, but we might not be able to because of COVID. It's just like, you know, people lost their lives because of COVID, so I'm not going to complain that I can't do an episode of my podcast when I want to. So I'm not going to complain. It's just funny. I actually think it's funny, in a way. Like, life gives you lemons. You just fucking throw them back and say, fuck you and your lemons. But we've had, like, stumbling blocks before, and you just got to keep hurdling over them. You've got to keep going. So I don't know what we're doing on Monday. We've got all weekend to think about it. Steve's got all weekend to think about how he feels. And I've also, little bit, this one's for Cruel. This is a special one for Cruel. I've actually spoken on Twitter DMs to the demonologist, who seems interested in doing the episode. I've sent them the information about Genshin Impact, and they're going to review it, and then I'm going to get back to them. I was supposed to do it today. I said later in the week, which I suppose is today, but I'll send them a message tomorrow. They're away from their desk at the moment. They're in a foreign country on a trip. So the idea would be maybe next week sometime, strike while the iron's hot. You know, I'll keep on at them. The demonologist will come on the stream. It will be on the main YouTube stream here. It will have an episode. It will say Thus Light probably, or Thus Plus probably. Like, Thus is every Monday with Steve. It's criminology, it's psychology, it's with Steve every Monday. Psychology more than criminology, but he's forensic psychology, isn't he? And I want Steve to feel like he's a regular co-host, you know, not indispensable, I suppose, but I want him to feel like, you know, it's equally his show as it is mine, and thus is Scott and Steve doing their podcast. So for me to do additional content where I've got a guest, I think I'll call it Thus Plus. You know, Thus Plus. So Steve can join in if he wants, or if he's busy, he doesn't have to. There's no pressure on him to do so. I'm not going to pay him to do so. And my guest will be the guest, like, in his seat. Do you know what I mean? And if you want, you know, so Thus Plus. So I love Steve's input as well. He's got other things that he does as well, bear in mind. He's got his own channel, and he's on That Being Said podcast, and he's looking to study a master's in forensic psychology. So there will be times when I can't overburden him by saying, be on my stream every day, you chuffer. But like, if he wants to, the door is open. So Thus Plus, maybe next week with the demonologist, and the questions will be, why is Paimon's from hell? Why is Paimon from hell? Isn't Paimon nice? That'll be the questions. But seriously, they will be. Tell me about demonology. Obviously, demons don't exist, or do they? People used to believe they did. It was a really serious business. What about these books that are written with these demons in, bringing us round to the books that include Paimon? Paimon, you say? I know all about Paimon. I play Genshin Impact. For the viewers at home, here is a bit about Genshin Impact and Paimon. So tell me more. Here's a list of people in Genshin Impact. Tell me what their hell demons are, and what they get up to, and who they are. And then the demonologist will tell me all about that. And then later, if we've got time, depending on how many demons there are in Genshin Impact, we will discuss some other aspects of demonology that I didn't maybe even know about, because I don't know everything. And we'll discuss some stuff, and it'll be an episode on demonology, and then the chat can get involved. And like, demonology is quite a good idea, isn't it? It's quite. I'm actually thinking, I don't have to get the most famous chuffer. I don't have to have Joe Rogan on, do I? Oh, the most famous chuffer, but a most interesting chuffer. Demonology is interesting. And it covers Genshin Impact. And I'll tell you what, if we can get that done next week while Asmongold is playing it, and we can create an interesting episode about Genshin Impact with this, like, occult aspect to it, like maybe that can tickle YouTube. You know, maybe that'll tickle the algorithm. Might get a few views on that. You never know. Crossover style. So that'll be that. What we've got today. Just claim that. Thank you. Move that in that way. Wait. Claim that. Thank you. Oh, there's one more thing before we get going today, actually. I wanted to save it to the end, but I'll show it you now. Talking of a cult crossover. What's this? What's this? See that? Genshin Tarot. He's only gone and bought himself a set of Genshin Impact Tarot cards. Shit. Collectors, like. Just drop them now. Collectors edition Genshin Impact Tarot cards. So they're still in the plastic. All dented now. They're still in the plastic. And we're going to do, I hope, I'm lining up ASMR videos. Still didn't do the sushi one yet. Still haven't cleared this desk and set it up and found the time and but we're going to do it. I've also bought a new mouse mat for the very purpose, with the Great Wave of Kanagawa. So they weren't expensive, that wasn't huge. It was only like under 20 quid for that whole bundle. The Genshin cards, the tarot and the thing. But I've got that, and now we can play Genshin Impact Tarot. So it might be that we do a stream. I'm thinking of setting it up as a live stream and doing it as an ASMR style live stream. Style, because I can't keep it all the way through. But we can have, you can ask questions. I could do you a tarot reading, but it's a Genshin Tarot. What's the story on demons? Like entities outside Christianity, because we have the concept of demons, but Lucifer is one. Yeah, questions like that. Where does Solomon's demons stand on that line? Exactly. And these are the demons that have come from, that we're naming Genshin. Oh, another question I've got is, does this mean Genshin is a satanic game? And am I playing with fire here? Am I going to be going to hell for playing with Satan's game? That seems like a really daft question, doesn't it? But when you ask a demonologist, they might understand what I'm asking and give me an interesting answer. Like, obviously, maybe people, like, they might not believe Satan really exists, and they might think it's all about the study of ideas, but I don't know. I might ask them. Am I going to lick the cards? No, I'm going to do this with them, look. Play them like a drum. I was watching one the other day. I was actually trying to go back to a bit of ASMR, watching one, and they were doing really well. And then they got this thing out and started banging it like a drum. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can show you some things. I'm not going to now. I'll save that for another episode. But, you know, I'm brewing a best of / worst of ASMR episode as well. I don't want to be a bully to people on the internet, but, you know, if you're going to be there doing it on the internet, I'm going to have to just be there commenting on it. I think that's only fair. I think it's only fair. What we've got today is we've got to finish this. Oh no, there's something new here. What's this? A beetle brawl. It's the beetle brawl. I'm behind the times. I'm going to finish this, the warrior spirit. There is a duel involved, and there is also a quest. So we're going to be doing that, the exhibition sword fighter thing. And then we're going to react to Asmongold, taking it chilled, taking it easy. I cannot... This is something I also wanted to... I'm talking, aren't I? I do a lot of talking, but... Let's just bang up Firefox. No, that's not. Let's put up the proper... Let's put up the proper thing. Come on. There you go, like that. And Asmongold... I cannot believe it. Asmongold is now... Like... Forget Harry Potter and Hogwarts. I played Genshin Impact for the first time in 2023. Oh no! He's not playing it. Oh, you chuffer! I actually thought he was playing it. He's not. He's reacting to someone who's made a video about them playing it. Not as cool. Massive clickbait, yeah. Massive clickbait. So we can still react to it, but it's not as important. He is playing Hogwarts still. I stand with the trannies. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I stand with the trans... Look, I stand with the trans community, and I wouldn't call them trannies if they don't want to be called trannies, thank you very much. But I thought it was funny to say it, so I did. Don't bin me off. Doesn't matter, I can go over YouTube. I can stream on YouTube now. Switch, yeah, bait and switch. I thought he was really playing it. I thought that was what was happening. I was excited for that. I was going to say, I'll say it anyway. There is a moment in most stream, like let's say for example, I'll just use Genshin, it's the best example. I stream Genshin, I'm on Twitch. If I streamed it every day, which I don't, but if I did, you know, committed Genshin Impact streamer. I'm here quite a lot, but Genshin Impact. You go to Genshin Impact, there's 17,000 viewers. So there's not lots for it being a huge game all over the world. That's a surprise. I think there would be more viewers, but maybe they're watching it on different platforms. But there's not as many viewers as you might think. But what's good about it is when you scroll down here, there's not so many streams. I don't know how many there are, but if you were doing Fortnite, there's a lot more. I want to get to the bottom, please. Quite a long way to the bottom, actually, to where I am. There I am. There I am. So to find us, like, no one finds you on here. It's harder to find you, isn't it? I can't even find myself. But to get to the top, what you want is a game where there's a decent amount of viewers, 20k, but not that many separate streams, not that many live channels. You know, that makes sense, doesn't it? The more channels there are splitting up that audience, the more... If I go to games, so Hogwarts has got 168,000 viewers. That's better. It's got 10 times the number of viewers. I'm surely going to get more viewers if I play that, but it might have 100 times more players, so it's harder to get, you know what I'm saying? A smaller community that's got consistent, because Genshin's consistent here. It used to be that Hearthstone might have been the game for me. You've also got to love it, and you've also got to want to play it and all that, but you're looking for somewhere that's not at that very high number with millions of people streaming it, but it's about that balance, it's about that ratio. So in some ways, Genshin Impact is a good game for people to play, to get discovered, to be part of a community, you know, to not be drowned out by a million people doing the same thing. Maybe, yeah. It's also, I suppose, appealing to a different audience in some ways to some other games. That's by the by. It's a game more than a show game. You can see the cinematics on their YouTube channel. You can probably play it yourself if you don't have too outdated phone. True that as well, yeah. So anyway, what I was saying is that Genshin is an area, if you're a streamer, you can grow in the Genshin Impact category. Maybe easier than League of Legends, even though League of Legends has got 350,000 viewers and Genshin's only got 17,000. It's about how many of those you can bring over to your stream, how much of that space you can occupy on the pie chart. So with so many more people playing League of Legends, it's a lot harder, I guess. I think that's the thing there. So what we can hope for is small gradual growth, isn't it? Maybe you get seen, maybe people see you, maybe you do a few YouTube videos, maybe people come over, and small gradual growth. The thing is, at the top level, when you're Genshin Impact, at the top level we've got 5,000, 2,000, 1,000 at the top level here, yeah? 200, 300, 400. If I got 200 people on my stream, I'm thinking, wow, we're fucking flying. And that's like not even, that's midway towards the top, isn't it? Like, that's achievable here, isn't it? I can go from down here to up there. Achievable, potentially, possibly. A lot easier than going down there to up there if it's like millions of thousands and the people at the top have got like 100,000. So this is, I'm happy here as well. It ticks a lot of boxes for me, Genshin Impact. It ticks, do you love it? And this other thing about the ratios and the numbers and can you grow? Okay, happy with that. What happens when Asmongold comes? What happens when Genshin Impact says Genshin Impact plus Asmongold? Well, suddenly you're going to get a much bigger number in this first video. Asmongold's going to have like 200,000 people, isn't he? Or like whatever he gets. All the people that like Genshin Impact that don't usually watch streamers are going to be here as well. And all the people that used to watch a streamer here and there and don't bother these days and can't be asked with it are going to come back. You're going to get a big influx. So on Genshin Impact, you're going to have a big number of viewers all of a sudden. But this number of channels is not going to grow dramatically. Only Asmongold is joining in. So it suddenly changes that ratio into like this magic figure where you've got so many more viewers than you have channels that every channel theoretically has the opportunity to grow even more. Because if someone's watching Asmongold and they decide to watch one of these other channels, or if Asmongold finishes and they decide they want to see some more Genshin, suddenly they're on this page and they're scrolling down a little bit, maybe, and you might get, you know, a few more viewers. That's the idea, isn't it? It's like the trickle-down effect, trickle-down economics. But the idea is that some big streamer enters the world of your favourite game And you're not to feel like, and you shouldn't feel, and you wouldn't feel aggrieved and angry and, oh, but they're taking all the viewers. No, bring them in. Bring them in. Put eyes on Genshin. Show the world how good it is again. I'm sure everyone already knew that 2 years ago, but I didn't. Bring them in. And anyone that's down here, like midway down here, doing their thing, running their show, a bit like we saw on my our success to get today on the Super Chuffer channel, a bit like we saw there, is that if you're ready for it, it's about being ready for it. It's about putting yourself in the position so that when the opportunity happens, you can say, yeah, I'm ready for that. Right, let's go. So hopefully a lot of these people here are ready for that. They're above me on this list. It's more likely to happen for them, not me. And certainly some of these VTubers, like, quite popular. Maybe amongst Asmongold's audience, a Catgirl VTuber might be even more popular. But I don't begrudge anyone on this list, like anyone here, because I love Genshin. I know the love of Genshin, and I know these people are doing what I'm doing, like loving Genshin. Then, like, good luck to them all. Like, if it pops off for them, I had hoped when I started playing Genshin Impact that I could gain a lot more viewers over a short period of time through doing so. I thought really popular game, and something I'm interested in, so I'll commit to it, something I like, but also not so many people like me making content for Genshin, maybe. You know, it's not as saturated with people like me, so I might stand out a little bit. I think the negative is that if you're coming to my Super Chuffer channel, for example, you're not interested in this. Like, maybe I could find a game that people who like true crime are interested in, and I could link a crossover. If you're my age and from my demographic, if you're, you know, watching me and you think, oh, I get what's going on here, then maybe you also like World of Warcraft, or, do you know what I mean? You have to be a bit more open-minded. Asmongold hasn't even started playing Genshin Impact yet, so maybe there's negatives there. Maybe. There I am, look. You can see me there, my little face. Maybe. But whoever grows out of that, I would hope someone does. I hope that Asmongold comes to this, plays the game, and that it creates an explosion here, and that people grow, and you see, maybe it's this chuffer. You know, maybe it's this chuffer, and they become big. And good. You know, good luck to them. Someone's going to get the benefit of that. Of that Asmongold boost.
I didn't get that.
And for me, what it means as well, you know, we talked about it recently about how I need to find a way of, because I want to play Genshin Impact every fucking day. So I need to find a way of still doing it on stream, but balancing it, reducing it a little. We put it on its own channel. That channel hasn't, like, you know, exploded in numbers. I'm not doing TikToks and I'm not doing little edits. Okay, could do that, but I'm also happy just to say we play Genshin for the love of it, and I'm a Genshin streamer for the love, not for the thousands of views. And if I want, like, thousands of views this week, I should be playing Harry Potter. Like, that's just the bottom line, isn't it? Like, you have to go where you have to do what's popular, so to speak, if you want to gain popularity. But there's a balance for me. And if you're really lucky, then Super Chuffer takes off, and it means that we can do these streams for us. Like, you know, you've been here enjoying this the whole way, so I'll keep doing it. I'm going to be playing Genshin Impact at weekends, even if let's say that other stuff goes really well. I'm the Asmongold of true crime all of a sudden, and I'm not going to get there, but you know what I mean? Like, that becomes sustainable. That's my focus. That's what I'm working on. I'm not going to say, right, I don't play Genshin Impact anymore. It's rubbish. It doesn't make me any money. Like, it's because I love it that I'm doing it, so I'm still going to be here doing it. And if someone else gets that big boost, then good luck to them, because if I can survive in a different area of media and still be here playing this, great. You have the success from Genshin Impact, and you take it and run with it. There's enough for everyone, isn't there? Then, like, you know, share that out, isn't it? Like, well, there is anyway. I'm not in competition with any other Genshin Impact streamer. It's all part of the same ecosystem. It's just an interesting way of looking at it and thinking about it, isn't it? So I'm really lucky and glad that's happened today as well. And it's interesting that I was going to say, at the same day as I'm getting bigger numbers on YouTube than I have them before with that content, because I've had bigger numbers before on YouTube, but, you know, bigger numbers with that content. The same day we're almost on to monetization, Asmongold plays Genshin, and then, like, double bubble. I have to be fighting two fronts, but that's not what's happened. He's not. He finishes Hogwarts, yeah. Come on, it's got to be Genshin next, Asmon, hasn't it? It's got to be Genshin next. new AAA games, you want a really strong PC. I think, you know what as well, I've got a really strong PC. I don't think there's anything out of the realm of possibility now. I think anything we need to filter in, whether it be editing or any sort of game, or, you know, we're talking about maybe having multiple voices on the stream. It's all achievable. I'm not scared my PC's going to crap out on me like I used to be. That's funny as well. I remember it was all herky-jerky when we were using the Mac. And I remember I was out of sync for a while. No. Should we do the Genshin? Should we just watch this because I'm here talking? Obviously, I do want to do the event today on Genshin as well, but, you know.
Genshin Impact for the first time in 2023. Uh-oh.
I played a game that contradicted with the very soul of my being.
I really thought as well, when I started playing Genshin, that I was going to be doing this. Not exactly this, but, you know, I thought I was going to, after 2 months of playing it, I was going to make an edited video and tell you what I thought about it. And there was so much that I never could.
Yes.
Nintendogs, but that's not what this video is
I had Nintendogs.
about. I played Genshin Impact. And I survived. And I came
For
out
now.
very surprised. After I swapped to
Ooh,
Variety
shoes.
on top of just covering the lore of League of Legends. At the beginning of 2023, I wrote down all the universes I wanted to visit. And unsurprisingly, Genshin was not one of them.
Right.
I was focusing more on stuff like showing people the book lore of the cyberpunk universe.
That's
Or
nice.
I wanted to check out the horrifying universe of Warhammer. So, why did I decide to play Genshin all of a sudden?
Now, I will say there's a part of me, like a cynical part of me, that says for the same reason as I did, because it was extremely popular and you were hearing a lot about it in the media and you thought, hang on, why aren't there many people making videos and streams about Genshin Impact in my sphere? You know, in my world. Why am I seeing Asmongold pass it by so often? Isn't this an opportunity? Because what if it's really good? Why am I being so close-minded and not giving it a go?
Memes. Specifically, I want...
You're saying it's a bit on and off at some points, but it's because the guy's new and sometimes it's complex to condense everything. Man, like, doing any video about Genshin Impact, like, his is an hour long, plus the react, but I couldn't fit... The problem with me making a edit about Genshin Impact is because I'd be there, like, you know, you've heard me talk about it. The video would be 10 hours long. I wouldn't be able to edit it. I realised at some point that my ideas were too much. And I'd been speaking for so long, like, it became months and months of streams. And there is so, like, it would have to be in chapters. Like, oh, it'd be so much work. Like, it's there for me. I could make Genshin Impact. I could make a really solid Genshin Impact video telling people all about stuff. But there are people like this that are also doing a good job of it. So I'm not worried that I'm missing a trick. I just love that it's happening.
to have context. Every now and then someone shares a Genshin meme around me, so I just wanted to know what the memes were about. And in a similar way, whenever a new trailer
So it's popular.
comes out, the entire community gets hyped. So I just
They love it, man.
It's
wanted to know
popular.
what the hype was about. I mean, when you have a look at the new character teasers,
30
they
million.
have dozens of millions of views.
So you're on YouTube, you're making videos and you're looking for views and you're seeing these other people that are getting millions of views and you think, oh, hello, I'll have a slice of that. Being cynical, but come on, that's what I was saying about content creation, isn't it? You know, you go where the grass is green to graze, don't you? It makes sense. Like, you're making a choice between Cyberpunk and Genshin, and, like, no one gives a fuck about Cyberpunk. Do you want to talk to yourself in the mirror? Like, of course you're playing Genshin. I'm surprised more people haven't caught on more quickly. Asmongold's caught on to the idea that you can just tease that you're going to play Genshin and everyone's going to get interested. Like, Asmongold's, like, edging us towards Genshin, but, yeah, like, I know what he's saying. It looks really intriguing, because it's hugely popular.
That's
This
crazy.
simple trailer for a guy with a spear has 30 million views.
Nuts.
Somehow that's more than the trailer for the lady who pulls out a sword out of her private parts.
I don't
but
understand.
more
That
importantly,
sounds
that
like
is
a
more
mistake.
views than literally any of the high-quality cinematics by Blizzard.
Exactly.
So yeah, I just wanted to know what the heck is going on.
Oh, well, that one's got some views, yeah. Okay, but, you know, yeah, Genshin absolutely blows things out of the water. And when you take time, when you take time to just look at it, because I'd heard about it. Remember, I was in this boat about a year ago, wasn't I? I'd heard about it, but I hadn't played it. And what I'd heard is it's a waifu gacha game, so it put me off what I heard about it. And I could see it being popular. And I thought, well, idiots are popular with idiots, isn't it? Like, Candy Crush was very popular. Doesn't mean I want to sit here playing Candy Crush all day. Like, it just seemed like, oh well, of course, gacha game waifu's popular then, is it? But I didn't realise that that was a false premise. And so if you look at it with clear eyes, you just look on the internet and see World of Warcraft is an old, tired. Like, there are people that are born, grew up, their granddads played World of Warcraft. You know, back when I was a lad, games were different. You know, it's like that. You've got to remember the way the world moves and changes quickly. And Genshin Impact is so... It's not even modern, it's 2 years old, but it's so much more forward-thinking than a lot of these other games, isn't it?
And so I started playing for context. And I stuck around for the gameplay.
Yeah, started playing for context, as in I was going to have a look at it and want to know what was going on, see what it's like. It's free anyway, I might as well have a go. And that's where I came in, same sort of thing. Maybe do a review.
What?
And that is not something I expected.
Okay.
I genuinely expected to do 1 or 2 streams where I play this game for the first time, and then I go back to streaming TFT.
Yeah.
But
Exactly what I was going to do, except not go back to streaming TFT, but, you know, yeah. You know, there is part of me that irks me, that I feel like I should have made this video, and I should have got views on it and become more popular at playing Genshin Impact, and, you know, maybe Asmongold watches my video. There's going to be a lot of people that have the same sort of feelings, and it's going to resonate with them. But it's okay that it's somebody else doing it, and I'm not complaining there. But in some part of me, it's like jealousy, but it's like, oh, I could have done that. Like, that idea was on my pinboard. Sometimes you're editing and you'll search Google for a video, it doesn't exist, so I'll start making it. And then 6 months before, 6 weeks, or, you know, 6 minutes before or whatever, as you're about to release it and upload it, you search YouTube again, and there's like 3 videos the same, and you're like, oh no, everyone's had the same idea and they've got there first. Well, that's just life, isn't it? They were working hard on theirs, they've worked harder, have to suck it up. And there's going to be room for my take on Genshin Impact as well as this guy's take on Genshin Impact. And I probably would do mine in my clothes and not my pyjamas with a proper microphone. But, like, being a little bit jelly that Asmongold's watching someone else saying things that I totally would have said.
that didn't happen. Somehow, the gameplay and the story are so strong and so good that I now understand why Genshin is so massive. On top of this, Genshin stands...
What is this here? Holy fuck, so it's actually grown since COVID?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh god, it has as well.
Players. It's getting bigger every month.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Would think so.
This is insane.
My streams have not grown to that level.
Genshin is so massive. On top of this, Genshin tripled my views on Twitch. So what am I gonna do? Not stream Genshin?
Smart.
Anyway, my first experience with Genshin was...
I think that's because we've got somebody who's already got a bit of a following and has decided to play an interesting game. So they've got a few subscribers who are not regularly turning up, a few viewers who know who they are, not regularly turning up. A bit like with Asmongold. When Asmongold plays Genshin, all of the Asmongold viewers are turning up. Do you know what I mean? Like, with this guy, I don't think it's like all the Genshin viewers moved over to his streams. Oh, we've got someone new here, let's watch him instead. I think he had a sort of ground level of support that have decided to tune in for this special event sort of thing.
Quite a wild ride. Absolutely.
Imagine the face he'll make when he discovers Genshin has nearly half the fan base as girls. Really interesting point, actually. The streams that I was doing earlier today that I was saying have been popping off. We've got a 60% viewer audience, female viewer audience thing. Where's your channel? 50% line. 50% women, 60% women watching these. So that's why the Red Dwarf one didn't do so well, obviously. Interesting. So maybe Genshin Impact is the game for me and my audience. Maybe they just don't know it yet.
Packed with surprises. Because I knew absolutely nothing about Genshin besides it being a gacha game.
Yeah.
So now, let's talk about what playing Genshin for the first time
really
in
like.
2023 was like.
Okay.
And don't worry, for any of you who also never played Genshin, I will not spoil any of the story. I am a lore nerd, I wouldn't dare.
Okay.
Also remember, I am only like 30 hours into the game, which sounds like a lot,
Where'd
but
you
there
go?
is easily at least 200
But how much
hours
money,
of
though?
content. So even though I will talk about this like a game review, it is still more of an early impression.
Yeah.
How much money says
Also, beware,
Asmongold?
there is a
$0.
lot to talk about, so
$0.
the topics will be all over the place, because
Okay.
as you'll see, everything in Genshin is really well interconnected.
All right.
Let's start with the...
It's funny, Asmongold said, how much money did you spend though, you know, initially, because he's thinking that Genshin is this gacha game and you're playing it and the money's this thing. Like, this is a joke to me, and Asmongold is going to have to get this into his head. I really hope he goes free to play, really, really brutally, because he said, well, how much money did you spend? Because he's thinking, if you play Genshin, you're on this like Diablo style gacha treadmill, and you're just not. So like he's got that confused.
Most important part of any game. Gameplay.
Yeah.
Specifically, I will split this into combat and world gameplay.
Wait, doesn't Tower
because
Fantasy
both
have
of
the
these
same
so
thing?
much value, they can easily carry entire games. And that's simply
They do.
because if the gameplay is not good, nothing else matters.
That's
because
right.
you won't last long enough to...
So I'm just laughing a bit. He's such a noob, isn't he? Look, he's got his Noel. Who's he got there? He's got Nakrit. Who's Nakrit? Oh, that's his traveller. Diluc, Noel and Nisa. He's managed to hit Diluc. He's got himself a Diluc. But he's going at these Animos with the Noel. It just looks so amateur hour, doesn't it? Like, from now, an experienced Genshin player, I'm like, oh, I smashed those. I've got a much better squad than that. Like, I'm too late to make my video now. I'm too deep into Genshin. I can't do my first thoughts. I'd have to go back over my old videos and look at what I said.
Experience the rest. And here, I am glad to say,
Look at that damage, 100.
both are quite stellar. Starting with the combat. At first, it may seem like the combat is a bit basic. You have a basic attack combo, a charged attack for holding down the attack button,
Right.
a dash with some invincibility frames,
And that's like
a
stamina?
basic ability, and
Yeah. So you're going to describe all the different things you can do, and then you're going to say that if you interact with the different elements, it opens up a sort of Pandora's box of near, not unlimited, but near unlimited, you know, infinitely expanding, fractally expanding, exponentially expanding opportunities and options. And it's the way you interact with your different teammates that really open that up, and it becomes more than just one character and the way they move the sword. Go ahead. But please say it equally as eloquently as I have.
and an ultimate ability.
Oh shit.
That's it.
That's
but
cool.
the fun
What the
begins
fuck?
when you start throwing
Wow.
in other characters. Because this game is all about swapping them in the middle of the combat. You see, as you're
That's
on your
badass.
adventure, you fill your party with 4 characters, which you can
Okay.
swap in and out at any point during the game, except in the dungeons.
Makes
and
sense.
each of these characters
What this person's doing really well is they're making it nice and clear, because what I would have probably... And they've chosen the wrong traveller. They've chosen a boy. I would have probably gone for a I would have found it hard to make this video, because where do you start? They've started on this combat and the characters and the way your team organises. It's very talking about the mechanics and the mechanical aspects, but I would have talked about other aspects before I got into that, I think, and I would have gone on a hour-long one about Amber and the gliding champion or something, but...
wields a different element.
Why aren't you
There
Amber in
are
your squad?
7 in total.
Got
There is Pyro, Geo, Dendro, Anemo, Hydro, Cryo, and Electro.
Like Pokemon.
Turn that into a rap, and these elements interact with each other in some really cool ways.
Like
First
what?
of all, it is not exactly like it is in Pokemon,
No.
where some types have super effects against other types.
Yeah.
Because here, the 2 elements always react in both ways. Meaning that just as water is strong against fire, so is fire strong against water because it can vaporize it. The only difference
Oh.
here is that the reaction one
Okay.
way may be stronger than the reaction the other way.
I see.
Also, when it comes to damage
That makes
immunities, it is simple. Enemies are always immune to their own element. That's it.
Okay.
But
It's
besides
like
this,
molten core.
besides just damage multipliers, all of the
I loved it. He said damage multipliers, and Asmongold's head went on the side. I'm doing my body language analysis now of these chuffers. But Asmongold's head went on the side there. He's like, oh, tell me more. Damage multipliers. Now there's some complexity. Now there's some layering of systems. It becomes interesting. And now he's thinking, oh, hello. And what Asmongold is actually thinking in his head here is, how could we put this in World of Warcraft? How could we put this in an MMO? Maybe I've seen this sort of thing in other games before, and like, how does this... It becomes interesting, doesn't it? This is why Genshin's special. It's not just because of waifus, it's because they've got depth.
elements have really unique
Oh, he's just fixing his headphones. Sorry.
interactions. Normally, a frost ability is going to slow the enemy.
Yeah.
But if you make them wet first, you can freeze them with the frost ability.
Oh,
After
that
which,
makes- that's
you
cool.
can shatter them with the Geo ability. Or you
Oh,
can cover
wow.
them with plants, which is gonna make them burn better. Or
So
you
you're
can set them
comboing
on
them.
fire and
Yes.
overload the plasma with an electric ability. Or how about you set the ground on fire and send a tornado through it so that it becomes a fire tornado? And recently,
that?
That's
I
really
discovered a lovely
Yes, it is
combo.
really cool, Asmon. Yes, it is. And it's one of the earliest reactions that you get to play with. So it is really cool. They know exactly what they're doing, yes.
where I can use a Dendro ability on water.
What I like about this the most is the fact that it's intuitive. Like like these things would make sense.
Yeah.
Which is gonna spawn seeds around, which I can ignite and make them blow up.
Okay.
It is insane how well all of these elements play together.
Sure.
And during combat, setting up all of these combos is so much fun.
It makes the numbers bigger.
Every combat flow like a proper anime fight where a group is working together to defeat the enemy.
And it makes
I
the
really
numbers
have
bigger.
nothing bad to say about the combat.
And you can play
It
multiplayer,
works
right?
Beautifully.
No, yes, you can play
Just
co-op.
remember that all of these element combinations also work against you. So the enemies will
Yeah,
often be
okay.
paired against you with synergies. Expect a lot of Hydro Mages paired with
Like that time you get frozen in that room.
Frost Mages, which is gonna make your life awful. But you see, since elements are the core of Genshin's world, they are used in more ways than just in combat. So let's have a look at what the gameplay loop looks like outside of fighting.
What it looks like, sorry, what it sounds like is clung, 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 as you go from chest to rock to flower to chest to rock to flower. Clung, 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 collect, 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 collect. Octopath Traveler 2, don't mind if I do. Do you know, there's a real shame about some of these games that actually looks like a real delight, but I just don't think it... Oh, actually, now I've just... Oh, wow. If I'm lucky, if I'm really lucky, this is going to sound bizarre, but I can be successful at streaming on YouTube so that we can just do things on Twitch where I love the look of that, and I love the... But part of me says it's not going to be a very good game for stream because it's like kind of detailed little strange thing, but... So what if it's not going to grow on stream in numbers? If you want to be here and you want to play something lovely, we'll do it together. I don't have to care about the numbers ever again. I don't have to choose games as to whether they're good stream games. I can just choose as to whether I love them.
Have you ever played Breath of the Wild? Yeah,
No.
at this point pretty much everyone knows where Genshin stands.
Yes.
When Genshin was first released...
Oh, May's going to be so good, isn't it? Playing Breath of the Wild in May. It's better. Breath of the Wild is better than Genshin Impact. It is better. There is more nuance in the combat. You're one person. You don't have all that elemental stuff, but you're one person. You jump, you slide, you move, and you can literally do those evasive jumps. You take on multiple groups of enemies, and it's not just get them all together and smash them up. It's avoid them, and like there's nuance that there isn't in Genshin Impact in the way. With the combat. I love Zelda so much, yeah, it's going to be great.
Only 3 years ago. I thought this game was a lot older. I remember a lot of people made videos making fun of Genshin for being a cheap clone of Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, it was very common. I remember the exact same thing.
Because Genshin really did start as a clone of Breath of the Wild. That was before Genshin embraced the elements which gave the game its own spin. And yes, after playing both games, I can confirm, it is hard not to draw the line as they are the same down to running around, opening chests, having very simple...
But that's why I like them, because I thought initially it was a bit like a bootleg Breath of the Wild. I did think that. And like, it's like, but it's not like a bootleg, it's not like Breath of the Wild and, it's not like Coca-Cola and like Costco Cola. It's not that. It's Coca-Cola and Pepsi Cola. So they're both really fucking good. So all the things I like about Breath of the Wild, like most of them are there. And I like them, so I want them there.
Similar enemies, climbing,
And it's free.
gliding, leveling up your stamina so you can last longer,
And it's bigger.
and so on. Genshin is nearly identical in many ways.
You can't change your clothes in the same way though.
Which is good. These days, most...
Yeah, exactly. You just steal it. You just steal the game and steal their ideas, and that's all there is to it.
If not all modern successful games take an already
Take what
existing
works,
idea
yep.
and make it better. League of Legends was a
It's a bit of a shame that I'm keeping the words on because he's speaking in accent. I just want to make it easy for you to read what he's saying, but it's in the way of Asmongold's face. It just is what it is.
Warcraft mod.
That's right.
Fortnite was a Minecraft mod. TFT came from a Dota mod. Valorant came from Counter-Strike.
Hearing him say that is interesting, but it's also like hearing someone say something that I've heard a million times now that I totally like understand what he's saying. Yeah, I would have possibly wouldn't have put that into my video if I was to do it, but I totally agree. It's almost like a certain level of understanding it goes without saying that these games came from mods, and it's sensible to tinker with things and create new things off old principles. Yeah.
That's
which
right.
was a Half-Life mod. These modders
Was it?
should have
I
been
didn't
paid a
even know
lot of
that.
money by now. And in this case, Genshin came from Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
And I'm totally fine with this. There is no shame in taking an idea and making it better. But I have to say, from what I remember, people were really harsh at Genshin at first.
Do you remember that guy that took his PlayStation 4 and smashed it on the ground in front of all of the Chinese players?
You don't remember it, Asmongold. I don't remember it, but we both watched it on one of your reacts recently, so that's where we remember it from. Well, I don't think we remember it. I think we just saw it in your video the other day. I remember it from the other day when you watched it on your video the other day.
At that gaming convention because he was so angry at the fact that they stole his game?
Yeah.
Yep. Remember him? He didn't like that at all. Here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is.
So these brings the PlayStation 4, right? To like the PlayStation 4 China Joy event,
Yep,
which is
there
where
it
they're
is.
showing these games. Like they have like Chinese
And
game
he's got it
development.
right there in his hand.
So this guy has like a PS4 Pro on
He's
it.
got that shit.
Flops that
Boom,
thing.
right
It is
there.
a Pro, by the way. Like you can tell, it's got that weird like double-decker
Smash
sandwich
that
style.
shit on the
What does it do?
ground.
Fucking smashes that thing into security steps.
Boom.
Like
The guy in the middle, bro,
like
mad
its
about
own
it.
path. Anyway, when it comes to gameplay, since they are standing on the shoulders of a giant, the base gameplay loop is amazing. At least for me, so far. I hope it doesn't get too repetitive.
No, it's good.
Every game will get repetitive if you play it enough.
Yeah, but it's good.
Right? You go out into the world, you pick your main quest, which gives you a basic direction, but from that point on, you can explore anything at any time.
True.
Which is really cool on its own. If you see something awesome in the distance, you can just go there.
Just go over there, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, very good, important principle. Obviously, Asmongold loves that. I would say that Genshin has less than Breath of the Wild, though. In Breath of the Wild, you can come across a small cottage and there might be someone in it and you can talk to them, maybe side quest it up and stuff. With Genshin, it's less like that. There's less organic stuff happening out in the wild. There are lots of things that are put in, lots and lots of things, but it feels less of a detailed and nuanced variety out there in the world. It feels like open world is chests, is combat for chests, is like mini bosses for chests, is collecting items, it's crystals and stuff like that. But when you're doing quests, really, once you've opened up the world and got all your teleporters, you get a quest and you teleport over there and then you do what you're supposed to be doing, then you teleport over to where you're supposed to be going. It's not like Breath of the Wild where they said head over to Kakariko Village and you were like, where's that? Oh wow, I'm going to walk over there and I'm going to discover and I'm going to unlock and oh, look at this. It's less than that. It's less like that. Maybe because I've been doing my main quests after I've done my exploration, but I feel like it's not like you sort of go up a path and then you meet an NPC and you might talk to them and something might happen and you might go on a side quest. It's less like that. Well, in fact, my side quests or my world quests sort of open up once I've done the main bit of the quest, don't they? And then there's like 4 or 5 people and they've each got a quest for me. It just feels slightly less organic in a way.
maybe the enemies will be a bit higher level, but you
That's what I'm gonna do.
absolutely have the freedom to do anything. I fought a level 37 boss with my level 3 squad.
Oh, wow.
Or at least I tried.
Jesus.
Although in hindsight, you can totally
You got
defeat
one
all the
tap.
bosses from the very beginning. In this sense, it's kinda like Dark Souls, you just have to learn the pattern.
Okay.
With that said, while unlimited exploration is a really
So
cool
it's like
aspect,
anime Dark
a
Souls.
lot
But he's wrong there. Some of the bosses, like the Oceanid, they don't allow you to win. Even if you learn the pattern and you're great defensively, they've got certain bosses have moves that really wipe you out. And if you're not strong enough to do enough damage, it's like a DPS check, the Oceanid. Like if you're not strong enough to do enough damage quickly, then they will wipe you out. That one move will knock someone out of your team, and then it will become exponentially more difficult to win the fight. So there are some things that you can grind out and literally just, dodge everything, defend everything, grind it out. Oh, Kaya can solo it mostly. Oh, there you go then. I never played as Kaya, remember? So there you go, maybe I'm wrong. But I thought a lot of the things, like, if you try and grind it out, eventually, like, if it's too much of a grind. And also, what about those chuffers who heal each other? Like, if you're not able to kill them quick, like when we do it in the Bethasmal Vishaps that heal each other, and if you can't take them out quick enough as a group, then you ain't got no chance. You're not picking away like a little pick, they heal each other up, and then you get killed.
Of games
Kaya, Lisa, and you know the trick to dive down the hydro bomb. I don't think I've ever avoided that hydro bomb.
crumble underneath it, because they don't encourage exploration in a good way. And in the case of Genshin, it is done in a scarily amazing way. Throughout the world, pretty much everywhere you can find little chests.
Lovely.
These chests give you a bunch of weaker loot, maybe some crafting material,
Okay.
but most importantly, account experience. You
Most importantly, primos. What are you on about?
get a smaller amount for small chests and a bigger amount for bigger chests.
That
I
makes-
forgot about the account experience because now we're at the top. So, you know, we're just sitting there at the high end of the account, aren't we? Just tick, tick, tick towards, like, you know, it doesn't really matter. But earlier it was important, wasn't it? Raising that world level and doing all that earlier. It was. You jump to the water and attack. You do a dive attack. You time it, the explosion goes over you and doesn't damage you. Ah!
And you want to level up
Jumping
your
in the
account,
water,
or as
eh?
they call it the
I never thought
adventure
about that.
level or adventure rank, because the entire
Jumping in the water.
progression of the game is locked behind it.
Okay.
First of all, the main storyline requires a certain adventure rank to continue,
Yeah.
meaning that if you want to play
I see.
the
Okay,
main
that's
story,
interesting.
you better go exploring.
Again, Asmongold's like, look at him, mouth open, so I'm going to have to turn off the CCs if you need the captions. He's got his mouth open. Like, actually interested and a bit astounded in the depth and complexity and simple system, world level, locking things behind certain things, so you have to go exploring, and but it's a clever thing as well. It's a simple thing done really well. That's the clever thing, isn't it? And you layer them all together, and then you've got it's almost like a 6-course meal or something, or an impressive piece of orchestra. The violin on its own is not impressive, or the soup on its own is not impressive, but as a third course in between this and with that, and then you put the croutons in and you sprinkle on some this, and then you've got that over here, and then if you tried this drink, and you know, when it's all put together, it's magnificent.
But also,
Wow.
your characters have certain limitations which unlock at certain adventure ranks.
Got it.
The same goes for leveling weapons and so
Is it battle pass? Does it get reset, or is it venture rank? Like, I reached it in 2 years, bro. I'd probably get it in 2 months.
I love it. I mean, Asmongold did famous for saying, 72 hours worth of grind. I do that in a day. You know, yeah. I expect he will get there quick, but there are, when you get, like, I realise now, you probably told me once, didn't you, in chat, or was it Juzzy, you know, about how it slows down at the top, and it does slow down, but it doesn't become a problem.
Yeah, I'll probably get it in like probably 2 months or so. Like, I'll just farm that shit out. It'd be easy.
on. So you want to explore and open chests so you can continue on the main progression. But you know, even in this case, freely running around and opening chests isn't really the main driving force of this system. After what I said, it still may sound boring, because
Okay.
the key is in the way you find these chests.
All right.
First of all, the exploration itself is fun. You have the ability to climb anything, you have the ability to glide anywhere.
Like Tower
These
Fantasy.
two simple abilities make traversing landscape a lot more interesting. And it means the world design can also play with verticality. But
Oh,
the
they
way
have those little things around them, like Tower Fantasy.
the chests are hidden also matters.
Like Breath of the
Some
Wild.
of them are just randomly found at different
Damn.
places. Some of them are in camps of monsters, locked behind killing everything.
Oh, like
but
in Tower
a lot
Fantasy.
more are hidden
probably like
behind
in Tower
clever
Fantasy, yeah.
puzzles. And let me tell you, these puzzles are literally everywhere.
Yeah,
True
like
that.
Have you
Tower
ever seen what
Fantasy.
the
Remember
Breath
that?
of the Wild map looks like with all the hidden secrets? Yeah, Genshin is exactly the same.
Oh my
And
god.
these puzzles come in a very impressive number of shapes and sizes. From guiding a ghost thingy back to its shrine, to
Silly.
lighting up suspiciously placed torches, to hitting stones with corresponding elements, to picking randomly placed carrots, to hitting suspiciously placed rocks, to blowing wind at the wind thingy, to doing specific timed challenges, to simply finding a chest at the most improbable place imaginable. I could go for a very long time here. The point is, there is an insane amount of secrets.
And
What?
let's not forget, every time you get one of those, you do a little thing. It's not like an hour. It's like 30 seconds to a minute, 2 minutes. You do your thing, and then you get clunk, 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 clunk. You press F if you're on the keyboard. Clunk, 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 and you pick it all up.
And the chances are, if a pebble on the ground
And there's primos.
looks suspicious, it is most likely a puzzle. The best part about this is that when you open a chest, all you have to do is look into the distance and you can see 8 more. This creates an amazing loop of exploration, where you
it's
stay
like
up at 2 in the
breadcrumbs.
morning
Yeah,
thinking
I
to
get it.
yourself, yeah, I'll go for another chest.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you do another one.
Oh, it's 4
You creep and grind. Creep, creep and grind. You got the creep and grind. See what you can find.
in the morning. On top of just
It is
chest
what it is.
hunting, there is a lot more to explore for. Each region also has its own sigils scattered around. These can be turned in at the big statues of each region, which increases your stamina.
Ah,
This is Dave, head of
shut up,
marketing
Dave.
at a
Marketing at the ketchup company. You can just squeeze your sauce off and go
See,
away.
okay, that makes sense. By the way, all the people that are memeing on me saying that I couldn't complete this, remember back whenever Lost Ark was coming out? And
I love it. I love it. In most MMOs, there's like a completionist aspect of collectability, completionism, and it's just about grinding hard and, you know, go out and chop as many trees as you can, grind as many crystals, craft as many things. Like, eventually, after enough boss runs, it's not like that in Genshin. It's not. And I'll tell you why he's naive in thinking this, is because, number one, there's a financial aspect, to be honest. Like, if you want C6 everything, you're not getting it unless you put loads of money in. Let's not see him do that. I don't want to see him do that. But number two, they keep expanding the game, and they keep... by the time you think you're catching up with something and you've, you know, found every Seelie, they'll open up a new area and there'll be more Seelies. And if you are chasing that completionism, what's beautiful about it is there did come a point for Asmongold, or maybe not, because he hasn't actually completed World of Warcraft, has he? I think Annie Fuchsia's got everything, but or at least all the mounts. But yeah, like there's a point where you can say like I've got everything, and I've done it. But with Genshin, you keep chasing that forever, so you're just always playing Genshin. Is that a cat meowing? Was it a cat meowing? There's a little doggy there sleeping. What about a cat meowing? Yes, there's a catty. Big fatty catty. Hey, you all alright? Does anyone want to come in here with Daddy? You're going upstairs. Right. Big fatty catty. Oosh. Yeah, so if you do get caught into that completionist aspect of it, and you do enjoy that, and you are like, he's saying, I'm going to, remember when Lost Ark came out, I got all this stuff really quick, I got up to this level really quick. Great, do it, Asmongold, do it. You will never not be a Genshin Impact streamer. You will give up World of Warcraft, and you'll because with World of Warcraft, you'll finish, there's not enough content in an expansion to keep you busy. With Genshin, like, by the time I finish talking to you now on this React, I would have been behind on the next event. And there's also some stuff you can't even get, isn't there, that you can never go back. But like, if you do want to be on that treadmill, get on it and never stop. I guess never, because it just won't stop. As fast as you can collect it, they will bring more and put it out there in the world. So lovely stuff. Of course, for us, when Breath of the Wild comes around, I'm going to play Breath of the Wild probably 3-4 days a week, and then at weekends a couple of days of Genshin, and then back to maybe more Breath of the Wild, even maybe just Breath of the Wild continuously for a week. Who knows? But I will sometime, at some point, start missing things in Genshin. I really want the next banner. I really want Dia. She does seem to represent part of the story that we've been through together. But after that and ongoing, I will have to slow down at some point, because I can't literally keep up. Like, if they continue it, let's say they continue it for 10 more years, can I commit that long and that hard to grinding every primo for 10 years? It's hard. It's hard. So it becomes a bit like it can't become like a casual, just drop in every now and then and have a little look. But it becomes a bit like something that you become satisfied at some point, that you've got your character build and you've got your cool team and you've got your, some sense of satisfaction you've got somewhere with it, and you don't have to keep on that treadmill and chasing every primo. And that's a cool, like, this is free to play all over as well, isn't it? That's a cool new character. Might have to slip me, pass me by. I didn't get Al Haytham, but it was cool. I might have to just slow down on that. Might have to miss the occasional event sometimes if I've got things going on in other places in my life. But love Genshin, always want to be there playing it, yeah. Like, that opportunity's there for you to go full completionist and just primos as well. Resin and primos. So primos are going to slow you down because you can't collect everything because of primos, but also resin will slow you down as well, won't it? An inbuilt system to just, like, for the Asmongolds out there who want to just grind 24 hours a day, just slow that down, just tweak that. He'll be cross, I've run out of resin, but that's when you just stop and take a break and come back the next day. So a better pace of grind. It's not designed for you to finish it all in one day. It's designed for you to spread it out over time and enjoy it for a long period of time, and maybe just go slightly less hard and get slightly more out of it. Really cool stuff.
I said that it would take me 6 months in order to get the golden Terpion, and then I got it in 6 months. Remember that? Yeah, think about that. It's time gated. I won't be able to do it.
He is so playing Genshin Impact. He's watching this as part of a preparation to play Genshin Impact. I wonder if it's coming after Hogwarts. Because what he would have done is he would have said, oh look, Hogwarts Legacy is being released on this date. Zelda's being released on this date. You know, I can't play Genshin Impact here because of Hogwarts. But maybe if I complete Hogwarts before Zelda, I can play Genshin. And he doesn't realise that he's not going to be finished with it by the time Zelda comes out.
Time-gated stuff, but everything else I'll be able to do. And then in Tower of Fantasy,
It's
whenever
not
I
about-
100%ed it,
It's not about time-gated stuff either. It's about allowing things to grow over time. You know, everything else I'll be able to do, yeah. In a way, you know, you could buy your character up to level 90, but it's about letting it grow over time as well, isn't it? So
every single zone.
Exactly like in Breath of the Wild. Which of course helps you with climbing longer and gliding further. You also want to look for crafting materials. This can be anything from branches to apples. Or it can
got a bit of PTSD there watching him pick those Valkyries.
be mining stones, or even elemental plants. These rare flowers have to be picked in a very specific way. For example, if you want to pick up a frosty flower, you have to warm it up. Once again, playing into the idea of using elements. Speaking of which, I should also mention that yes, elements are widely used in the open world. Wind usually helps you with gliding,
I
but
see
even
that.
if you want to simply cook, you have to start a fire yourself. And if you want to walk on
wow.
water, frost abilities may help you.
Oh, that's cool.
Or they can be pain in the ass.
They have that in Tower
and
of
the
Fantasy.
weather matters too. Good luck cooking if it is raining. But also, if it is raining, everyone is permanently wet.
So yeah, I totally agree with this. Obviously, it's a really good part of the game. That cooking thing, it's not really a big feature. It's just like a quirk or a little bit of an extra. Oh, that's cute, but it's not like you care whether it's raining about your cooking or not. You just go somewhere else and just cook, don't you? But yeah, interesting the way he's seeing it like this as well, as being a bit of a big feature. Raining makes everyone wet. I kind of take it for granted now, actually.
Oh.
And you know what that means for electric users.
You zap the
Occasionally,
shit
you
out
might
of 'em.
also find yourself in the middle of a storm, where lightning is randomly hitting stuff around you, or directly you. All of this creates
happen?
an
You get hit by
amazing
lightning?
loop
You can certainly get hit by lightning, yes.
outside of just combat. And so far, I believe this is a
Nice.
major reason why Genshin
And they're the PlayStation wings.
is successful. If you think about it, the reason why the hook is so good is because in a lot of ways, Genshin plays like a modern MMO. Even though the main idea of an MMO is the massive multiplayer part, these days most people play MMOs solo.
That's
They
right.
treat them like single-player RPGs, but they like the idea of a shared world.
What a clever way to sell it to Asmongold, but to tell him that it's quite like an MMO. Like, Asmongold is now thinking, like, I can't believe this. I need to be here. I need to be in this. He's describing these things that I understand and talk about. Asmongold loves this stuff.
And this is the core of Genshin. It is a great solo RPG first, but you have the option to play co-op with anyone whenever you want, be it for dungeons or exploration.
I still haven't really got onto that. I still get people say, oh, join world request, and I'm still just a bit like, timid. But we could get onto that, couldn't we? Like, we could settle into doing a few who wants to join the stream times.
Good RPGs
Are things easier or harder in co-op if you have a full group in a dungeon?
There's just two of you.
Harder? Okay, so it depends. Okay.
also have to have good RPG mechanics. So let's talk about those. On top of your adventure rank, You also individually level up all your characters with special XP items, which you also find in all the chests, giving you yet another reason to explore the world. After reaching a certain level cap, you have to ascend them by using special crafting material
like in
to
Tower of
increase the
Fantasy.
level cap. The brilliance
Actually, I kind of like that he's played Tower of Fantasy, because some of these systems will become like second nature to him because he's already got that. Like, in a way, it's sad because Tower of Fantasy isn't as good as Genshin, and you want Genshin first, don't you? And then judge Tower of Fantasy against Genshin. But I like the fact that there are going to be some things he doesn't have to sort of like clumsily fumble his way through, that he just understands intuitively and has already experienced. That's kind of cool.
this is that the items used for the ascension
What have you
are
done?
different
You got the big chuffing iron stinger on. It's white blind, and you give it to Noelle. Don't you just care? Don't you care at all about fashion?
between all characters.
Like
and
in
the
Tower of
items
Fantasy,
themselves
yeah.
can be crafted at an
Earlier in the game, you don't care about fashion. You care about what you've got that's good. So I accept it.
alchemy table.
And then
They come
because then whenever you click on it, it tells you the places that you can get it. Yeah, okay.
from specific enemies in the outside world, or
He'll do the math on artifacts easily. Are you saying I can't? You say that I can't? Because you know that I can't. I can't. And he will. You're right. To him, artifacts will be like this, like, like it'll tickle part of his brain, won't it? It'll be like, so you can get. Did you know, Asmongold, that you can get artifacts, and did you know that you can get ones that are attack, crit, crit? And he's going to be like, you can what? Sorry. You can you now? Show me to the domain, my lad. Show me to the domain. Leave me here. I will be a while. Yes, like he's going to be wanting to grind those, and he's going to run out of resin. It's going to annoy me that he grinds it so hard he runs out of resin and complains. If he complains about that, because he can't just take a break, can he? He's got big 6-hour streams to do and stuff. I don't know. I worry about that aspect of it. You do get thrown a lot in the early game. You get about 20, 30, 40 in your bag, and you're told you should save it till later. But maybe he starts using it. I don't want to see him big spender. I don't want to see that. I want to see him free to play, proving the concept.
or they come from dungeons and bosses.
And then the
game
Star
even tells
Dust
you
Exchange,
which
that's the stuff.
Mind you, that's what I'm doing, so he doesn't have to do that. You know, he can do whatever he wants his way, can't he? I should be a bit more open-minded about that, but
That you can buy on the store, right? Is
Yeah.
Stardust Exchange on the store?
yeah,
Or some sort of like a vendor?
yeah.
It's some form of vendor? Yeah, okay.
items drop from which dungeon, so you always know what to farm. Which reminds me, we didn't even talk about the dungeons. I
Domains.
noticed there are two kinds. Either it is a small dungeon,
They're going to be disappointing, because that's not a dungeon in the sense that he's thinking. There's one room, it's a domain. That's why they
with
give it a
shuffled
different name.
rooms,
That's nice.
Or it is just an arena where you have to defeat enemies in time. In some ways, these are pretty much the same to the dungeons in Breath of the Wild.
Alright, let's see this.
Except Genshin doesn't use physics for their interactive puzzles. But from what I've seen, the pre-made room-based dungeons aesthetically change based on where you are. And that
Okay.
still makes them quite cool. Also, this is where
Tell me after you've done that. I mean, I don't know how many times I've been in that frosty bastard, but I have been in that frosty bastard. Like, tell me how many runs you've done of that. I've got one of these domains now. One of them I can do in like approximately a minute. Like 1 minute 10, 1 minute 15. And what I'm doing when I'm doing this run is I'm just banging it so hard and just thinking, can I do it in under a minute? And whilst it takes me about a minute to do it, doesn't it? And in that time I'm thinking, I wonder if this one's under a minute or not. And like, you know, I'm just thinking of other things. I've got YouTube on in the background, just like sort of banging the domain 6 times in a row until I've used up all my condensed and fragile. You know, I use up all my resin in one big chunk and like just burn through the. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, if he's not correctly guided on when you go all in, he'll burn out most rare resources. And the problem is, he won't want to save anything till later. He might be advised to do it, but when your resin runs out and you can't go in the domain anymore, it's time to turn it off and go to bed. But for Asmon, it's not that. It's like, this is a fake wall that I can get over with money, I suppose. So now it's time for the credit card. This is how they get you. But you have to have that resilience in yourself and your soul, don't you? To say, look, I spent my resin for today. That was my choice. That's the way I did it. That's okay. Like, my characters don't all get to level 10 in one go, do they? Like, you pick and you choose and you work on. It reminds me, actually, saying that, it reminds me of other games like FIFA, where you had manager mode and you'd have a character coming through like a young player and they'd be getting good and you'd be improving their stats. They're not going to be in the A team overnight. but you build them over time. And in any good RPG, you want that gradual progression, don't you? You don't want it to be like, I've just found the good sword. Like in Dark Souls, if you find a really powerful weapon early on, like the Black Knight Halbardo, then you get the Black Knight Halberd, and then that's it. You don't improve that anymore. You use that. And like, it's a shame because you're picking up swords and stuff and you're not using them. They're just like never as good as what you've got. So you want that gradual progression forwards, and it gives you, it's almost as well like I'm thinking of other games like car games where you might put a spoiler on the car and then you might get new wheels for the car and then you might get a new muffler and a new engine, and like step by step, race by race, you improve the car and you get better. Like this week I might do my talents, and then I might grind for my artifacts, and then I might grind for my weapon, and you know, step by step they get better, don't they? So I think it actually makes a really good pace, and I think if you try and force the pace, you're doing the wrong thing. But for Asmongold, he's also got his stream to worry about, and he's got his internal decision. Like he wants to run the pace the way he wants to run it, and not being told by the game how it's going to run it. So your choice of pace is taken out of your hands sometimes, and that's going to be a problem to him, I imagine. Be interesting.
Yet another cool system is added in.
What's that?
Based on your party composition, you also get special bonuses. If you have 2 members of the same element, they amplify each other. But if you have 4 members where...
Just a simple little thing that adds another little layer, that when you layer it up, this is like a nice sauce or a complementary, you know, flavour on, you know, it's like sprinkles on the ice cream, isn't it? Like on its own it's like nothing, doesn't, okay, so what? But when you start to layer it up with other ideas, you can increase your crit rate. Oh hello, I can increase my crit rate now. And then if I've got characters in that party that can combine with that to increase maybe my like damage in other ways, I can create a bit of a monster here. Like, yeah, cool.
Each is a different element that also gives you a different buff. So when you're doing dungeons, your team composition matters too. Anyway, back to the characters.
I mean, is this something that like really matters, or if you're good, you can just play it and it won't make a difference?
No, it matters.
It does matter? Yeah, they have the resonance thing like this. One thing that's really similar to that is in Tower of Fantasy.
I think when you say it matters as well, you and I both know, don't we? You and I, everyone that's watched me playing Genshin Impact knows that if you've got the wrong element and you're going up in the wrong... Like, I kept going in that room with my wet boy because he was my best DPS, but at the end of the day I kept getting frozen. Like, if you've got the wrong elements, you just have a hard time. It does matter, doesn't it? It does matter.
Besides leveling them up, if you get multiple
If you
of
have
the
like
same
2
Here we go now. C6, here we go. Now he's going to learn about this. He's going to find out that it costs $2,000 to get a C6, and he's going to be out.
void characters
gacha
or
system,
something. Yeah.
Instead of getting duplicates, you can unlock their constellations, which are extra passive bonuses for their abilities.
Oh,
Speaking
yeah, they
of
have
which,
this in Tower
a
of
bit later
Fantasy.
in the game, you can also level up your abilities.
Yeah, with the
then,
stars.
on top of that, there are also weapons. Not only do all the weapons have different RPG stats, which you can increase by disenchanting your other weapons, but each weapon also has a unique passive ability, which you can upgrade by merging multiple of the same weapons together.
Oh,
On
they
top
have
of
this in Tower of
that,
Fantasy.
Each weapon also has a level cap, and you also ascend your weapons the same way you do your characters. And raising the level cap also changes the weapon's aesthetics.
Which is nice, but also not perfect. How come that one's red?
Your characters. And raising the level cap also changes the weapon's aesthetics.
Yeah, they have that too. Like
No, I'm a bit surprised that one's red.
whenever you get to the Constellation 3 in Tower of Fantasy, it changes the aesthetics. Yeah, they have that.
So it's nice that he recognises things from Tower of Fantasy. What I would say as well is that when you get into Genshin Impact and with the artifacts and stuff, it's an exponential aspect. This is okay. It's great that you can also rank up your weapon, but to do your weapon, you need 3 different materials, and then as they get higher, you need them in that 3 blue ones to make one. Sorry, 3 green materials to make 1 blue one, and then I need 3 blue ones to make 1 purple one, and I need 3 purple ones to make 1 gold one. So I need 6 gold ones, which actually means I need like 3 6s, 6 36 purple ones, which actually means I need like 300 and like 400 and like I need hundreds of. It's exponential, and so it ends up taking time to do all these things. one extra thing that you have to, like, imagine you had a new thing in Genshin Impact where you had an offhand weapon. Simple aspect, I'm just adding in a little offhand weapon. It just gives you a little bit more attack or whatever. It's an offhand weapon. Yeah, you can upgrade that as well, and to upgrade that you need 3 of these and 3 of these and 3 of these, and then so it's not just a little extra thing, it's like an entire new exponential grind, and it adds on time. So it's good for some things because it gives you more gameplay to get through to grind up to, but put too much of it in, an offhand weapon, a pair of shoes, a chuffing pair of sunglasses, they all need upgrading. Oh, it's too much time. It becomes, for me, the artifacts is almost too much. But that's where the artifacts, they've hit that balance of 5, and you know, imagine the artifacts had 6, 7, 8, 9 artifacts, all doing a little bit incrementally more. It would just get out of hand. So you need to be careful with that.
They are more powerful, which was a pleasant surprise the first time I saw this. Now on top of that, every character can also equip 5 artifacts. These give you more stats, but they also have more passive abilities.
Oh, like the relics in Tower of Fantasy. Yeah, I know what this is.
In most cases, it is 2 and 4 set bonuses. And these can get really crazy, especially when you realize that each character can scale with different stats. Some may need attack damage and crit, others gain damage from defense.
I've been doing the domain to get the Crimson Witch set for Hu Tao, haven't I? You know, we'll have a look at it today. Once we've watched this video, we'll play some Genshin Impact. I've been doing that domain for Hu Tao, and they've been giving me Lava Walker. I've been getting lots and lots of Lava Walker.
Oh no, these aren't relics. These are like matrices in Tower of Fantasy. Oh no, excuse me. Yeah, these are the matrices.
Matrices now.
Heal based
I misunderstood
on
what this was.
Health. Also, yes, I should mention that Genshin has a
Matrix.
variation of the golden.
It's the Matrix coming through your headphones. Overloads, blowing circuits. Johnny 5, free and working and living. I had the rhymes about Matrix, didn't I? Oh, anyway, we're not doing that now.
Trinity. Although here they pretty much only have DPS.
All those new people that have just come to the stream to watch my true crime breakdown of body language of Nicola Buller, they don't know that I do a rap.
And supports. At first sight, if you have a look at all of these
like
systems, it may seem a bit confusing. And that's because at first sight, it is. But after you learn how all the different systems work, you get to see how well integrated they all are. And you also get to see how deep your character progression is. There is about a dozen different systems all about leveling up, gathering materials, and ascending your characters.
Oh, I bet there are.
But they all work together as a single unit.
Yeah.
And from a game designer's point of view, honestly, that's pretty impressive. So now, let's see what other activities you can do with your jacked up characters. While you
wait, it tells you his birthday?
Yeah. And they give you a present on yours.
Wait, April has 30 days in a month? I thought it only had 29.
30 days have September, April, June and November. 30 days have September, April, June and November. All the rest have 31.
That's February? No, February has 27.
Except for February, which has 28, but 29 on the leap year.
See what other activities you can do with your jacked up characters. While you are out there exploring the world, which is the majority of the gameplay loop, you also get to do quests.
Okay.
Now, unless you are doing the big story quests, they are usually very simple. You go somewhere, you kill something, you go back. And really it's because it all ties together with the entire exploration scheme. Because on your way to the quest, you're gonna open about 30 chests. But don't be fooled by the simple word quests. In reality, the entire list of activities is massive, and each kind of content is slightly different. There is no way I can talk about all of them individually. So besides just exploration, this is all the other stuff the game offers you. At least, this is all the stuff I experienced. I don't even know what's in the endgame. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot more stuff as I
There is no
level up.
endgame.
I think that a lot of people complain that Genshin doesn't have an endgame.
Yeah, but
I've
you
seen a
can't
lot of
complain.
people unhappy about that.
No.
Anyway,
No,
there is...
That's not... It's like saying that... I suppose people do complain The Walking Dead doesn't have an end game, and it just goes on and gets worse and worse. You got to keep the quality up, but it's like complaining that Asmongold doesn't have an end game for his streams. Like, I just watch his streams every day. Like, it's ongoing content, isn't it? It's like there's no end game in like soap operas. They're just on every day. Like, the music industry is not looking to create an end game where you listen to the same songs over and over again. Like, it's okay that they keep adding new to the library, more to the library, more to the, you know, it doesn't have to be like an end game to it. Like, the game is what is enjoyable. This is actually something that's critical and that's a problem in some MMOs, which is that the game used to be that you level up and have the experience, and on, like, along the, you've got end goals, but along the way you have the fun of the game. And then you complete the end goals, and then the game was done, and you like put a nice bow on it and said, "Well done, I enjoyed that." Like, you finish your dinner, you don't sit there and just have it. There's no, the end game of dinner is not dessert and like infinitely ongoing dessert. Like, you eat your dinner, you eat your dessert, you're happy, and then you have another dinner another time. Like, some games used to finish, for Christ's sake, and that was fine. But with MMOs and stuff that they want to keep going online, and they want to keep you paying money and keep you in the world and keep you going, but they've run out of content. They've run out of story and content, so now what do you get you doing? Endgame stuff, I suppose. It's like a fake forced loop at the end to keep you there. There's a reason you got all this cool kit, and this reason is so you can do this thing over and over again, I suppose. But with Genshin Impact, they're saying, oh wait, no, you're not there yet. You're never quite there. There's always a little bit more you can do on this character. You can always polish it up a little more. You can, I suppose there at some point, you do get to a point where you've got your C6 Diluc with, like, you know, the Wolf's tombstone sword all up to level 6, and everything's level 6, and you know, you finished it, so to speak. And then you're just doing the new story content and events as it comes out. That's all you're doing, is just every week and month having new story content and event coming out. So it's not end game, it's continual game. And even if you did that, and like with us, our squad, we've got quite a lot of cool characters high up level ranked. I could just put them aside and start using some of the other characters I've not been using so often, and enjoy that, and go on their journeys and stories and have them level up. Yeah, I don't think it's about endgame so much. I think it's a fallacy to assume that a game has to be played out as a one-player story mode campaign, and then at the end point, you then enter this like new room of endgame content, where you are now in this sort of lobby forever, this infinite, radiant quest ongoing, like, purgatory of endgame that never ends. Endgame content, running the same domains and dungeons over and over again. In fact, Genshin makes you do the endgame content along the way, and it spreads it out, so you don't realise you're doing it. But yeah, I don't need endgame as much as I need game.
Daily commissions, city reputation commissions, boss tracking bounty quests.
I finished all of my bounties, and it fucks me off because I still want the money for my bounties, please. Why can't I carry on taking bounties? Okay, I can't get any more experience on my, you know, experience ranking bounty board, but I'm still a bounty boy. I still want to go out and do my bounties. That's money on the table.
Kill quests, main quests, story quests, world quests, randomly spawned world quests, daily world quests, limited events.
Making the world quest sound a bit big there, because some of them are literally randomly spawned. Here's a hilly child, smack its face off. But, you know, yes.
Browser minigames, character progression quests, dating sim, apparently, adventure guide progression, battle pass, which actually has a lore and it got its own cinematic, mini dungeons, replayable boss fights, Spiral Abyss, which is a roguelike dungeon crawler sprinkled on top of
Tower
all of
Fantasy
this.
has one of these.
It's like
it's not a roguelike, is it? Roguelike would imply that you've got, like, you know, you keep running different style rooms, but it's set out more than a roguelike. It's more ascribed. But yeah, you know, yeah.
Torghast.
Yeah.
But good. And I'm only like 30 hours in. Yeah. I know there is a lot more. Apparently you can also catch wild animals, which I haven't seen yet.
I'm not doing that,
I also keep seeing pools of fish, but I haven't figured out how to fish. Not to mention that there is also player housing, which I haven't unlocked yet.
I didn't even know that.
And on top of that, they have their own entire playable card game. Just like Gwent in The Witcher.
What the
You
fuck?
can even just run around and talk to different random NPCs, and they will give you random items. It is insane how much content there is.
True.
Wow.
It feels like every other adventure rank you unlock a brand new system. But because it is slowly fed to you, you don't get overwhelmed.
True.
And also, the game gives you a daily limit so that you don't burn out.
True.
There are
smart.
these
like Tower
moon
of Fantasy,
thingies which replenish decently quickly over time. So far, they don't really feel like a malicious design.
Exactly.
Even though these days, with modern mobile games, it is pretty obvious it feels like a mobile game mechanic that makes you wait.
Yes.
Unless you decide to pay. But it honestly doesn't
like
feel
Tower
that way.
Fantasy.
The point
But no,
is that
but he said, but it
unless
honestly
you
doesn't
decide
feel
to
that way.
pay. But it honestly doesn't
like
feel
Tower
that way.
Fantasy.
but it honestly doesn't feel that way, he said. You know, yeah, I agree, it doesn't feel that way. I know where they got it from, and like Tower of Fantasy, but it's not predatory and horrible. It's fine, it's absolutely fine.
The point is that the dungeons and the world bosses consume this currency. I believe it is 40 per boss and 20 per dungeon. So it acts like a limit to the bigger loot you can get, with the bigger loot being the material for leveling up. So it's not like you are missing out on getting pulls for the gacha system. Overall, it doesn't feel too different to something like the heroic dungeon cooldowns from WoW. Overall, it is amazing how everything fits together so well, especially how the quests lead you to accidental exploration. What also helps with the consumption is that all the main quests as well as all the story quests are fully narrated. Which brings us to the next part.
That actually is a huge W, that they have everything narrated and you know what's actually what. There
is still some stuff that's not narrated, isn't there, that I complain about. And do you know what? I think we're at another level now. I've said it before. Hello, Bob. They mentioned The Witcher. Have I ever played it? I have played it a little bit. I felt a bit on rails at times, but I would be open-minded enough to play it again and give it a bit more of a, bit more time. I think it needed a bit more time, but yeah, it's the sort of game I do like. It's funny, there are some games that in theory I should really have been a big fan of. Like, they came out when I was a gamer and they were like big, but I just let them pass me by. Witcher was one of them, and another one was the Assassin's Creed series. I never really got into Assassin's Creed, but yeah, in theory, my sister got it, Witcher. She got it for the Switcher, I think. Or she might have got it for the PlayStation. She lent it me anyway, and I played it a little bit, but I didn't really get into it. So it wasn't like there was this bit of the story at the start, and you were in this like monastery thing with this kid, and like I wasn't out there witching straight away. So, but yeah, in theory, I should have another crack at it. It would be quite cool.
They're doing,
the narration. He thinks it's really good, Asmongold, and this guy thinks it's really good, all these quests. Like, in their naivety, they think it's really good they're all narrated. Initially, I did too. But now I'm at the point where I'm skipping the dialogue and going, would you shut up? Oh, they're doing all this talking. Talking. So the problem with it is that sometimes, like in the past, you would think that narrating all of the quests was important and that was the pinnacle. Now it's more than that. It's that while I'm watching people talk, I shouldn't be pressing spacebar or even letting it skip or whatever. I should be watching something more cinematic. I should be watching something animated. And they've got the power and the teams and to take you out of this character model, talking to a character model, and put you into this animation. They do it so well when they do it. I'd like more of it. I'd like voice acted as much as, well, everything voice acted. But on top of that, if it's going to be more than 10 seconds of people talking, just let me watch it as like a little anime thing and enjoy it that way. I find it much more enjoyable that way. Like, take it to that next level instead of just having everything voice acted, we're done. No matter how boring it is and how slow and long and laborious it takes and how verbose it gets, says me, talking his way through everything. But
let's talk about the story of this game. But again, no real spoilers, I will only talk about generic stuff. For someone who had no expectations at all, I came out pretty surprised.
True. Do you know what was funny as well? Because with Breath of the Wild, I had total understanding of the story and like, oh, how are they going to bring Ganon into it? And when am I going to meet Zelda and all this business? With this, I just thought Genshin Impact was a bit of a gacha game, and they've shoehorned in characters so they can have a hat witch with a sexy legs and like they got a new character, and she's going to be like a little saucy, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a random example, like banjo player or something. And so how do we get a banjo player into this world? It doesn't matter, just shoehorn her in. Like, but it's not that. It does have a cohesive story, with characters and, I don't want to say factions, but each area has its own like feel to it, doesn't it? Like, yeah, proper good characters and story, yeah.
Oh. It is true that for some people the first impressions may be rough. And that's for two reasons.
What's that?
First of all, at the beginning you get introduced to Paimon, your companion who is going to stick with you for the entire journey. And you immediately realize she's not the sharpest tool in the shed. But that's by design. Your main character is silent. They don't speak in any of the major conversations. So Paimon has to be dumb so that everyone keeps explaining things to her, which is how the main character learns about everything.
Exactly, and not only is it dumb and they explain it to Paimon so Paimon can understand expositionally, but then Paimon repeats it in Paimon language so that you can understand it as well. Because let's face it, kids play games and they might need some concepts simplified, but it does annoy me, yes.
He is basically a conduit for the story. But that doesn't take away from the fact that at times I don't even want to finish the sentence. But the good thing is that over time it grows on you. And it gets saved when other characters get thrown in.
Okay.
So you get to listen to more people than just her. Speaking
You
of
didn't
which,
want to say you didn't want to say Paimon because as an early game player, you're annoyed at her saying Paimon thinks, Paimon thinks, Paimon thinks this, and so he didn't even want to say Paimon that time.
quickly mention the voice actor.
So is it like one of those characters that's like really annoying to start with, and then as time goes on, people warm up to them?
I don't know about the warming up. But
Okay. Like Navi, yeah.
While a lot of
Navi.
people prefer
It's
the
Navi.
Japanese or the original Chinese voiceover, I am a humble European who enjoys an English dub with English
Yeah,
subs.
I'm not listening
and
to
let
some
me
fucking
tell you,
foreign
since
language.
Paimon is the first character
we
you get
gotta
to meet,
listen to it in American.
It feels a little bit like a punch in the guts. However, it all very quickly turns around. And now I can safely say the English dub is definitely good enough to not stand in the way of the story.
It's a bit of a harsh, it's a bit heavy to be saying that Paimon's not a very good voice actor and spoils it for you, and then you meet other people and it's better. Like, Paimon is doing the job of what she's been told to do, voicing the character, I'm assuming. Like, I'm assuming she's doing a good job of that. I'm assuming it's the character, the characterization you're not happy with, but I can understand it. At the same time, like, imagine Genshin without Paimon in that early stages. Maybe they didn't have the sophistication of writing Paimon. After you've known a character for a while, you write them better. But imagine it without it, it would be dry. So I think Paimon's important, and as much as it gets a little bit frustrating at times, it's almost funny at times the way it gets like that, and it's cute as well, isn't it? It's got a cuteness that buoys everything along. She's very positive and not dour, makes you laugh sometimes, you laugh at her sometimes. I'd rather have Paimon than not, I'd say.
And a bit later on, the English dub can get amazing. But
And yet, the voice actors, right? In some games, you dub it into different languages, so you just get someone cheap to just read it in a different language. That's not the case in Genshin. Of course, I think it probably sounds great in Chinese and everything else, but I wouldn't understand what they're saying, so I don't know. And I can't ever know unless I learn Chinese. But certainly, the rap from Hu Tao was better in Chinese. But this English dub is fantastic. I enjoy it, yes.
over time, you are definitely gonna find some characters whose voices you're gonna hate.
Really?
Also, for some reason, literally every single person in my chat knew that the voice actor of Lisa is the same as Evelyn. I'm scared to learn how
Who's
all of you
Evelyn?
learned about this. Again, I have
Who's Evelyn?
to add that the voice acting starts a little bit lower, and then it gets better as you move away from Genshin 1.0.
I don't know if you'd count that lower.
Because
count that as lower.
Genshin 1.0 has an amazing feature. Nobody knows how to pronounce the foreign names.
Liyue, guiding us on how to run Liyue for the coming year.
To think I've lived in Liyue all these years and never come to see this before.
Liyue.
What
We
if
know
he
how
said?
to-
I don't know what
We know how to do it because we did that episode where we watched that person teaching us Chinese, didn't we?
he said, but he did not say Liyue.
Mondstadt is to freedom as Liyue is to...
Ah, look at his face. Look, he's playing it and he's got this smile on his face. Smile. Genshin makes you happy, you chuffers.
Liyue has a strong focus on business and trade.
You're saying Liyue way
The
too many
Liyue
times.
Kissing, the 7 leaders of the
They're just
7
saying it wrong every
enterprises of
time.
Liyue hold true control over Liyue.
What about Liyue?
It is super clear at the beginning they
Oh
didn't
my
know
God.
that Genshin would be a massive hit. So when it came to localization, they didn't even have a director for the English dub.
Yeah, that's
it is
smart.
obvious they just
That I find insane. That you don't tell people, say it like this.
took the script, they sent it to the voice actors, maybe gave them
Oh, like Lost Ark.
a few notes, and that was it.
And it's amazing to me, I always thought that voice actors had to turn up at a studio. But it turns out that if you've got gear like I have, you can get the gig. I need to be getting into voice acting, I swear. I'd do it. What I would do is I'd look to get the jobs. I suppose if you had to sign an NDA, it would be a problem. Maybe we could do it as a members stream, but I would want to do the recording session live on stream. I think it'd be funny as fuck.
Nobody gave them directions on proper pronunciation, and they just accepted it the way it came back. Which resulted in every single character pronouncing the name Liwe in a very different way.
True.
Anyway, yes, the voices get better
There's other words like that as well.
over time, so now let's move back to the story. Simply said, the story is very good. At least after you realize that it is written like an anime, which is very different from traditional storytelling. Normally, a classic story has a hero who has a problem, there is a twist, a solution, a conclusion. That's the base.
Well, you say classic storytelling, that's the hero's journey that you've described there. You say it's classic storytelling because it happens so frequently in Western storytelling, because like people aren't that smart at writing stories, so they just use like a sort of template that works, and then it's so repeated, like you're used to it. You say it's classic. It's not like someone said this is how we're supposed to write stories. It's just like, you know, the most common trope. But yeah,
form of writing a story. But animes are structured a bit differently.
How's that?
Most of them are about groups of people where everyone has unique quirks. And they band together and they fight big bad. And along the way they get a lot of princess is in another castle moments. But not only is that to keep animes running longer, but it also serves the purpose of giving the characters more room for a build-up. And any anime fan can tell you that build-up is very important.
it's a bit like the difference between, you know, Game of Thrones and Superman, isn't it? Superman's about Superman, but Game of Thrones is about all the different characters. So you can't just have a one-off film, you have to have a big series. I get it.
Because the payoff is what gives you the memorable moments. In animes, it is usually a big fight between two characters, both of which also had a lot of room to grow up. And I'm happy to say, after you realize this is exactly what Genshin is doing, you'll see that the story gets pretty good.
Well, yeah, I'm expecting my traveller character to eventually find her brother. You know, I'm assuming you're playing it as a girl, to eventually find her brother, and then have a big fight. Yeah.
And they also use the classic way to structure their characters the way animes do.
How's that?
Every character usually has a very powerful quirk, but they also have a comedic negative one.
Learning about animes here.
Okay.
In Genshin, this is something you'll
That makes
start
sense.
noticing after the first introduction chapter. And somehow they pull this one off really well for their
So
characters
personality
too.
elements.
So basically, it is one big anime, and it works. I assume that's why the Genshin anime was already locked in. Personally, without spoilers, I only finished fighting the first big boss, and I closed off the first chapter, and the cutscene you get after that, which starts the next chapter, immediately hooked me in. In fact, after that, the story started ramping up rapidly. And that's both on the serious side and on the comedic side. Remember, animes like to combine both to keep the story fresh throughout the entire journey.
True.
And for
Usually,
those
yeah.
of you who already know Genshin, I just wanted to tell you, I did the perfume quest. Oh
I can't
my
remember.
god. So far, Genshin
It's
Not
funny.
bad.
It's funny. I can't remember what he's on about with the perfume quest. I've done so many quests in Genshin now.
Oh no. Oh no.
doesn't seem to be afraid of big twists either. And from what I've been told, it gets even better.
Yeah.
Although I have to point out that
Peaks
throughout
in
the entire
Inazuma,
story,
doesn't it?
there are dialogue options. But 99% of them don't matter. And when they
Yes.
do matter, they only skip like a really boring short quest before
Okay.
the story goes back onto its rails. In most cases, your dialogue options only affect the very next sentence in the dialogue, after which it immediately snaps back. I would say this sucks, but for me, the fourth wall was already broken down by some other games. In fact, even though Mass Effect was always praised for its conversations, you would be surprised how often they do it as well. It is simply just
Oh, there are many cases where this is true. It doesn't matter what you tell the NPC. It's just like that's how they'll respond to it, and they'll just keep moving forward.
Yeah. But what it does is it
illusion
gives
of
you...
choice. Anyway, if you're like me and you're in for a good story,
It's the illusion of choice, but it's also like, you know, while you're having these conversations, you're reading the options and you're choosing which one's more you. You know, you're saying to your... like, it's not a big choice, but you're crafting your character the way you you want. And okay, there's no like real world payoff and change for that choice, but in your mind, in your memory of the things you've chosen, in the way you're playing your character, you're feeling like you're crafting and guiding your character. So instead, this is a choice deliberately, rather than watching the people talk, you're involved in the conversation. And it was a choice to keep you from being bored and just clicking next, to, oh, which one of these am I going to choose? I'm this sort of person, I'm going to choose this one. You know, it's a way of engaging you, literally engaging you. So it works, it like serves a purpose, but I would actually just prefer to watch I mean, maybe I'd end up complaining. It's got so many fucking cutscenes, but I just think, you know, I'd rather not have to choose which one of two absolutely arbitrary answers I give, and instead just watch it happen quick on a nice, cool animation. But yeah.
So far, I feel confident. It seems like that's what we will get here.
And you're supposed to be in an anime, aren't you? That's the whole point. Like, it's very anime, this game. He's just mentioned it as well with the storytelling. So, wouldn't it have been good to actually feature a lot of anime?
Anyway, nice. I should call out a really good feature for all the story lovers. The game allows you to replay conversations from all of the main stories at any time, which makes it very easy to go back and look for something you missed. But of course,
can you click this play button and she says, "Oh wow"?
Yes.
Yes? Oh my god.
If you know me, you know I like explaining the difference between lore and story. Where a story is focusing on an individual, but the lore tells you the story of the entire universe. And in this case, Genshin has some amazing ways to reveal their lore. You can find pretty much everything you may need in your journal. Not only does this act as an amazing model viewer, but
for me, it's just a list of how many villagers I've killed.
When you inspect each model, the game also gives you a large description of the enemies.
Oh, like Dark Souls.
This is where you can find some really interesting lore nuggets. But the monsters are not the only ones who get this treatment. You can also go to critters and find their lore too.
What the fuck?
This is amazing. I mean, these crabs have more lore than some forgotten champions in League of Legends. And after that one, how about we jump into the weapons? All of which get a short description, but then you notice there is a more button, which gives you a lot more lore.
Holy
and the same goes
shit.
for artifacts, crafting materials, and even food. Food has its own lore.
Of course.
In this regard, digging into the hidden lore of Genshin...
Dinner of Judgment? Bro, that's a chicken.
is not too different from the Soul series. So the reason why the universe of Genshin feels so rich is because it is combining the traditional styled anime story.
Do you know this is true as well though? Like when you're in chat and oh, you didn't see what time it is? Yeah, it's getting a bit late. It had to be a later one today because of how busy we were on YouTube, didn't it? Good luck today and good night. Thanks. I might not do too much on the gameplay. I might just watch some of this. I might save depending on the time that the game. You know, if we can do it tomorrow, I might do the event thing tomorrow because we've got Genshin to play tomorrow, haven't we? That's what tomorrow's stream's about. Because this is taking a while. It's already only halfway through. I'm enjoying it though. Yeah, we'll see anyway. Have a good night yourself. I was going to say this is like when you're talking in chat with all this deep lore and you know all this stuff, and to me I don't dig in so deep, but it's nice that it's there and it's interesting when you say it. So. It does add an extra layer of quality to the game.
Deep and mysterious world building from Software, both of which resulted in a pretty interesting world.
Shit.
And now I'm honestly interested to see what I'm gonna find in the future. But now, let's talk about how all of this world building shaped the world.
Okay.
For a game
And you bear in mind this person's only just doing Mondstadt.
that's all about exploration, of
Like,
course.
they've got so much more to come. That's so good.
Of course, it has to
It's like you've gone in the restaurant and someone's had their starter. Yeah, they've had their little starter and they're like raving about how good this starter is. Oh, you've got to try my food. Oh, it's so lovely. And in the kitchen, they're like, looking at the main courses flying out, thinking, wait till you're on the pudding, mate. Wait till you're drinking the coffee.
have an interesting environment. Because climbing and gliding are key parts of...
Can you get headshots with the
Yes.
with the arrows?
Every time, Asmon.
That's why
Every time, Asmon. Can you do X, Y, Z? If it's going to be good, yes, absolutely you can. Don't worry.
Aiming above them? Okay.
traveling, expect a lot of verticality. Whenever you look at the landscape around you, you're gonna see a lot of mountains, which not only serve as excellent vantage points to see all the treasures from, but they also serve to give you enjoyable glide rides. Besides this, the game also makes sure there is something interesting behind every corner, be it scattered ruins, monster camps, or entire cities. Again, this is by design to fit with the exploration. And here, perhaps the most iconic city is the very first one you get to see. Mondstadt. You have probably seen this one already, and it's funny to see how everyone is like, oh hey! That's the one themed after a German city. The design is so cool. Meanwhile, as a humble European myself, I'm thinking, that's just Central Europe. I'm from Prague, and like...
He's from Prague. I was going to say, like, I had this conversation a little bit during the stream.
I live here.
Yeah,
I'm here right now. Another part is how much the environment changed from region to region.
Where's all the Wendy's?
Right.
Where's the Wendy's? The fuck?
Now,
I've been to Prague as well. It's
another
lovely.
part is how much the environment changed from region to region. Unfortunately, I have to say the early regions don't really change that much. At first, you are in an area with green plains, and then you move into an area with slightly more yellow plains.
Okay.
It is only after
Exciting.
that you get some major visual distinction. Again, I am early in the game and I have only seen glimpses of what the game is capable of. And everyone keeps telling me that things go crazy a bit later on. At least early on, when you walk into the dungeons, you immediately get slapped with some beauty. And the final part of the world design is the graphical take. Yet again, it is no surprise that the visuals were borrowed from Breath of the Wild.
Yeah,
but
it
we
looks
shouldn't
really
underestimate
nice.
how well this works for Genshin. Even though some may think that this is a low-poly game with cheap graphics, the reality is exactly the opposite.
No, it's an anime game with little nuances.
Even though everything has a cartoony texture, the texture is always high quality.
Yeah, I think that people are going to use more of these. Like, you're going to see this art style be used more often, and we're already seeing this. It's the stylized graphics. I think they are less impacted by age, and they're also, in some cases, I would assume, easier to do.
Talking about World of Warcraft there, aren't you?
Which means that when you zoom in, you can still see all the details. But when you see something at a distance, the game can replace all the HD textured models with cheaper PNGs without anyone noticing. This makes it so that the game can save up on your GPU, because in this style, a flat image can perfectly mimic a 3D model. But I have to point out, this game is still
So that's kind of like what WoW does with like Torghast and Nama, except for whenever you get closer to it, you realize it actually is just a PNG.
heavy on your CPU, because it is constantly calculating
Yeah, in the
positions
tree.
in the world. I can talk about Genshin's graphics for days, there is honestly a lot to unpack here. Personally, I love the tiny detail where everything has an ever so slight outline, which mimics hard edges. This is the reason why everything looks like it could be part of a colorized manga.
Yeah, it's
anyway,
nice.
the key point is, these are all stylized graphics, which is something every game that wants to last long should aim for.
Exactly.
Stylized graphics simply age better. Look at WoW, League, and
There you go.
RuneScape. Compare them to games that try to go for realism 10
Yeah, Unreal. Yes, this is an actual PC game screenshot. I bet it is. Yep.
years later. So even though in Genshin's case the graphics just got accidentally good because they were borrowed from Breath of the Wild, the style is doing wonders for them, and it can easily carry them for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I would say
After
so.
which the graphics would slowly start showing their age, which is why Fortnite got an upgrade. And when it comes
Yeah,
to showing age,
that's what they'll probably
rest
do with,
assured, that's
with
something
Genshin.
music will never do. From what I've heard, when it comes to music, Hoyoverse is exactly the same as something like Blizzard or Riot.
It's going to go
Games.
through this now
The
at this
game
level.
may be good, but the music is always 3 times better. In
We're 40 minutes in. Okay, we're going to finish. We're going to keep watching it and finish. But I didn't know he was going to go about the music as well. I'm just going to say it quickly. Absolute triumph. I've got videos on Ganji Cuts where I'm reacting to the music. It's orchestral. It's done by some of the best musicians in the world. Like, played live by the best musicians in the world. Like, it's fantastic. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
Genshin, you're not gonna feel that at the beginning of the game. The
Okay.
music there is really good.
Yeah, but when
it
you
is
come
more
back, yeah, but when you come back and you hear the Mondstadt dun 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 dun. There's a moment when you're playing the game and it's gone quiet. Like it happens to everyone at some point, and then it just comes in with the bass note, the bass note dun 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 dun, and then the little twinkle dun dun dun, and you're like, fucking yes, Genshin Impact. Oh, it's so good, the music. It's so good.
Fairy, which is not the kind of music that becomes an earworm. However, a bit later you get exposed to some brilliance. So far, my two favorite tracks are Combat Beneath Waves, which I had to blindly listen to because it comes from a future area and I didn't want to get myself spoiled. And Beats of Water Drops, which starts with mystical beeps and boops, then the string instruments join in, and then the beat drops. Needless to say, I'm still waiting for all the beauty this game presents. And from the little taste I got,
I think a lot of games have pretty decent music.
No.
I can't wait.
No.
Just like you
like Genshin.
probably can't wait for the biggest thing of this game.
I even like New World's music.
The character design.
That was great. Yep, there we
A
go.
wise
Okay,
man
here we go.
once said, I know it, you know it, everybody knows
That's
it.
right.
They are doing it all on purpose.
They sure
It is
are.
all one pile of attractiveness to get you hooked on the gacha. And there
Well, yeah, I mean, they don't want to have, like, hey, here's our new character. It's a fat guy with a neck beard, and he throws Doritos at people. And it's like a new element. It's called grease.
Yeah, but diversity, please.
Well, yeah, people don't want that.
We do want some diversity, though.
is a lot of exposed legs everywhere.
Of course.
More
But the good
realistic
thing
body
about
shapes.
this is that the devs are absolutely self-aware in this.
Absolutely.
Which means that oftentimes they can play into it.
Did he say exposed legs? I don't find exposed legs to be extremely saucy. Like, people have legs. Do you know what I mean? Like, legs. It's the even more saucy aspects of it that I find a little bit more, you know, when it gets a little bit more saucy. There's a couple of characters who are particularly saucy in the way they're dressed, but, like, having legs. She's wearing a nice pair of shorts. Have you seen her knees?
It for comedic purposes. If you don't know what I'm
Comedic.
talking about, this game has 3 kinds of characters. Sexy ladies, skinny guys, goblins.
No.
That's it.
No, you got mommies, right? And they're the older ladies. And then you've got, like, sort of, I suppose they're a bit older than teenagers. I don't know what you'd call them. Like, you know, like Amber and Barbara and people like that who are not, they're not old enough to be the mommies, are they? But then you've got the little ones. Then you've got the little chuffers. And you've also got men. Smaller like Wet Boy, but bigger like Al Haytham. There's no little chuffers who are boys, and there should be. But yeah, you've got mommies, and then you've got mid-range, then you've got little chuffers. He's got that slightly wrong, but...
Also, everyone is white. There is no variety here. On one side, this is pretty sad.
Well, this guy's a little bit brown.
Oh,
This one is too.
come on.
Because sometimes I find some badass design on the enemies. And then I realize, yeah, I'll never play as that guy.
I did say, didn't I? I said it recently. Playable for TUI as an option in the future. Like, no reason why you shouldn't be able to, as some kind of, like, clever extra bonus thing. Grab a couple of these on your squad, even if it's not for full open world gameplay, if it's just for certain dungeons or areas. Playable for TUI, yeah. I even imagine a crossover between a sort of classic Genshin character and a Fatui character, a bit like Child. He's already a bit like that. You know, you can have a few more of them with these big hands, and because the character models are already in the game, and that helps you to get that diversity in the character models for the playable characters as well. So, you know, no reason. They've got the same sort of elements as well.
On that topic, one very popular anime trait is a very old, jacked up guy.
Right.
Come on, Genshin, at least give me that. On the other side,
Yeah, see, that's what I was hoping for. Like, there's got to be at least one big beefy dude, you know?
Who is this now that I'm seeing that I don't have here? There's the Coco Goat here. And who's this? That's Eula, is it? Looking a bit saucy there as well. And then Hutawa's got her legs out, I suppose, but I didn't think of it that way, as like sauce. I thought of like this sort of style, you know, was more saucy. But don't forget, on this picture, you've also got Venti, Kaya Kazuza, Zhongli, and Benny here. They're not all little saucy girls, are they? Nice. There's a variety on your picture there.
One Giga Chad.
we have to give them credit where credit is
Giga
due.
Chad, Zhongli.
Even though Genshin locked its characters in a box with some really hard limitations for the designs, somehow they still managed to make every character look unique, which is an insane achievement. Then again, I only quickly glanced through all the characters because I don't want to get them spoiled.
Okay.
Also, I expected like 20 characters. Genshin has like 60. I haven't seen that much, but even so, all the characters
Holy
seem to have
shit.
interesting designs. For example, I've seen a lot of characters wearing skirts.
I wonder
Because
why.
I assume it synergizes with climbing. But
You can't
some
get
are
up there
Yeah.
and get that chuffing thing, can you?
wizards,
does.
Some are knights wearing armor underneath that,
Mm-hmm.
and some are...
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that one. Except it is definitely a unique design. Anyway, another limitation of the designs are the weapons. There are only 5 types. A sword, a claymore, a spear, a bow, a book.
You know, how much more kind of, gameplay weapon choice do you want than this?
That's it. All the characters have to fit one of these. If there is a character with a shield, they are only ever gonna use that shield when they are using their abilities.
Okay.
Outside of that, they are primarily a spear user.
So there's no guns.
Yeah. Nor should
There's
there
not
be.
like a machine gun, a grenade launcher, a sniper rifle, like an M16 AK-47.
No.
No, okay, that's...
So the shield is not gonna be permanently out. I find this extremely limiting because that means there are no hammers, no staffs,
True.
no guns. Even though you can fight enemies that
I
have
felt this way about New World. And also a little bit kind of this way about Final Fantasy. It's like sometimes I'd want to play a warrior in my Dark Knight, but I'd want to use a mace or an axe. But like all warriors use axes, all Dark Knights use swords. There's like 2 exceptions.
I could say yes about the axe, but the issue here is that that's not been picked up on here, actually. Not been put through this video, that I would have put more of a flavour on, is that it's Chinese, it's Kung Fu. Look back across the history of Chinese media and culture and the big films and, where mangas and animes come from and the ideas that are in them. These different stories you're talking about, Kung Fu stories. And in Kung Fu, there's a great tradition of using certain weapons, swords, spears, not hammers and guns. So I'd stick with the tradition of Kung Fu and the way these weapons work in a sort of more scissors, paper, stone aspect. The minute you start having guns and stuff like that, it just becomes ridiculous.
all of these. At
Because
least
guns trump all weapons, don't they? Like, it doesn't matter whether you're a sword or a spear, maybe an axe could be in there, but like a gun, don't get silly.
I can confirm, because there are only 5 types of weapons, the devs can take
Wait, that's 9 weapons and a fish.
Yep, the fish. Fish's sword.
No, that's a fit. That's a fucking fish. That's not a weapon.
Here it is.
That's a fish.
their time with
You ain't
designing
getting it,
some
though.
really
It's the
cool
claymore?
looking weapons. Also, I
I
noticed
see.
that a lot of characters share the same action animations, with
Not
only
really.
their special abilities and ultimate abilities changing.
They're similar.
Except for the 5 stars. 5-star characters have unique animations on everything.
Smart.
And speaking of stars,
5 stars, that's the gotcha thing.
I think it's time we tackle the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
The whale in the room.
The gacha system. When I decided to play this game, I knew very well what I was getting myself in.
So this one right here, remember the video that we watched?
The irony.
Your tools are your weapons.
The irony
Remember
here,
this?
The irony is that Asmongold is there just watching the Hu Tao banner go past. This guy's made his video under the Hu Tao banner. Maybe he did or didn't get Hu Tao. He's been new player during Hu Tao's banner. I've got my Hu Tao, thank God. But when Asmongold learns that what he's watching there go past on that banner is probably one of his most ideal sort of characters, a kind of enrage warrior. He's watching that go past. Oh no.
Remember the video that we watched?
Oblivious.
Remember this?
It's Hu Tao. This must be in VR chat. What was that?
2.2 million views.
I'm doing it wrong. I should be in VR chat pretending to be
Despite
Utal.
never seriously playing a gacha game before, I knew I had strong will when it comes to spending money, but I still braced myself for all the predatory systems that might try to lure me in. After all, that's what gacha games are known for.
How many times, if you hit pity timer, or sorry, if you hit a 5-star, does it reset your pity timer?
Don't get in
Yes.
on the gacha
Oh, that
now.
sucks dick. Oh my god, that sucks dick.
And as I played, I found none of it. Now don't get me wrong, the gacha system functions on the very definition of gambling addiction. And that
Yes.
is still here. But
That's how it
outside of
works.
that, the game functions as a very good free-to-play game.
Okay.
Yes.
You honestly don't have to pay for anything.
I still
And please
don't.
don't.
I don't know how they added a character into the gacha whose name is literally Kaching.
Ka-ching,
Like,
it's cool.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
How the
Ka-ching.
fuck do you do that? How do you
Chinese.
do it? It's literally called Kaching. Are you fucking kidding me?
It's Chinese for we've got your money.
thing. And I decided to prove it by beating the game without ever paying a cent. There
Same
were
here.
definitely
Okay.
points
Me
where
and this
I
chuffer,
thought I
right,
found a
in a way, I like feel a little bit jealous in a way. I'll be honest, because like, you know, I should be making this video. Asmongold should be reacting to me. Everything he's saying, I agree with. I've said it over the last couple of like, you know, my whole experience here with Genshin Impact is being mirrored in what he's saying. But in another way, I'm just really glad that someone's out there saying it, like, because I couldn't get enough my ass to do the damn video, could I? But like I've been cutting things like this. I've been putting them up on Ganji Impact and Ganji Cuts. I've been doing the good work, spreading the word. Channels, Ganji Cuts, videos, probably popular. Talking about Genshin Impact, reacting to Asmongold, watching Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is art beyond my wildest dreams. I've been, you know, talking about Genshin Impact and saying how good it is. You know, absolutely, yeah. So I'm really.
edge. But every
agree.
time I snoop around, I find out that there are no
And
real...
it's funny, like we're bros in this. Me and this chuffer, whoever this chuffer is, like Asmongold's reacting to Nakrit at Nakrit. Is that I agreed as well with myself and my Genshin Impact money spent 0-0, didn't I? Agreed that with myself and with you early doors. Stuck to it. It's right. I've got my Kaching. They didn't get my Kaching, did they? I've got my Kaching for free.
predatory catches. For example, around the world there are big statues that heal your party. But these statues can only heal you for a limited amount every day.
Never
and I
noticed.
thought
Okay.
that was the catch.
That sounds
This
dumb.
would be the time limiter that would lock you into waiting unless you pay. But
Yeah.
nope, one of the core mechanics is cooking, which heals your party.
Oh.
Not to mention that a lot of characters are healers after all.
Oh.
Then I thought that the
Never
moon
run out of healing.
thingies would be the predatory block. And
Yeah.
while I believe there is a way to bypass it with money,
Okay,
farming those
good.
materials doesn't seem to be a crucial block. Unless you are at the very end of the game where you likely already beat the game. It seems like all you need is just a little bit of patience and
I think what I'll probably do is I'll probably play the game free to play until I think that it would be more entertaining to whale.
This is the problem. With me, it was I'll play free to play until I come up against a paywall or a problem, like this guy was suggesting, and then I would say to the audience, oh, here's the block, here's the paywall, this is the problem, it's the healing or it's the this, but you don't feel that at any point. So Asmongold will have no compulsion to be any more than free to play, like any of us have no extra compulsion, except as he says, it's more entertaining to whale. And the reason Asmongold is a top streamer is because he's not just playing free to play, just, you know, bit of fun here and there. He's saying what would be the most outrageous, interesting, extravagant way to play Genshin Impact, and what would get the most interesting stream, you know. Whaling, of course, is an option there on the table, and until it would be more, and I think it would be more entertaining. So until I think it would be more entertaining to whale means at some point he thinks it will be more entertaining to whale. So at some point, because he's not got that ethical, moral standpoint of I want to see what it's like to go free to play and sort of prove it. He wasn't making a like science experiment to prove that Genshin Impact is predatory at the start or whatever. So he doesn't have any of those concerns. It's just do whatever's most fun. do whatever makes the best stream. And if I'm a bit bored and it's just going a bit slow, right, we'll start whaling now. Let's get in the gacha system and have a bit of a play on that. Like, and also he's got all that money so that he doesn't have to worry about it in the same way as I would. Like, if I was spending money on Genshin regularly, I'd worry about it from a financial security standpoint because I'm not that well off. But if I were sitting on loads of money and it was just going to make an interesting stream, it's not so much about whether I'm giving them the money and it's a bad system and I should be spending it in a different way. If I'm making content with the money, it's a good investment. And if you're Asmongold, it's a lot less of an opportunity. You know, like the opportunity cost and the money he's like, it's not going to hurt him if he whales out a bit on Genshin. He can afford to drop $5,000 on it and just so what, you know. Whereas I can't. So differences of opinion there, differences of feeling. I just hope he won't go there with the whaling. But obviously, I see that he will one day, and it'll be interesting to see. I suppose I'll be a bit jealous to see someone play the game free to play for a bit and then just say, oh right, I didn't get Hu Tao, did I? Oh, but I can get this one. Ka-chink, chink, 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 chink. Be a bit funny in a way. I suppose, yeah, you know, at least someone gets to do it and we get to see it on stream. It's not so bad. But mixed feelings about whaling. Mixed feelings about watching him whale and promoting it as a concept.
Doesn't even matter. What's also important to mention that Genshin is quite a casual game.
I can see
There is
that.
no PvP and you can beat
No, for me, like, the reason why I started doing it in Lost Ark is because it just wasn't fun to watch somebody farm Chaos Dungeons over and over.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that simple. It's boring.
Yeah.
So I just skipped it.
So I created a skip mechanism, but
most
also a
of
more
the
interesting
bosses
stream.
with any character and
Yeah, I
any
get it.
gear. Unless it is time limited, which means you need damage. So while you can definitely say that these mechanics are pay to win,
Yes.
you don't feel encouraged to get into the pay to win scheme. Because you are not forced into competing with anyone. So
Does this game have any leaderboards?
No.
Like, are there any leaderboards
Well,
in
maybe
this
there
game
are,
at
but
all?
I don't. Nobody cares. No.
No. Okay. Yeah. Then it doesn't matter.
At the end of the day, all the traps around Genshin Impact are laid around pulling characters. And unfortunately, the hook of this game is so good that once you pay once, you're gonna pay again. It
Yeah.
simply encourages you to go for more. They have pity mechanics, which means that even though you got nothing from the pool, the next time you buy, the chances are higher.
And of course, the problem is that it's ongoing forever. Like, as we saw, it's quite difficult. I'm getting quite towards the end of the free stuff that, like, I've got nearly all the characters 4-star, like nearly. I've got quite a lot now, free to play completely, but getting all the 5-stars. But let's say I started paying money and I was doing that. Then they release more characters and then they release a new thing and I have to pay more money and more. It's like Hearthstone. Like, Hearthstone's great if I was a card collector. Like, I went into it thinking I like collecting cards and playing cards, and, you know, I never really had a lot of Magic the Gathering cards when I was a kid, but could have a go at Hearthstone. It might be fun. I want to see what it's like, a free-to-play card game on the internet. I want to see what it's like. So I went into that like that, and then before you know it, it's like £500 a year to, like, always keep up to date with the new cards. It's like a subscription of, like, you add up how much money you spend on all the new cards every year, and then that's your subscription every year for Hearthstone. That's what it's got down to. Like, it could be the same with this, you know, if I want all the new stuff and I want all the big characters and I'm just going to pay the money, just tell me how much it costs and I'll just pay it you once a year and then that's it. You know, and I get all the stuff. Could look at it like that if you're going to go that end of it, but I'm happier on free to play. Much happier.
This is
I think, like, I mean, obviously, like, Rich spent, like, tens of thousands of dollars on this
Fuck.
game. I think Tectone is into the,
That doesn't matter if you're a millionaire or not. Tens of thousands of dollars could have gone somewhere else. It doesn't matter whether it's made an interesting stream or what have you. I'm sure over the time of streaming, Asmongold will be able to attest to this, that no one particular thing, although, you know, today Nicola Bully's tragedy has helped to raise my profile on YouTube. Like, we go for a longer period of time than just a few weeks and a few days, and it's not one video and one, like, something helps you to pop off, but if it wasn't for that video, maybe you can do another video and do something different. You got to keep consistent over time. Like, you know, tens of thousands of dollars gone into this. Okay, you might have had a good time, a bit of a good stream, and now we're talking about it all these days later, all these years later, but I still think, Jesus, what could that have done? And if Rich has got loads of money, like, you know, he's obviously got enough to deal with not being on the internet anymore, being a streamer, because he was doing a rape, didn't he? I shouldn't laugh at that, but, like, Jesus. So, or maybe he didn't, you know, don't sue me, but tens of thousands of dollars of his went into that game. Could have gone somewhere else. Now, Does it matter to Rich and to people that play Genshin and to the stream people whether it went into that game or not? Like, no, they don't care. That's the past. It's gone. Doesn't matter. It's gone into the bin essentially, because you're not going to get and do anything with it. But what if you'd used it for something else? Like, you could have actually done so much more with it. So I would really worry about anyone spending, even if you've got millions of dollars, that's still tens of thousands of dollars that could change someone's life.
The 6 figures into it. It was nuts. Absolutely fucking nuts.
That's lawyer money.
Yeah, Tecton, yeah, 300K? Oh my god.
You see what I mean? And now Tectone, I don't know who Tectone is really, I don't watch them, but now that I've learned that about them, I don't want to watch them. I find it doesn't matter how rich you are, you're the person that put 300k into this, and I just think of it as such a negative, such a mistake, such a almost selfish act, like to the point where I find it disgusting. You know, knowing that there's people out there that can't eat, 300k into a video game. I don't care how good your Dillick is, I don't see what you've done that for. Like, oh, but I can also help other people, and it's just an additional, I get it, you know. I'm not saying Tectone doesn't do anything for charity because he's spent 300k on this. I'm just saying that, like, oh, it just seems, from some perspectives in life, watching people spend money in certain ways just seems almost, like, disgusting in a way. Like people with the Nicola Buddy stuff, like we were talking earlier as well, like, you know, it's almost not the done thing, it's almost crass or lacks class to be talking about somebody on the internet when, you know, they're going through this stuff and all that business. But at the same time, like, you know, it's just a thing on the internet that people, this is very similar, I suppose. You know, to me, it's all about context and about who you are and how much money you've got and what you're doing. But, you know, people spend 300 grand making media, easy. You know, you spend more than that making a film, don't you? Making a game even, you spend more than that. But to me, somebody spending it on some streams or just some fun and they're a streamer and they've got it to throw around, it seems really, like, misplaced. But, yeah, 300 grand, oh my God. And the idea is as well that you can spend it. And even then you're not finished. Wait till next expansion. Let's have some more, please. Like, there's never a finish to how much money you can spend. So it's literally just a money hole. And, like, if you keep pouring money into it, some people can get up to 300 grand. Wow.
Oh.
This is how these games function in general. Statistically, it was proven that all you need to do is pay once for a game. After that, you are much more likely to spend more because you already feel invested in the game.
You break down those barriers.
And this is why Genshin is extremely dangerous.
Yes.
I think Asmon was going to say something different to what he said there. He said you feel invested in the game. Once you've made that first financial investment, you've already started spending money. So, like, there's this idea of, like, you know, you're partially invested in it, so you might increase your stake in it in that way. Sunk cost fallacy, where you've spent so much, you might as well keep spending, because otherwise the bit you've spent seems wasted because you've spent it, so you might as well keep spending. And then, but Asmon was also saying about breaking down the barriers, that I've had this problem in Genshin, is that I can't buy any stuff because I signed on a PlayStation. It wants me to use that as an account to pay for things. Great. It means it's more difficult for me. I can't just swipe. It's not easy, so I'm not spending. But the minute you log on, type in your email address, and then you turn it into just a button. I can do that on Blizzard now. I can press just pay button and paid money. Oh, it's done. Easy. So the idea of getting you to spend on your phones, where you can go beep on your phones, beep, like that. Like, that's how your money comes out. If you have to open up your wallet and count the money and do it, it becomes a lot more real. It's a lot more like there's a step in the way. What if you have to type in your name and fuck about? Then I can't be arsed with that. Oh, forget it, I won't bother. But turn it into a little button, get people over the line. You've already done that once. It was very painless and quick. Do you want to do it again? Yeah, that first spend is the icebreaker, they call it. The icebreaker.
If you pay for a bad gacha game, you're an idiot. But Genshin's design is legitimately good. You are likely to feel justified to spend money in this game.
True. I actually said at one point that I feel like the developers deserve my money because I've had so much fun in Genshin, and I feel a little bit guilty for taking it all for free.
And that's where you need to be really careful. But again, I am a living proof that you don't have to spend a cent. The base
You
gameplay
are.
makes
You are with your level 20 Diluc. I'm the living proof. Money spent 0-0. I'm the living proof. I'm the living proof. I can't even point to it properly. I'm the living proof. I've got a solid squad. I've got loads of cool stuff.
it a really fun RPG.
You in your pajamas.
Without spending.
I'm not a fan. I still think they should have like laws against like buying things in video games that have like uncertain outcomes. I think everything you buy in a video game, it should have a very definitive outcome. Like
I think that you should buy the video game or subscribe to the game or whatever it is, the premise, and within that you get all the content, and within that you get all the reward. So it's not that you have to spend a certain amount of money and hope that you get all these characters. It's that I spend $13.99 a month. I will unlock these characters if I play the game. Like, it's all in there in the game. Like, the sword comes as part of the quest, not a random drop rate for a sword, or maybe I get it and maybe I don't get it, or the gacha or anything like that. Like, I pay for it and I get the content, not behind paywalls, like necessarily separate paywalls. I'll buy this, buy that in the shop. But the game is paywalled, so now I've bought that. Everything else is behind content walls, and I can earn it through content, leveling up XP, rewards for in-game achievements, quests. You know what I mean? Unlockables.
if you spend $10 in a game, you should know exactly what you're getting every single time, and that's it. There should never be a gamble. There should never be you buy a ticket to do a gamble, or
What about Pokemon? The whole thing is like, a bit of a gamble, isn't it? Whether you get a shiny and this and that. Like, there's some random number generation in that. Like, part of the game could be gambling, part of the game could be random number generation, but the idea that you could just go in the shop and buy the thing, it's behind money. That's the way you get it, is behind money. It seems like alien to me, because there's no real shop in the game. Like, you have to go out of the game into the shop to get this thing. Like, the immersion of what's in the game should be that you rewarded through your in-game activities, not through going out into the shop and swiping your credit card. So that's, for me, like, I understand that RNG, like, gambling's a funny one, because I'm totally against gambling and I wouldn't gamble. But RNG in a computer game is like a core principle of certain aspects of games. I imagine there was no RNG in Hearthstone, and because you'd paid your money, you knew which order your deck was going to be in. Like, it'd be strange.
you buy resonance or something like that, as like, or crests like in Diablo Immortal, it should never happen. There's no value, there's no improvement to the customer experience. All it is simulating gambling. There's nothing good about it. And the reason why every company does it, though, is because it works.
Wait, you hear those words he said? Wait to hear them echoing off his 50th artifact run, because it's very similar concepts. But I totally agree with what he's saying, and I also think what my point I'm making stands as well.
Works really well.
Any money. And on top of that, I can mention another cool thing. To buy wishes, which are the core gacha mechanic, you spend a currency known as Primo Gems.
Primos. I'm going to have to quickly take the bathroom break, so I'll let this run. But what he's going to explain here, of course, is that you get those primos through hard work in game, and like you essentially, you wish for free, I guess. I hope anyway. I hope.
Which you can get a lot of throughout the game for free. It literally comes from everywhere. Opening chests, doing challenges, doing quests, doing events, claiming achievements, reading tutorials.
Those are all one-times, though, right? Usually achievements and quests and chests are one-times.
Logging in, scratching your butt. Anything you do gives you Primo Gems.
That's the thing,
and I
yeah.
believe that's by design, so that you engage with the gacha system often.
Right.
That way you are more likely to pay.
Well, it's like if you have, the thing is, like, let's say you have 9 of the polls, but you need 10, like maybe you buy the 10th one, right? That's how it
Seems like
gets
the
you
game
into it.
gives you about 20 pulls per week, which is honestly fine. Now, I am aware that some of these are one-time claims.
Or like 20
the
pulls a
chests
minute.
will go away, just like some of...
Okay, we've got points to make here. One-time plays. It doesn't matter that these are one-time only chests and they don't respawn, because they put in new areas. So by the time you've exhausted and picked through and got every primo, there's a new space to go through. So one time only, but another place for a one time, and another place for a one time, and another place for a one time. That's better than having the same place with just repeatingly spawning chests. So it's actually better the way they do it. And then on top of that, they're saying, all right, you give you 9 pulls, and then the 10th one you need to be. Yeah, there's a bit of I've run out of pulls and I wanted more out of the Primo system. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. You know, if I don't get Dare in the next, if she comes out in the next expansion, I've not got very many Primos now because I just got Hu Tao. You know, there's a bit of that in free to play, but I don't actually think it's that, and I don't think it's to keep you engaged with the Primo system, to keep you engaged with the gacha, to keep you going there so that you might spend money. I don't think it's that. It's to make sure you've got enough Primos over the course of spending enough time that you can have a good go on that gacha system. And it's just like let's say you couldn't put any money into Genshin Impact, you couldn't spend a penny, they wouldn't accept it, and you still have Primos and you still have the gacha system. Is it not still fun that I got a different character to you, and I was hoping for this, and I did a grind and I earned my Primos and I guaranteed it because I went to Pity, but on this one I had to skip it? And which character's your favourite? Which one did you roll for? And I rolled for this, and did you get lucky and get it in your first pull? Wow, that's amazing. Those feelings are all still there because you want the characters on your team, and you can't have it all. So there's that feeling of scarce resources, of choices, of a bit of luck, RNG, boss runs, repeating runs to try and get the materials, but in World of Warcraft it might be weapon drops. Like, that's all. And imagine you couldn't spend money on that and it was just in the game anyway. There's an argument to say it might be fun. When you were a kid, I've repeated this point in many different videos about Genshin now, but in this, you used to go to, like, they had Lucky Dip where I come from, and it was like sawdust in a dustbin, and you put your hand in and you put it in, you might pull out a toy, and that's the toy that you got, and I might pull out a car and you might pull out a rubber snake, and like I might want a rubber snake and instead I got a car. That's what I got a car. Like, I don't have 10 goes on the Lucky Dip until I find the snake. I just got a you got a car, I got a snake, you know, whatever it was, you just played with your toy. So I'm not going to bang on about that over and over again, but you understand what I'm saying. Without money, the gacha system could still operate within the game. They reward you with Primos, you go and, like Chuck E. Cheese, you go and cash them in, and then you roll for the things you want, and then some other things come up and you don't roll for that because that's not what you want, and you've all got a chance to spend your Primos in the way you want and go for the thing you want, and you can actually guarantee it if you save up enough. So that would still work. I think, obviously financially, yes, it's a gacha system, and yes, there are whales wailing out on that gacha system, paying hundreds of thousands of dollars because they really love all this stuff. It's like their biggest thing. They've probably got loads of money anyway, hopefully some of them, because, you know, I would hope they're not putting it on credit cards. But actually, saying that, Darkside Phil wails out on WWE Champions. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on that game, and he hasn't got the money for it. So it can be a gambling trap. It certainly can be. But let's say, you know, for the healthy whales, for those that have got the disposable income, and even though I'd find it a bit egregious, decide to spend the money on this game. Maybe they also help people as well, so I can't critique them for that. But, you know, they throw some money around on this game. You know, people go in the casino and throw 50 grand on black and just walk out, oh, I lost it, whatever. You know, they open up Genshin Impact. And as a wealthy business tycoon or oil tycoon or someone, and they open this up and they say, oh, I'll just drop 50 grand on and have all the characters, that'll be fun. You know, and what that does is it pays for like 50 grand's worth. Imagine 50 grand's worth of subscriptions to World of Warcraft. Do you know how many players that would be? Like, that one whale pays for all of us so that we can play for free. So I don't mind it's that much, as long as I can control myself and not end up spending loads of money, and as long as I can accept and not be upset by the fact that I don't have all the 5-star characters, then I can enjoy it. And it's the world, and it's the gameplay, and it's all the stuff. And I've got 5-star characters. In fact, I've got more than 5 of them now, I think, or 5, maybe 6. But I can have all that for free. Like, remember, we're talking about a game that's like Breath of the Wild, but with all these extra systems on and all that for free, and it's ongoing and it keeps going. So I think I'm getting a really good deal out of this. A really good deal. And I suppose at our end of free to play, like, when you think about it in terms of value, like, unbelievable. That steps up then to another echelon. Like, the gacha system makes it so that if you're lucky, and not everyone gets this, but some people do, and like, good luck to them, I suppose, bless them, although it does kind of peeve me in a way. You know, if you're lucky, your first pull could be 2 5-stars. It's not always going to be the case, it's never likely, but sometimes it can be the case. So at least that's nice for some people. Overall, though, your lucky's going to average out, and everyone's going to get this. Like, you do enough, flip the coin enough times, it ends up 50-50. Yeah, the statistics end up bearing out, don't they? Your luck averages out over a long period of time. So whilst you might have got that one wonderful pull on those 5 stars that once, it's not going to always happen consistently. So overall, we all get a very similar sort of experience where we get some characters that we really want, we miss some that we really want, and that keeps us really wanting, doesn't it? So when they come around again, we can have another crack. And that's kind of okay. It's like a reward system that doesn't burn out too quickly. Once you've got everything, it becomes futile, becomes useless. I've got all the 5 stars, they're all C6s, what do I need now? Nothing. So what's the point in grinding? Oh well, I don't know. For me, part of the gameplay is the levelling up, is the acquiring of these things, so the game in itself is this. This is part of the game. And finally I would say about that I don't think at our pace, free to play, you can quite finish. As long as they're making new content, bringing new characters into the game, I can't quite ever get to the pinnacle of this mountain of every character at free to play. That's fine. That means I'm always grinding primos, rolling banners, getting new stuff, finding it cool and exciting. And not only that, but it was a choice of 3 different things. I couldn't have them all, so I had to choose which one I wanted the best, which one I thought was the coolest, and I went for that one. And so it becomes a little more personal, and also you get what you think is the best. You know, you make these choices, and I'm not, you know, not just rolling on any character. I've got Klee and Hu Tao, and you know, I'm pretty happy with my squad. You know, it's cool. It's cool. So there's an argument why Gacha might actually have some positives, even though of course it's like purely horrific gambling, horrible, nasty, detrimental.
The already set down quests or achievements. So I asked around if it is just a bait, if the currency flow will slow down later, and the majority of people told me no. It seems like the late game will have other systems that will help you with that.
Sort of, but remember, you're getting confused about late game. This isn't going to stop. Like, they're going to keep making new areas. You haven't even left, I think you've done Mondstadt and Leeway, have you? Like, there's going to be more areas, more areas, more areas. And by the time you get there, like, you're going to have to go through Inazuma, Sumeru. And I'm saying this, I started 2 years late. I think there is a point, if you push hard, that you can catch up. But by the time you catch up, you're only waiting a week or 2 weeks maximum before the next big thing. Maximum. And events take up that time. I haven't finished the events that are on now. I'm a streamer, so I save most of it for stream. But like, your commissions, your dailies, your card game, you're not going to be catching up overnight. Don't worry about that. So you're always going to be offered new places to gather primos and new events to gather them in.
True that at the beginning you get a bunch of wishes for free to try and hook you in.
Yeah.
But after that, it seems like there is still...
Not just to hook you in. I agree on one front that it is... I'm defending this now, I can't believe it, but not just to hook you in. That is the case, it is true. But also the case that if you use those free wishes, you get Noelle, that's guaranteed, and she's an important part of your squad because she's Geo and she gives you a shield. So it's to give you certain things for free. They give you a lot of primos at the start to guarantee that you will get some characters so that you will have your Genshin experience. And I got Wet Boy, and I got Lisa, and I got... who was my first 5-star? I think my first 5-star was Chi-Chi. But, you know, whatever you get, you might get slightly different characters. That makes up the way you run the game and your squad, and everyone gets a slightly different, unique experience. It's actually quite clever. So it might be to get you hooked in, but it's to get you hooked into Genshin, not just the wish system.
A nice and steady stream of Primo Gems. So
Primos.
again, you really don't have to pay for this game to enjoy it. So all you have to do is calm down your horny side. What also helps is that by law, the game has to tell you what chances you have in your wishes.
Yeah,
if you
that's
want to
cool.
do your homework, this is the formula for all the drops. Now, before we...
So based off of the math that I see here, it looks like it's going to cost a lot of money.
$2,000 for a C6. 200
Yeah,
for a character.
it's going to be a lot of money.
move on, I have to show you something that happened to me. I keep saying that the gameplay is fun and the combat is amazing, but that could be because on literally my first ever pull in this game...
Oh, there we go. Don't show me you got D-Luck on your first pull. Like, I've seen other streamers get this streamer luck. I've seen other streamers get streamer luck, like get amazing pulls. Like, you chuffer.
This happened.
I got 10, I know. What do I do now?
Is
And it's
this- I
funny
thought-
because they don't understand what it means to them.
Oh, that's smart. So you get the, you can do it for 8. Oh, wow. 10 pull is always better. Yeah, guys. In case you didn't know, always do 10 pulls, guys. Never do single pulls. Single pulls are for, like, peasants or peons. Always 10 pulls.
Where do I click? Click wish. Wait, so I wouldn't get her unless I would go to this page specifically and do the wish.
Oh, they
thingy?
got a yellow one.
He's got 3.
Wait, what did I do?
He's got Sucrose. She's a 4-star.
Did I...
He's got more. He doesn't know how many she's got here.
What's happening? Did I pull some... What's happening?
You've got Sucrose. You've also got Noel. 3. He's got 3 of them. Look, and this will be Dylan now.
So I guess everyone is guessing what character I got.
Oh, what?
Oh, that's
That
a
would be-
very cool guy.
That would be
Oh,
perfect.
wow.
For Asmongold, that would be perfect. But Asmongold should have been wishing on that Hu Tao banner. That Hu Tao would be really his perfect character. But, you know, and this will totally change your... He's right, this streamer. You know, he's had a real good fun time because he got Diluc early. I had a really good fun time because I got Wet Boy. It's a different type of fun. I like my Wet Boy. I've grown to, you know, really enjoy my playstyle with him. I was freezing a lot of people. I got Wet Boy and Lisa, and that meant I was doing loads of... Rosie. Wet Boy and Rosie, and I was doing loads of freezes. So you do get a Claymore, you get your frozen Claymore early, but this is a cool one that Asmon would like. So imagine Asmongold does this and gets Diluc. He's having a whale and a blast, and it's great. Not a whale, but a blast. But imagine Asmongold doesn't get this, and instead he gets Diona or something in his first pull, and he's out there running around with an icy bar. He's not going to have the same experience. So it is determined in a way by this luck aspect of these pulls. Of course, you do get certain characters deliberately. You know, you get Amber and you get Noel deliberately to tick a few boxes.
That's a guy
Lucky
with a big
Chuffer.
sword!
Lucky
And it's on fire!
Yeah, I need to play this.
0.6% chance? Dude, I've been grinding
0.6. Holy shit. Out of his first box.
WoW. I've been grinding mounts that are 0.1% chance. This is fine.
Yes, apparently I pulled one of the most desirable characters in this entire
Wow.
game. From the first 10 free wishes you get.
And please note that most desirable character is a male character and not a waifu.
And I quickly found out why he is cool. The damage is not really a big point here. No matter how many stars a character has, it should always be somewhat balanced. So that doesn't matter.
No, 5 stars do a little bit more, have a little bit more. They are a little bit better. They are a bit more DPS based. They have a bit more. But it's the game that balances you because of your level and because of how you rank them and which sword and artifacts you get. They're not quite as powerful. Even though you've got a 5-star early on, they're not some super powerhouse because you need to get them all this other stuff and you're still grinding all that stuff. But you have got someone slightly more powerful there.
I just quickly found out that a lot of the obstacles the game sets in front of you can be solved with him. Some puzzles need you to spread a lot of fire around.
Okay, early game, yes. They give you Amber to teach you about this, don't they? To teach you about how some puzzles can be solved with certain elements. They give you an Amber, a fire character, and then obviously there's a lot of fire involved. Go on then, you bum. Little doggy bum. There's a lot of fire involved. So, yes. But later on it won't be so much the case. Like, other characters will come to the fore. But yes.
Well, he has a big fire AoE.
That's
When
convenient.
you are mining, a small sword mines a lot slower than a big claymore.
That makes
so
sense.
of course, this guy has a big sword.
Oh,
Which is why they give you Noel early.
shit.
When you are mining unique stones, you need a big explosion to crack it open.
Well, we need
so
to
of
get
course,
this
the
guy.
big sword also causes big
Yeah.
explosions. Also, in this game, the character's
They said he gets
movement speed
replaced?
is based on their gender and how tall they are.
Uh-oh.
Taller characters are faster than shorter ones, and the male character is faster than female.
I didn't know it was
Of course,
sexist.
this is a tall dude. So yeah, a pretty cool character on my first pull, after which I did a second pull. But I still feel confident you don't have to pay. You get free pulls anyway, and the game is a blast regardless. Lastly, I can mention that this game also have skins. At least I think so. Throughout the last 2 years, they did not release a lot of them.
It's
I
funny,
wonder if-
actually. It is really funny, because for a game that's supposed to be predatory and monetization and all that, these are only available through money. You can't win them in the game through play. Sometimes they come out in an event, in fairness, and I have got my Ein Immunactron for official. I have got that through an event. But in the main, it's through spending these little in-game shop crystals, buying them with cash. But yeah, they have not exploited that, have they? And when you're thinking about waifus and the idea that these people love these characters, like physically want to see them dressed up all sexy, like why aren't you making like 10 sexy costumes for every character? It seems weird, that, actually.
it was just not that successful, so they are slowly backing away. But that's it for the game, so that takes us to our final destination, the community.
Oh,
Here I have
these are the...
And this is where lots of people have said that Genshin's toxic, but I have not found it to be toxic in any way, shape or form, so I won't have it.
people on Twitter. I know about this.
Talk about my own experience. Ever since I started playing Genshin, the Genshin community embraced me.
Brilliant.
And people seem to really love watching someone experience what they already know for the first time.
Yes.
Once again, my views on Twitch more than tripled.
I don't get millions of viewers, but I tell you what I do find, absolutely, I totally agree with, is that the people I do get are really helpful, really positive, like non-toxic, the opposite of toxic, whatever that is. Really lovely people, and people tend to, like, instead of wanting to watch me play something with spoilers, they haven't seen it, like me do it first, like first brand new event, new thing, they'd rather do it themselves and then turn up and watch me do it after, like, do you know what I mean? No spoilers, second time round they'll watch. Whereas with other games, people are more likely to want to watch the brand new up-to-date content on day one, watch somebody else do it, more likely than in Genshin Impact.
That's
Which
a
is
lot.
something I did not expect. This is simply insane to me.
It's lit.
And since I'm having a blast, I think it helps the overall situation. Also, I learned about the memes like or lament, or balls. And as I'm going through the story,
I know the
people
last
keep
one,
spamming in my chat
but I don't know
walls
from
of
Genshin.
anti-spoilers. Thank you guys. And people are totally fine with me experiencing what is referred to as 1.0 moments. Which means glitching through the early dungeons, glitching through the floor, and experiencing stories
they have
where
that
the
in Tower
characters
Fantasy.
don't even bother with finishing their sentences.
So,
Who dares trespass on my mountain?
That
Oh,
is
they
quite a
have
big
that in
spoiler.
New World.
Excuse, can you stop having strokes? Can you finish your lines?
Foolish mortal, come forth and receive your punishment.
Can you finish your lines?
If I got
It's
a
'cause the
quarter for
animation
every time
cuts
this
in.
happened, I would have 6 quarters. Which is not a lot, but god damn, why did it happen 6 times? So yes, I have to say, the Genshin...
It's the difference between dialogue, everything being written as dialogue, and having an animation play. And when it cuts back in, you're already stood in the zone, so it cuts off the speech. Do you know what I mean? It cuts into the animation because you're already stood there. It's like a problem between those two things, but it's okay.
community is kind
The Genji community, the Ganji community. If I just put my finger there, look, the Ganji community, the Genshin Impact community.
of great. But for every 1,000 people, there is that one guy.
Is there?
It's
I've
the
not met them.
guy who...
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the people in the Genshin Impact community,
Maybe it's
I
me.
remember whenever I tweeted this out. Let me see if I can find this here. Asmongold, Genshin. And as you guys can see, it got 22,000 likes.
Just the word Genshin Impact.
And people were very positive. Oh, God. Yeah, people were very positive about it. They were really happy. Like, there was obviously a few other people that were not, but overall, I would say that the community was positive towards me as well.
It's time for the 6 Invitational.
You chuffing community, I want you to watch more of my Genshin Impact, you chuffers, and like, how come he got 3 times the views and I don't, you chuffers? But no, yes.
Then-
In fact, theoretically, I do get 3 times the views when I'm playing Genshin Impact.
It's
3 times more than 1 is 3.
And it's kind of funny how, unlike in League, the toxicity comes from a...
I'm only making a joke there, but also I have noticed that on Ganji Cuts, for example, I made little cuts of all different things I've done on my streams, like little short clips on here. And if I go home, I noticed recently, it's dropping off a bit because I did these clips, right? Black Belt Barbie, Japanese Emergency Prepper Kit, Ganji discovers Figma action figures, reacting to Zelda Nintendo Direct. No one gives a shit. This one, Genshin Impact's most expensive stuff on Amazon, 800 views. They're where I'm hitting the numbers. Genshin Impact swords on Amazon are cool, 1,000 views. And then actually I hit a wall where they switched me off on YouTube. I got like shadow banned for some reason. It was just like, no, we're not suggesting that much anymore. But other things here, not so many views, but Genshin and Asmongold in the same sentence, lots more views for me. So it does turn out that, like, whether it's the support of the community directly as a streamer or more people watching my videos, Genshin Impact is better for me in terms of content creation numbers on the Clips channel for certain. And putting Asmongold in there, it helps it immensely as well. So, strange. I mean, Asmongold's got it all, hasn't he? Like, he's going to be playing Genshin Impact, and he is Asmongold. So, I'm even talking about him now. So, hopefully, this when it goes up on the Ganji Clips channel, you know, we'll get a few views. I could do with that, you know, being a supplement to my main content here, this Ganji Cuts channel, getting some views. But yeah, interesting that is, isn't it? Very interesting. So I see that as positive community support from the Genshin Impact community. People that like Genshin watching the videos. That's as, I don't have to all, like, you know, gather around and buy me a hat. Just the fact they're actually watching the content is good. And that's what that guy was saying. His streams got more views. My videos get more views. I'd like it if my streams got more views, but not there consistently every day, 9 to 5 playing Genshin, am I? But yeah, I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy. And I agree. I suppose I agree. I didn't find any toxicity
around the Genshin player base. It does not come from within, which is something I'm definitely not used to. Those who actually play the game are fine with it. So just keep that in mind if you ever get scared.
Interesting point. People who play Genshin like Genshin. People who don't play it say, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, oh, it's waifus, oh, it's gacha, oh, you're silly for playing it. But the people who are playing it are not giving anyone any shit.
The Genshin community. Just don't.
I don't think it really fucking matters, man. Like, it's like the Final Fantasy community has weirdos, the WoW community has weirdos, I'm sure Genshin has weirdos, like, every community has weirdos. And the thing is, the bigger the community is, the more weirdos it's going to have if it has the same percentage of weirdos. That's just the way math works.
Fair enough.
To Twitter. That place is a hellhole.
But Twitter
which
in
is
general
why
is
I'm
bad.
using it the most, I guess. But overall, I learned that people either really love the game or they really hate the game. There is no in between. And I'm curious to see if my opinion on the game changes over time. But that's really it. So, let's sum it all up. The game has some really good points. Gameplay is great. Combat is amazing. Story is very good. Besides PC...
In fairness, this is a really good video explaining Genshin Impact to the layperson. Like, this is probably very much the similar sort of group of points that I would have tried to cover. I would have made more out of certain aspects. But they've covered some other aspects really concisely and well, where I might have spiraled out of control and ended up talking forever. I've talked over this now and like doubled or trebled the video length, but I think it's a really good video that explains what Genshin Impact is and does well, and I think this person has clearly had a good time doing it. What's quite important as well is seeing, you know, a gamer like yourself, like somebody who enjoys games and has an open mind and has played a variety of games, seeing this person. I saw them with a smile on earlier. I could tell they were enjoying themselves. I can see they're speaking here about something that they've enjoyed. In coming weeks and months, they'll start to become passionate about and see this deeper level, hopefully. Because for me, there's a lot that hasn't been said here about the art and the culture that's displayed within the game, the richness of certain ideas, and then that emotional pull where you go through certain aspects of the game and you actually feel emotional. The love that goes into it, some of that detail has maybe been, but then they're not that deep into the game to start to get to those moments, are they? But Leeway has a lot of them, and it gets deeper and it gets better, so I hope they notice some of those aspects of it as well. But yeah, really good video, yeah.
I also played Genshin on both PlayStation and mobile phone. I
noticed you've been playing on PlayStation, but mobile I've not tried yet. But
you on PS5, the game looks gorgeous.
Does Genshin have autoplay?
No,
on my
I don't know what
phone,
that means.
I could do dailies on it. But
on your phone you can do dailies, but you're not really enjoying it. Okay, but I've never tried, but it might be interesting.
Recommend a full playthrough on your phone. When it comes to the bad stuff, so far I am in the early game. and I noticed there is not a lot of challenging content. I was really hoping there would be some kind of a Dark Souls challenge, but from what people tell me, apparently there is not.
No, it's not that challenging, but there are moments where you feel challenged, and there are things to work towards, you know, improving. You generally in games with RPGs, I guess you just want to feel stronger and keep getting stronger, don't you? And I was always trying to push those numbers, and then you push the adventure rank and you push the world rank, and the numbers go up for the enemies, and you keep pushing the numbers, and eventually that just evens out a bit as well. But there are some challenging moments, enough to make it feel like there have been moments, definitely, while I've been playing Genshin Impact, where I thought I've got to concentrate here, otherwise everyone dies. So enough to make it feel real, but not real, but you know, enough to make it feel a challenge at times, but not so much that it's. I don't want to play Dark Souls. I want to chill, and so I'm happy with the pace and the level of that. Yeah.
Every problem can be.
Look, Genshin is not made for people that are super serious.
Well, serious, yeah, not super serious, I guess, but, you know, I would say I'm still quite a serious gamer. I have a very high standard for what I want, and even if I pay 40 or 60 quid for a game, and it turns out to not quite meet those high standards, I'll be like, well, I'm not going to waste my life playing this. I've played enough games, I've seen them grow and evolve and change, and I know where the qualities lie, and I'm a very sophisticated a connoisseur of games necessarily, yeah, because I've played, not just because I've played so many, that's just one aspect of it, the consumption, but I've looked into the development, I've watched the GDC videos, I've spoken to game developers, I've interviewed game developers, I've made a documentary about game development and indie game development, and then on top of that I've had all these conversations with people on stream and while I'm doing streams, and you know, yeah, I'm in this ballpark, aren't I, this world of like people who make videos and talk about it, so a bit of a connoisseur, not the super expert, you know, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I'm not gonna, like, you know, sit down to a load of old slop and just put up with it. No, I've got high standards, and Genshin meets them.
Not what the game is for. Now, if they put a few bosses like that out in the world, I don't think it's a big deal. I don't care. I don't think, who gives a fuck. But they probably just don't want to do that.
Fixed with money, even though you really don't have to. And every time I did find something challenging, it was challenging because I was
way leveled. Yeah.
So in the future, I'd really love
not just that, not just because I was lower level, but sometimes things have different mechanics that require a different approach, and when you get used to it and you learn the attack patterns and when to defend and when to attack, it becomes easier. So there is a bit of just simple learning about it, but sometimes it's about style and approach, and quite often it's about a combination of characters and elements. I mean, don't tell me the Oceanid, regardless of level, isn't a right chuffer sometimes.
Optional harder content.
And it does balance out the level, so it's never about this is over leveled and I need to come back when I'm stronger. It's sometimes about that, but because the level of the world increases with your character level, you know, it's like stepping, it's going up, you're going up, it's going up, you're going up. It's maintaining the same sort of parameter. So there is gameplay involved in success.
But who knows, maybe the end game is gonna surprise me.
There's no end game.
Also, the only really scummy thing that you can find in Genshin is that it heavily relies on FOMO. There are events which are really cool,
like every single
but the content from those events will always go away, which means that entire storylines for some of those characters just vanish.
There it is.
It's usually not stuff that you can buy that goes away, but it's always stuff that makes you log in and hopefully engage with the gacha system.
And you want to earn up those primos, and you want to wish on the banners that you want to wish on. Yeah.
For example.
But all the people that you want to wish on, even if you miss them, they will come round again. And, you know, hopefully you've got the primos then. It's just you can't... What I found about the FOMO... I didn't find it so much about FOMO, fear of missing out. I found that there was a problem in that what I would rather do is instead of... Like, I wanted certain characters like Klee. And then I had to wait until they brought out the Klee banner. Like Hu Tao I've been waiting for months. And it's not because I didn't earn the primos, and it's because they hadn't brought out the banner. I thought that you'd like get, let's say I earn 10,000 or whatever it is, like 28,000 primos. I should then go in the shop and say, have my primos, give me what I want off this list, like a menu. It's not that. You have to wait for them to offer it you, and then you can grab it. So that's that aspect of it that I found most difficult, but yeah.
Well, there was an event where you could get Aloy as a character for...
It does annoy me that I don't have this. It actually does annoy me that I don't have this.
leveling up your adventure rank.
Oh, that's cool.
A few weeks later, the character became unobtainable.
Ooh.
You didn't have to buy anything, you just had to log in and get tempted by all the new stuff. This is something I'll get better opinion on as I keep playing the game. But from people I learned that FOMO and events are a big drive for Genshin.
Like that fish sword.
Another thing I haven't experienced yet is content drought. I've heard that right before I tried Genshin for the first time, there was a bit of a break between content.
No. I don't agree because I was playing it at that time. Maybe because I hadn't finished my main story, but I don't really feel that. I feel that the events, even if it, you can still, okay, main content maybe, but the exploration of the area, the grinding of the chests, the depth. I mean, look at what's going on within Azuma with Inuka-Buka and Anuka underneath there and all that, and the world quest and the side quests. And is there a content drought ever? I think it's hard pushed. I think you're hard pushed to really claim that. Really, you might not enjoy some of the events. You might clear them off quickly this week, and then you've maybe got like a week between that and today. I was expecting to finish off tonight's stream, maybe we'll do it tomorrow, to finish off the sword fighting event, and it turns out that they've overlapped it with another event that I've only got 10 days to complete. So I find it really hard to agree that content drought, but yeah.
I feel like content drought for a lot of people, it's like, number one, it's not an MMO.
And in an MMO, they go, like, the thing is, you compare it to something like World of Warcraft, where you actually subscribe to the damn thing, and like after about 2 weeks of the new expansion, everyone's done everything. And like there's nothing to do, you're on endgame and everyone's just churning over the same thing again. This is not like that. You can't talk about it in the same breath, like in terms of content drought. You just simply can't.
Number two, just play another game.
No, it's not like that, because you log in daily, don't you, to do your stuff. To do your bits of content every day, you log in daily.
There's so many people that want to play one game and then make it to where that one game will never run out of content. And guess what? Blizzard did that in fucking Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands. Is that you can play the game 24/7 and you will never run out of things to do. And it was exhausting. It was awful. Let people finish.
That's a good point, and I actually agree. I've said it a number of times. You've surely heard me say that. Me and Asmongold are on the same page there.
But of course, I won't see that because there is a lot of new content there for me.
Yeah, exactly. He's saying there's been a content drought, but he hasn't experienced it because there's no way you can experience that as a new player. Yeah.
I wonder if I'll also run into that issue later. Finally, because I am constantly...
The thing is, by the time you run into that issue, that week or two where there was a bit of a content drought, you're already backed up with so much content that you glide over it and don't notice it as you go through that content because you're looking forward to the next... by the time you hit that week in your gameplay, like, there'll be more content released, so it won't matter to you. Even if there was, now there's not. So.
In Genshin, I'm doing all the grindy stuff off stream, so I can always save.
Exactly the same as me, yeah. We absolutely got the same frame of mind to this, yeah.
The main story for content.
Yeah, sure.
The main quests are supposed to be locked behind the adventure rank, which you're supposed to get by doing a little bit of a grind with the exploration. And of course, I'm doing all the grinds behind the streams. So I have not hit a point where the story would tell me, go off and grind. So far I managed to stay ahead with the adventure rank.
Exactly right.
Tectone says in chat, the problem is the content that gets added to Genshin isn't real content. It's walking around barren wasteland picking up resources that they try to force you to do summons on characters that you'll never get. And will get power crept 2 patches later anyway. Yeah.
That's a really... I don't agree with that, but that's a really cynical way to look at it. The content is you have to grind up all the materials to level up your character, and then by the time you've done it, the new character comes out and it's better. I bet if you're paying for this stuff, if you're buying all the brand new characters, it feels a bit like that. Because the new characters have to have this power, don't they? This, like, power creep is... They get stronger every time they make a new character, because otherwise what's the point in having the new character? I got the new character, it wasn't as good as my old character, so I just left it in the bin. No, it has to be stronger, so my Nahida has to be in my main squad, so she's going to be really strong. And then when the next character comes out, it's going to be even stronger, so Nahida has to go in the bin, because you're only having 4 characters in the squad. So that's the accusation leveled here, but I think that's a very cynical way to look at it, because all you're looking at there is like numbers, power, stats, DPS. You're not saying who do you enjoy weren't the stories good? Isn't it great to have them in your squad? What about your Wanderer? You know, it's just like very, very cynical. And from someone who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this game, I find it an extraordinary, harsh judgment. There's so much joy in the game, and you've removed it all by spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now you're cynical about it. I suppose, you know, you might be saving other people from wasting their money on it, because if you go down that road, you're angry because... I suppose you're angry because you spent loads of money on something, and then next month it can come out that there's a new character and it's better than yours, and we've all got it because we saved up our primos.
I've been spending years doing that in WoW. That's not too big of a deal.
Yep, it's not too big of a deal.
Yeah, no, I'm going to see. I'm going to play it, and I'm going to see for myself.
This Tech Zone chuffer made it sound worse than it was.
That's right, yeah. Every MMO works that way. It's the same as, like, remember how Nick spent, $18,000 on Lost Ark to do Argos? You spend $18,000 to kill a goat. That's way too much money to kill a goat. I tell you, you kill a goat for $100. It was not that much. Yeah, you buy a goat, kill $100 at the most. And he's like, probably, I bet Nick's item level is like, it's probably below one of the Hyper Express tickets now. Whereas, like, look at my item level. Remember how I was like 1490 and I had like best in slot gear?
Yeah.
And then the new stuff came out and it didn't matter? Yeah, same thing.
6-star Hogan's my friend.
Experienced the downsides of everything being locked behind the
So
adventure rank.
the thing about that is, if you're
Tecton-
spending loads of money, then the new stuff comes out and you feel bad because it's better than your stuff that you just spent fucking loads of money on. But if you're not spending loads of money, then you're happy with the stuff you've got that's good because it's good because you're not spending loads of money and it's free and it's good. And then something else comes out and you've saved up for it and you get it and like you've got something really good. And like that'll do you because it's really powerful. So it'll do you for a good long while. And then next month something better comes out, but you can't afford it with your primos. You're saving up for the month after or the month after that. So it doesn't really matter. You know, it's not really a big deal because you're not missing out on anything really. You're only just like, what does this power creep mean anyway? Like, it's not like your competitive advantage over someone else. You're just playing the game, enjoying your stuff. Which character did you like? Oh, right. Oh, did you go for that one, did you? Yeah. Are you angry next month when there's a different character that's different to yours and other people enjoy it? Yeah, angry now. You're missing the point.
Is actually talking a load of shit. Is that right?
And that's it. That's my first impression of Genshin Impact. I came here expecting some really bad stuff.
Same here,
Perhaps
yeah.
a bit of predatory stuff.
And
I just found an awesome game that I missed. I will definitely stick around for the anime story. And I might make 2 more Genshin videos. One where I review the entire story, and a second one to summarize my entire journey.
Good luck.
I mean, so far, I only got through 1.0, and look at this monstrous video.
Yeah.
I still strongly doubt...
That's exactly how I felt. I was like, when do I make this video and how big is it going to be and what am I going to be able to do with this? And in the end, I just thought, look, I've done so much talking about Genshin, reacting and playing and what. I'll just do the clips and put them up, and it's like a whole channel now. Ganji cuts, you know, all sorts of things about Genshin along the way. Yeah, all sorts of things. Making one mammoth video might feel a bit beyond me. Maybe one day we get an editor to help me with that. I can edit it, but I'm making content all the time on the streams, doing other bits and pieces, aren't I? So that was really good. I really enjoyed that video, and I'm really looking forward to Asmongold playing it. Oh wait, there's more. There's more. Okay, I'll let
I will become a full-on Genshin content creator. I don't have the experience with the world for that. Genshin was supposed to be just a one-time stop on my journey to explore all sorts of video game stories.
See, my ultimate goal is to play all of these games so I can farm all of their controversies for content on YouTube. That's my goal. So yeah, like I have to know enough about the game to know why the game sucks. And
really important, Asmongold is a very smart fella. I don't actually, I see it as a bit of a joke what he said there, but I also agree with the principle and the idea. What a smart idea. Have a finger in all these pies, and if something comes out in the news about Genshin Impact, you can talk on it. You can make an Asmongold cuts on it. Yeah. I like the fact he's an authority on MMOs. I don't play all the MMOs, but I vicariously get some experience with them through Asmongold. I enjoy his take on life. his frank attitude and his honesty. And I actually think he's got some decent values going on somewhere down the line. He's managed to come out right. Quite like Asmongold. Big fan of his. And look forward to his interesting takes on any controversies that might arise around Genshin Impact. Hopefully it won't be controversies, hopefully it will just be joys, but yeah.
I can create videos about why it sucks, or react to other people who made videos about why it sucked. It's that simple.
At the end of the day, I am really glad I picked up this game
missed a
because
big
it
one in
opened
Genshin?
a whole
Yeah, I heard so.
world for me. Which is more than Nintendogs ever did for me.
I hated that shit game. I actually hated Nintendo.
Hello there! Thank you for watching. If you have any other suggestions
link you
as
guys
to
a video.
what other games I should be exploring in the future, let me know in any way.
Okay.
I think I'm getting closer to those.
Are we done, yeah? We're done with that. Let's get it off the screen. Because all I've done is talk all day now. Like, it's been a big day for me, actually, doing all the stream earlier and talked all day today. I'm supposed to be taking my tablet today, I can't forget that. What I do want to do, though, is actually play some damn Genshin Impact at some point. How long's the stream run now? 3 hours. 3 hours. I knew that was going to be long, but 3 hours. Warrior Spirit ends soon. We better get on with it then. We'll do some Warrior Spirit. Always click the wrong thing. Always. Warrior Spirit. Now, the other day, actually, I should show you this. Warrior Spirit duel. The other day, I went in the duel, and it was a chuffing little doggy. So we've got to see this.
If you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk?
Oosh. This is a doggy that we're going to fight. I need to do it on pro and defeat it within 75 seconds. So let's see if I can get that done. But this is a doggy. I wanted you to see it before, you know. For anyone that wants to, Snippy's is in chat there. Doggy, look, check this out. They did this. They've done it. They've decided to do it in the game. So it's their choice. There he is. Look. It's not easy. Yeah. Got to try and charge up my special. He's hitting me. Okay, I've charged it up. There we go. I hit the doggy, knocked it over. I don't think I'm going to get this done in the time limit that it wants me to for the rewards. But this is the I'm losing it. I'm not going to be good for gameplay. Like, I'm not going to be good for skilled gameplay. Being as tired of streaming as I am today, I'll already put in like 7 hours. There's the doggy now. Okay, quick. There we go, that's good. Beating up this little doggy. Big one. Knocked it over there. Am I going to get it in time? Press the wrong button there. Oh, it's hitting me proper now. Okay, I'm up. Let's go. You can't do much damage, but when you get those counters in, that's what builds your special meter. And that special meter is what knocks the doggy over. This is the doggy boss battle. Sith battle. That doggy. Oh no, I'm nearly dead. I'm gonna die. There we go, got it. Challenge complete. New record. It just wanted to walk. Let him win. He's got a little hat. That's the doggy battle. Like, what an incredible thing to put in. The rest of them are all like sword people, but they had a doggy in it for the duel. Like, whose idea was that? I've got no idea, but well done. I've got to do it again, but win within 75 seconds for the Mora. I haven't been getting all the top bins slots here. When does it actually finish? How long's it got on it? 3 days. Oh, it's okay. We can do it in the weekend. We can finish it this weekend. And there is also this matter of the quest. Now, what's happening in the quest is that the chuffer with the socks,
What they say?
Ayaka, Kamisato Ayaka.
It's true.
I haven't got her, but where is she?
Wait.
This one. She's wearing little socks. She is nominated to be the swordsman or some shit, and they've had a vote, and they voted for a special costume she's got to wear, and it's going to be like some fancy dress costume. So the next part of the quest is going to be that we go there to do the sword competition, and she's wearing fancy dress. So, like, that's all set. I do feel a bit tired now to be doing. I'll tell you what I have to do. I'll tell you what I have to do is I have to do my commissions and my resin. So I'm going to do that now while I'm here. But once I've done that, I think I'll be a bit tired. I just wanted to walking. I think I'll be a bit tired for a full, story time Genshin stream. So
Rain outlines your fate.
we'll just do some chilling, some of the dailies. It's been quite a remarkable day, actually. Like, going back to all the way around to full circle and to talking about what we were talking about earlier about success on YouTube, which it's small, but it's a big step forward, isn't it? I'm aware of what it potentially means, but I'm also not putting all my eggs in that basket and saying,
Life goes on.
if that doesn't
Sacred
turn
name,
out to be,
fortune preserver.
like, let's say tomorrow YouTube decides, oh, we don't like this Nicola Bully stuff, it's too close to the bone with murder and stuff. We're telling people on YouTube they can't do that anymore, and then all of a sudden I've lost all that. Like, it's okay. I'm a variety content creator on YouTube. Let's say I'll make another few videos next week about a different topic. Let's say, let's say Greta Thunberg goes up to the Antarctic and we're really interested, the Arctic. We're really interested in what she's doing in the Arctic, and she's got a big boat up there, and then there's a big thing going on, and we cover that for a bit and have a little look at that. And some people don't really care about that, and they're like, oh, go back to doing murders. Or not, I don't do the murders, but you know what I mean. Like, it's going to be okay. Like, we're going to have some success on YouTube, and the big peaks, like every time we get this bigger peak, it then is going to ease off. Like, it's not going to stay at this height. Like, even if you have a really successful video, you can't imagine that your next one are going to increase. Like, there will be a point where you're growing, of course, and some people might have incredible success, absolutely. But at the even at the higher end, you look at people like Jake Paul and stuff like that, you have to do increasingly more extravagant things to maintain that growth, don't you? So it can't always go up. And what I'm hoping for is to, let's say 10%, like we've got a new 4,000 new people have watched the stream, and let's say 10% of that, like, out of 4,000, it's like 400, isn't it? So, like, let's say I get 400 new subscribers, that's quite a lot, that's solid, that takes us up to the monetization level. And like, let's say like 400, 10% of them are solid core, turn up every day, that's 40 new people a stream. That's quite a lot, isn't it? So I'm thinking in smaller numbers consistency wise, but that 10x, we're getting up to 1,000 views a stream. 1,000 views a stream is quite good, better than 100. And then the next jump is to 10,000 views a stream. And if we can go to 100,000 views on some things, that'd be awesome. But I don't see that as consistent forever. But yeah, it was good yesterday. It was good today. And whilst it will ease off, I'm going to keep trying to make content that keep those people happy for the next couple of days, maybe a week or two. I don't want to be the Nicola Bully channel, obviously. So it will ease off at some point. But yeah, like, reflecting on it, and I don't know what I was about to say there, really. I was just thinking that it feels like quite a big step, but when you step back and when you take, be cool, step back and be cool, observe, be cute, then just, in 10 years' time, I might say, do you remember that day when we had that big jump and that really marked the start of things taking off? I might say that. Or I might say, you know, over 10 years, there's been lots of stuff that's happened. And I remember that day thinking that was going to be the most important day, the biggest day, and then see what else happened after that, how naive I was. So you got to be careful. Anything, ups, downs, sideways, just... I'm poised. I know that we're getting somewhere with our content creation. I know that we've got somewhere with our plans. I know that we've proven, and hopefully, you know it because I've proven it. Say we're going to do something, eventually get there and do it. But we do. Like, we move forward and we make progress. So, like, hopefully it will continue. Yeah. It's been a big day, hasn't it? It certainly has been a big day. Certainly feels that way to me. This dude's got his shield up. Just need to wet him up. Come on.
No, my sword.
There we go.
This might hurt a little.
Let me weave you a verse.
Let's get him done. I've only got 3 people on the squad. Genshin Pro that I am. Wrong elements, mate. Clunk, 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 clunk. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Don't underestimate the clung. Clung's what makes it all worth it. Clung, 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 clung. And Eye of the Storm. Eye of the Storm. Don't mind if I do. Just going to heal up. And I've got a bit of a strange squad on, but it is what it is. I've got Rosie, Chi-Chi, Nahida, and Jinkui. I've been doing some domain running, the Pyro domain, so I'm iced up.
Faster?
But it'll do.
Okay, faster.
We'll do the damage, we'll get it down on the floor. When we get it down on the floor, we'll smash it to bits. Eye of the Storm. Hello, Eye of the Storm. Have you ever considered... Have you heard the good news? Why the good news about Jesus Christ, of course. It's not even going to come down for a fight. What's it doing up there? I'm not climbing up there. You've got to come down here, you chuffer. Hey, does it want me to put on amber? I'll put on amber if you don't, you know, if you're not... If you want to mess me about. We can all mess me about. We can all have a push and a pull, but don't say I didn't warn you. At the ready. Can't even get the chuffing shot off. There we go. Have that. Have that now, you chuffer. Now you'll come down, won't you? Yeah, all the way down. Come on. Think you're clever. It's gone right over there, look. Wet. Everything's wet.
Fries.
Fries. How about that, though? Didn't expect that.
Grow, grow, grow.
Did you? You didn't expect that, you big chuffer.
Hey,
Big
go
storm. Look, put the Baron Bunny on top of it. Quick, get it, get it, get it. Bow! Yeah. Nearly dead. Don't escape me now.
No one escapes my sight.
No one escapes my sights. Pow! That was brilliant. Look at that, she shut it right down. Pow! Pow! That's what you think of that. That chuffer that we watched their video, they weren't maining Amber, were they? Amber wasn't in their squad. They've made a mistake. Biggest day followed by an internet outage, your prediction. It could be possibly like that. You know, like I said, got to take the rough with the smooth as well on shit like that. Like my hurty gums or, you know, anything could happen. And like, God forbid, you know, serious... Like my career and my life and my financial stability, I suppose, are important. But like they take secondary place to like, you know, your dog went missing. Or like, you know, look at that story, Nicola Bully going missing. Like missing. Obviously they know where she is, but... some people don't think they know, but you know, tragedies can happen, and everything else pales into insignificance, doesn't it? But, yeah, I feel today the main feel I have is like really grateful and like almost like it was kind of meant to be. Like, I said, do you know what? This is weird. I said to Steve this week, I was talking to Steve off camera, just, you know, after we do the podcast, I give him his money on PayPal and we have a little chat. And I was trying to give him a pep talk. He's got the COVID, so he can't follow through with anything this week. But the pep talk I was trying to give him, because Steve doesn't monetize his channel, and he's on That Being Said podcast, he's on Thus, that I'm getting him to do, and he's got his own channel, yeah? And he hasn't released a video on his own channel for a number of months. And he's got things on the editing board, and he's working on stuff, and they're big, long things, and it takes a long time, I get that. But I was talking to him about, like, seeing himself as a media producer, whether he wanted to make money out of this, to make it sustainable, to be successful on YouTube. He hasn't monetized his channel, and yeah, Steve's got COVID. Look, check it out. This is fun. This is funny. This is what we got in England. This is when you've got COVID, you have this. You have that, look, the self-test kit. I've done one of those before, and it came up positive the once. You do the self-test kit. Look, he said, might have to miss the next few podcasts. Sorry. When he feels up to it, we'll get him back on. But when I felt rough, we did a podcast, and I felt so rough I could hardly hold it together. So I know what it's like. So he might not be on Monday. But you got the same test kits, yeah, fair enough. They probably come all around. They've gone all around the world now, haven't they? I just wondered whether they would, like, you know, whether every country had their own different style of test kit, maybe. But at least he's not pregnant. Yeah, couldn't get much wee in that. Didn't get much wee in the little bottle, did I? Didn't manage to. It's very full. That little bottle full of wee. Yeah, so I was talking to Steve basically about his content and his channel. Really, like, this isn't a private, like, or, you know, private thing that I shouldn't say. This is just, you know, I'm talking. Steve of the Dead. Like, it's funny in a way, because when I started making content with Steve, he's got 2,000 subscribers. So in a way, Steve is like further on in terms of subscriber numbers, got more views on a video, and I was smaller, like a few hundred, little smaller person. Like, to the untrained eye, like, it looks like Steve, I should listen to what he's got to say about how to make content, shouldn't I? Like, he knows more than me. He's got more views, bigger channel. But actually, I've been doing it for a long time, and I've got other channels. Like, in total, like, you know, I've got hundreds of thousands of, like, thousands of views in total. Like, if you total it all up and put it in a big pile, and even some of the channels aren't that big, but, you know, 20,000 is bigger than 2,000. But you add it up in a pile, and I've learned a lot over the time. So what I was talking to Steve about was, I don't see me being bigger than him. I don't see him being bigger than me. I see us as being content creators. But here's a content creator who has got a following of people who think he's really interesting, really like a good person, and they like his content and the things he talks about and the way he talks about it. He's got a degree in forensic psychology. He makes videos. Generally, the majority of these, like, last 10 videos, last 12 videos, all about DSP, using DSP as a subject matter, but it's talking about ethics and psychology, and it gives you a bit of an insight into the way Steve, like, which side of the fence he's on in terms of certain ethical things as well. You know, the way we critique Phil for being a bad chuffer is because we feel like he's being a naughty chuffer, and, like, you know, people should be good chuffers. So, like, for me, there's loads of ticks in loads of boxes there why this content is worth, it's got value, it's got worth. Personally, I would have, you know, and I have said to Steve about, like, what we do on Thus is, if he wants to make videos about Phil, that's fine. Like, he can do what he wants. He can make as many videos about Phil as he wants. But I need him to talk to me about these wider issues, like, get his brain on some more broad topics, because, like, I want to know what, like, his expert opinion is on things like Madly I McCann or Nicola Bully or whatever, you know. He also wants to make content about broader topics. So in time, I'm sure he will start uploading videos, like, after he's done this next one about Phil, and he's got the other one about Phil off the chopping board. He's also got, like, if you go down in these, he's got some playing games like we all have on our channels, but there's a bit of a time here where he did Are Video Games Addictive? A psychology video essay, and the social psychology of the Fire Festival, which these are really good videos, really well interesting, good videos, and he gets a lot more views on his Dark Side Phil stuff, so I can understand why not only does he enjoy it, but he gets a lot more views on it. But I actually think in the long run, yeah, like, okay, still do some Phil stuff, but in the long run, let's say a really good Fire Festival video which that's a really good Fire Festival video. Social psychology of the Fire Festival, interesting. That's almost like H Bomber Guy stuff that, you know, we look up to and think is great content. Like, Steve could be a bit more broad and a bit more consistent, be making more content. And like, Steve has the opportunity here to be like a well-respected and liked and successful content creator in the YouTube psychology world, I think. I think that's a fair way to say that. Synergistic us two. Yeah, I think we do a good job together as well. I think it does help, like, having people that you can bounce off and, you know, create conversation that way. Yes, yeah. It's like being in a band. You know, different voices. You know, I keep saying about different voices. Give me some time, but it won't just be Steve. And it won't just be like, oh, we've got like a black girl in a wheelchair because we need a you know, alternate voice. But we will get another piece of this jigsaw puzzle that, in its own interesting way, brings something to the plate. Like, again, like thinking of it like food, you know, another ingredient in the mix. And they've got to work together. They've got to synergize, like you said, yeah. And like, give me some time. We'll make more of that. We'll get more people. But so Steve has a point, mate, here to make though. Like, I was talking to him about his content and how, like, it's 3 months since his last video, yeah? He's on the That Being Said podcast. That's twice a week. I'm asking him to do our podcast once a week and maybe a midweek bit, something else as well. What we've kind of talked about is maybe doing something where we have a chat, a live sort of podcasty chat, and it goes up on his channel, and it's a midweek psychology chat with Steve for his channel, to keep more content on his channel, to keep it, like, if you're running a YouTube channel and you don't upload for 3 months, that's seen as a negative. Do you know what I mean? So even if his big video, his 7-hour video is going to take some time, I want to help him to have a little bit more content, a little bit more regularly on that channel. He's certainly helping me to do that. Obviously I'm paying him, but do you know what I mean? He's helping me in other ways. Like, he agrees to do the little bits and pieces here and there where I'm not offering to pay him. I think he's worth the money for a podcast when you're paying for a guest. We've been through this anyway. Point is that hopefully together, like, we can get there. The irony is, though, the weird thing, and I'm losing my train of thought a little bit because I've been talking all day today, but Steve makes this content on the internet. He makes, that being said, he does what I do with him on this, and he's got his own channel. And I asked him to, like, sort of tell me about his priorities and how much he has to work on these things. And of course, out of the 3 things, the priority on the bottom is his own channel. Like, the thing he's not getting as much, like, in out of those 3 things, the things that pay him, worst one is his own channel. He's not getting any money out of it, and it's like not getting as much work done on it every week because these other things are taking up a little more time, maybe. And like, okay, that's fine. Like, I'm paying him to be on our podcast. He gets money out of that being said. He gets a cut of the thing. Like, but he's got an opportunity here to be a really, like, popular YouTuber with interesting, good content. I want to help him to make more content. So I was giving him a pep talk this week about this is what I was coming around to saying, about if you want it, you know, you've got to go and take it, and you've got to work at it, and like, all of these things I'm describing and saying seem to be happening for me this week. It's a weird thing. I know that if Steve ever hears me saying what I'm hearing now, maybe he's listening, maybe he's not, but if he ever hears what I'm saying now, he will understand that I think it was like a really wholesome conversation we had, like, where I was supportive of him because he's my friend, and it's not about money and business. It's about, he's got this opportunity, and I want to help him to realise that opportunity in 2 ways. Not just realise it, to understand, in one way, to understand the opportunity that is presented to him, and to understand where these chips are falling, and, you know, how to progress in these next steps, to understand what it takes as well, you know, to realise it, to understand how much work you have to put in and in what ways. And a little example of something from what we did together is a good example of I can be guilty of it a little bit as well, is we do the important serious thus, and then the week off we did the no pressure washer, where we played a little game and had a chat. That's all right. It's okay. It's like additional content, but Steve, though more, shouldn't get too cocky and just assume that because we're getting 1,000 views on something we worked hard for, that we'll get 1,000 views on something we don't work that hard for. It's nice and fun to do, and it's still good content, but it's easy to do, isn't it, to play a game and have a chat? Whereas when we do an episode of Thus and we spend hours in our weeks reviewing and collating ideas and then discussing them. I think there's a bit more work gone into that. I think I don't want to get lazy and just assume that people will just, you know, I'm popular, therefore I get views. Do you know what I mean? So the opportunity here requires some work, I guess. And it's irony. It's a weird irony that he should monetize. Yeah, the thing with Steve, yeah, he's not just too shy. Do you remember me in the ASMR? This is the funny thing about Steve is, remember me in the ASMR? I refused to monetize, and it really hurt the channel for a long time. And then eventually we got YouTube video. Like, check this out. This blows my mind. If I go to YouTube and I go to Send Trees, right? This is my channel, Send Trees. This is my channel. It's not monetized. It's only got 8 subscribers. But check this out when I watch a video.
Alright, good evening everyone.
Straight into it. Straight into it, that one. Straight into it. You're not going to do it to me now. Not going to do it to me now.
How to sound more confident in your writing. 1. Remove hedging language.
How have I got an advert on a video for my own channel, in my own portfolio of channels, and that channel, that video is not monetized. It can't be monetized because the channel's only got 8 subs. So YouTube put the ads on anyway. So like, I can't, like, that's what happened with True Binaural, and I was like really disappointed in it. So I decided, okay, we'll put the monetization on. Some people left at that point and said, right, he's put monetization on now. He said he never would. Chuffer, he said he never would. That was something he said he'd never do, and now it's like, oh, whatever, you know, in the past, the True Binaural years, me being a cantankerous oaf on YouTube sometimes with my opinions and ethics. But I've been through it. I know what it's like. Steve says that we're making videos, or he's making videos about Dark Side Phil, and like Phil's making all this money by begging off the customers, the audience. And if he starts to put monetization on it and stuff, it takes this extra edge, and he's not doing it for that reason, so he doesn't want to monetize it. So it has integrity. I get that, but it's not really like sacrificing your integrity on YouTube to monetize, like, because you're on YouTube, so you can't help it. Like, you're part of YouTube, and look what YouTube's doing. It's a bit like me being a vegan, you know, with my vegan aspects, your vegan aspects as well. It's a bit like being vegan and saying I'm not going to shop at the supermarket because they have a butcher on site, which I sometimes have said I don't want to do. But I've conceded at the times that you just have to buy your food from somewhere. And like, you know, if I'm not one to think I'm changing the world because I buy the soya milk and now we're going to sell more soya milk and less of that other milk. I don't think that's, you know, I think they're using my soya milk money to promote milk and using my vegan money to promote meat. But it's a bit like that, you know, we're on the platform on YouTube, you know, we're in the supermarket. So if they're doing all this other bad stuff on the platform and I'm so ethical, like, I can make videos calling it out, but I'm on their platform promoting. Like, the more views I get, the more YouTube wins. Like, I'm on Google here, I'm on YouTube. Like, we're dancing with the devil in a way, aren't we, in a way? So ethics are flexible, and these days monetization is only one option. Like, when I say monetization, I mean putting adverts on the videos, which of course there are anyway. So you should have them because they're there. You should at least take the money. If the money's going somewhere, you should have it. And then there's another aspect to this, of course, which is Steve's doing loads of hard work on his videos. So it's not just because DSP exists, therefore ethics. It's that you're doing this extra layer, so he totally deserves it. Totally deserves it. But then the other thing about YouTube is you can do, these days, when you've got a certain number of subscribers, you can have memberships. So Steve could literally just say membership goal. You know, if you want to support this channel. And the other thing about that is I wouldn't say $1 a month or $2 a month. I'd say, you know, 3, 4, maybe even 5 for something like this, where, like, what can $1 a month buy Steve? Not much. What happens if he's got 100 people doing $1 a month and he's got $100 a month? Like, $100 a month these days doesn't go that far. But 100 people expecting their next video because they've all paid into your crowdfund, that seems like quite an obligation. So I would say to Steve, I'd have a reasonably high tier, and I don't know what kind of goals and content we want to put for those people, but the main thing is they want a video every month. One of your long ones every month. And how much money do you need to make that, you know, to say I'm going to work 2 hours a day on this, like, you know, and I'm going to be able to spend the time and financially and all that. We'll make it happen through a goal, you know what I mean? $100 equals 10 minutes of heating these days. Yeah, exactly. So £500 our last month's heating bill was. A stonker that was. Yeah, so these things, and we've got to buy, like, it's ironic that we're talking about DSP now, because our dishwasher's broken, so I'm going to help Mom to buy a dishwasher. But I'm convinced that because we're all going green and we're all reducing our carbon footprint and we're all trying to do the right thing, that those energy companies aren't making as much money, so they contrive the way to put up the prices so they can milk us for that last bit before we have to switch. Because we're going to go green, aren't we? So they're going to bow out, so they might as well cash out before they bow out. They really squeezed us hard, haven't they? Yours too, and you live alone. And you live in lovely America, where it's supposed to be lovely, and you don't have to like spend extra money on things because you live in. They've got. That's another one that annoys me about it. Is in America you've got all different politics in different places, and you're in one of the places with the nicer political setups, I think, isn't it? Like, obviously everywhere's got problems, but you know it's a bit more on the positive side of things. And there's like success and Silicon Valley and all this like good stuff, and you know, and yet no one can escape the fact that oil and gas and whatever costs money. And when we put the price up of that, everyone's affected. Doesn't matter which way you voted, you're all getting it now. You're all getting it. It's a bit of a harsh one. They found the one thing that touched everyone and managed to like fuck with it, didn't they? Anyway, don't get me on that. But yeah, I was talking about Steve and monetization and about how this conversation we had this week, where I'm trying to pep talk him up into seeing himself as a legit media producer, and like he's got these really good qualities. I see Steve as being like in terms of editing and media production, you know, I see him as being more towards the start of his journey in a way, because there's a long way you can go with it, and he's excited by it and interested in it. So I see, like, I imagine in 2 years' time the videos he's making are going to, like, people are going to say, like, if he just keeps up and does it, which sometimes we go away from it, sometimes we don't want to make a video every month. I've been there, you know, but he's got one on the chopping board at the moment, which is about 6 hours long, so that's why it's taking so long. But if you keep up with it, you get better and better every time. In 2 years, he's going to look back and say, this is good, but what I'm doing now is extra good, even better. So there's a long way to go with that. And if we just, like, I'm like backing him and supporting him and being supportive. And like one extra thing about it as well is this microphone business. Like, if it was up to me, I'd just buy him the microphone like I've got, like, you know, I'd just buy him one off Amazon and send it to him, and he can have it overnight. He could improve his setup a little bit. I can't buy him a new PC, but I could buy him a microphone. And I know it seems like you know, it seems a bit out of the. I've offered it and he's turned it down because he's a gracious chuffer. I understand that, but you know, let's just get over that hurdle and just get you a nice mic. I'd like, if you need to fund it, let's crowdfund it. He won't have it, yeah. But if he needs to fund it through his own crowdfund, then let's get your crowdfund up and let's do it. Like, let's open that box and let all your supporters buy you a microphone, and they will. Like, you'll have 2 microphones. You have 10 microphones tomorrow. People really like your content. So anyway, yeah, the pep talk was basically about it's there for you. You can go and take it. You're good at this. And I was also trying to find a way of, if you're going to take 3 months to do a 6-hour, 7-hour video, okay, that's okay. But let's find a way of like creating more content in the middle, like we do at the moment. Every week we do thus. We need to find time to do a weekly Steve's video segment for him. I could even edit it for him. I said if he wants to edit as well, so fine. But in terms of time and getting it out there, and then he can have a more regular video, even if it maybe it's monthly or whatever. I don't know, but we'll do that. But also I want more. Like, we're really close to memberships now on our channel, and when we get met, look at that, 911 now. We're 911 subscribers. How has that happened? We were 800 earlier. It's kind of scary to see it going up. When it hits 1,000, which is going to be this weekend, it seems, I can switch on memberships. And what am I going to offer? What I want to offer is a members stream where we stream privately to members. Privately, obviously you're going to be there. I should find a way of gifting you a membership. I think I hope there's a system. I don't know what the system is yet, but I hope there's a way of setting you up as like, maybe if I set you up as a moderator or something, you get him free. Like when we get there, yeah, we'll have like, we need to offer something as extra content. There's two things I'm going to offer. One is the idea that if you subscribe, I'm going to be able to afford, when we hit this goal, to make this content. So I'll be paying for a guest. Subscribe, guest arrives, you know. The other one is going out with the cameras, making sort of directed, you know, content like that. Maybe once a month, or, you know, we'll build up to it. But if we've got a certain number of members at a certain level, I can afford to make a half-hour interview, go out and, you know, those sort of things. You know, see what I'm saying? Like, we set the production value things, the goals, and we go and achieve it. The big goal would be the Airbnb, where sort of once every 3 months or 6 months I go up somewhere like London or Amsterdam, or I don't know, you know, tell me about the amount of money that goes in the kitty. I don't know. At the moment we're at 1,000. If we had 10,000 subscribers, or 20,000, 30, 50, that kitty grows, doesn't it? So we can provide bigger content, and those people will be impressed by that, and then we'll get more subscribers. So that's the plan, isn't it? I don't need to make the Avengers. At the end of it, I'm not going to be doing a Titanic remake. But when we hit a certain level, I'm going to say, this is sustainable here. And if I pay you to hold the camera, and I pay you to edit that, and you're doing really well as a co-host, why don't you take the lead sometimes? And, like, you know, it's about me, but it's about a team of people at that point, and then hopefully that works, you know. And then that would be what we have, is you'll still see me, and I'll still be here doing it, but I won't be required every day for it to operate. And then hopefully it can, you know, other people's influence and ideas. And it says Super Chuffer on this channel, it doesn't say Scotty Hottie, you know. It's at Ganji Kid, yeah, but this is a media product with co-hosts and team, and you're part of the team. You are. We're having this chat now. Yeah, so anyway, it's weird to me in a way that I was giving that pep talk to Steve of the Dead, where's that? I was giving that pep talk to Steve and saying, it's there for you if you want to take it. We'll just put a bit of extra work in this week, next week, coming weeks, and we'll build up and we'll get there. And like, it's kind of weird to me that this week I've achieved what I needed to achieve, or hoped to achieve. I did hope to achieve it by 2 years, we'll say that. We'll be honest about it. You know, I wasn't thinking things are great because I'm on 400 subscribers 2 years down the line. I was thinking this needs to hurry up. But it has done. And it's not because I was sat there trying to rack my brains about, oh, what can I do to get more subs or anything like that. It's just I'm making the content now in a nice flow, in a nice rhythm. And yeah, like I was saying, it was like a pep talk, like a for me trying to like very wholesome insofar as, you know, me trying to support Steve and help him on his journey. And then I've seen like a reflection of that. Like, some people say you ask the universe for what you want, don't they? But I feel like I offered myself to the universe, to Steve, to, you know, to help my peers in that way. And like, again, like when we get new people here now, do you know what? This is actually really striking me a lot now. Like, it's almost like I said, you know, I was saying about it's like meant to be. You know, maybe I'm not quite there yet. Maybe there's still more I need to do to get that next level. Because doing this, a year of Mental Health Monday, wasn't like, oh, I did that for a year and it didn't get loads of views. That's shit. What it means is, whenever anyone comes to stream now, and someone did the other day, they were talking about ghost talk boxes, and they could hear Nicola Bully in the Dead talk box, and I said, I've got a video on that about Mental Health Monday. You know, we mentioned eating disorders, and I said, I've got a video about that on Mental Health Monday. So we built up this good resource, and it still stands. And so wherever we go from here in the future, I like the fact that, like, when we want to offer that support and offer that solace, and it's always there. It's always there on the internet. Like, that channel is not defunct just because it didn't get loads of views. The important thing is that when people need to access it, it's there. It's a resource, yeah. And so it feels right now that when I'm growing, if we are going to grow in this aspect, when people are able, like when I'm able to say there it is, to point at it, And if I, let's say on day one, early days of streaming, I just started to blow up and things went good, and we didn't have that year, 2 years, Mental Health Monday and all this, then I wouldn't be able to point at it, would I? And like in some way, a thread of the tapestry would be missing. So I'm lucky in that fact. Like I feel like I've put in a bit of like. Things are not supposed to be easy. You're supposed to have to work at them. And I'm not the hardest working chuffer in the world. This has not been like clawing my way up a hill with a, cow on my back. Like, it's not been awful. It's been a joy most of the time. And I get to work when I want. And I get to, take my time in my own hands. But also, I've been thinking about this quite a lot. And I've been doing it quite a lot. And I've been putting some commitment in, and so it feels like I deserve it in a way, it feels like this is a good time for it to happen, for it to grow like this. Says the man that been at work all day. Yeah, kind of, yeah. I'm talking to you now, I'm just here chatting to you really, but yeah. And I shouldn't say this, we're not there yet. We've only had a couple of streams with a few viewers. It might be that it drifts off, so I might look stupid by saying this, but I actually believe if I continue in this vein, and not just to talk the talk, but to walk the walk, and to commit and to produce the content, to show that I can get back on that bike and go out and film some stuff. I actually believe that everything is within reach. In the same way as I was saying to Steve, you're poised here. You've got 2,000 subs, and you're getting the views. People expect your voice to be authentic and legit, and they like your 6-hour videos. So, absolutely give them that. And if you're finding it hard to make a 6-hour video every month, then let's make a 40-minute one in between times, and let's maintain it and let's grow it. Because who knows what goes on in this life, and sometimes things are fleeting, and sometimes you have to be in the right place at the right time and you get opportunities, but you've got to sort of forge those opportunities yourself, haven't you? You've got to keep working at it. Set up for success. I'm ready for the opportunity, yeah. Yeah, I'd agree now, yeah. I hope so. Like, that's what we're doing, isn't it? That's what we're trying to do. And again, I don't have to be Asmongold. I don't have to have like 200,000 people tune in, but I'd like to see regular 10,000 views a video. At the moment, we're supposed to be looking for regular 1,000 views a video. That's the jump we were trying to go from the recent Thus episodes of 200, 100, 100, 300, there's a good one, 400. To jump that to 100, 200, 300, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. And that's here. Like, some of these are approaching more than that, maybe. And it's on this particular issue, yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. If I can maintain 1,000 views a video, a stream, something around about that for the rest of the year, I'll be more than happy. And it's about being poised to take that next jump, which for me, as I've just described, is about improving the quality of the media, is about not just cameras now. Not just cameras, I can't hide behind that anymore. No, it's not just that anymore. They're ready now to point at things and people. Get more people in this room. Have more interviews on the show. Get another voice on to talk with me and Steve and to be a balance. Maybe even introduce the audience to the stream more with this messaging system that I can listen to their messages. Yeah, open more doors and create more content with value. That's true as well, isn't it? We set that as the parameter at the start. Create content with value, and then things will happen after that. It's not even bad, is it? It's not even. I was worried about it being, a bit crass. She's only been dead 2 weeks. I'm joking. You don't know how long she's been dead. I'm joking, look, but it's okay actually. I think, red flags. These people have done some stuff that, if you ask me honestly, don't tell anyone this, but if you ask me honestly, yeah, I think these chuffers have chuffing done it. Yeah, I'm biased, yeah. So, that's an opinion. I'm not putting that video in their girls, like their daughters not having to watch that at school. It's not. I've set it for not for kids. I think we're okay. Maybe go on location. Yeah, I think that. Do you know what I really think it'd be lovely? Like I said, is I might not be able to buy a house overnight, yeah, and I might not be able to deck out my own studio like Joe Rogan. And even if I did, who's going to turn up? Because I live in the Midlands in the UK. So if you're Joe Rogan, you live in like maybe I just need to move out to where you live, like, and set up a little one of these. Like, do you know what I mean? Like set up something like that out in California, and then people will turn up, and then you can do your podcasts from your little shed. You know, people turn up because you're in California. All the good people are out there. There's not that many in the Midlands of the UK. There's not that many guests to bring in. But what would be cool is just to, I think, you know, big dreams even, it seems. But this is in Wales, in the UK. So I can turn up. Steve can turn up. We can afford to do that. Like, even with the stuff saved up in the bank right now, we can afford this. Let me see how much it costs. It's a random one, £150 a night. So let's say I want 3 nights, because you don't want to be like stressing, do you? But £450 achievable. A bit of petrol to get me up and down there. What else do I need? Food. You need to pay the guest. The guest is going to come and turn up as well. So now we find a guest that's near this area of Wales. Really, that's what we have to do, isn't it? Like, I suppose we find a guest somewhere in the country and say, don't worry, we'll come to you and we'll book somewhere. And, like, we'll sort it out. And, like, the guest can't ask for more than £200, £300 for the day. They probably won't, will they? Like, somewhere... Like, most of the people that I'm going to get on... There's probably a cleaning fee, too. There will be once we've been in there. Way! Shit all over the floor. No, we're leaving today, so I've shit all over the floor. Way! That's quite a nice corner of the UK. It does look lovely, doesn't it? It does look lovely. This is an achievable dream for me now, I think, is... Like, this is a bizarre one, because I don't know who lives around this way, but we booked the room, okay, so we booked this thing. It looks cool on camera. We get to sleep there as well, so we have a little bit of a party, you know, me, Steve, another guest. How many beds has it got? 2 bedrooms. This one's got 3 single beds, so I can invite up to sort of 4 people, yeah? And then the guest turns up in the day and, like, is maybe even invited to stay if they want, I guess. But I'm thinking, like, you know, a mid-range sort of podcast guest, someone interesting, maybe even someone semi-famous. I always think of comedians because they're a good judge of, you know, who's your semi-famous comedians in America. You know, there's people on the way up, aren't they, in comedy that would do this sort of thing, would do a podcast for you. Joe Rogan's a bit above it, isn't he? A bit too high end, but so you go down, like I go down. We do an episode with Steve where we record a Thus podcast together in a place. That's one in the can for one of the Mondays that can be premiered instead of done live. It's nice that we recorded it live. 3 days. The second day, the guest comes down and we get a really good live broadcast. Hopefully, this has got some Airbnb Wi-Fi. If the Wi-Fi doesn't work, we just record it. But we get a second podcast with the guest, don't we? Like, so we got 2 really solid podcasts out of that from a recording budget. Yeah, absolutely. That's what you do when you make media. You spend money and you make a thing. So that'll be fine. And then if we're getting enough views and enough, you know, sustainability through the memberships, like, we already know it's sort of paid for with the membership. Sorry, what am I doing here? Cookie preferences. Save. Like, we already know that it's a success because the members wanted it, so they, you know, paid for it. I get to have a nice day out and meet my friends in the real, because really, podcasting and media production like this is better when you're all in the same room. So I get to do that, and I'm really grateful and happy. Hopefully, wherever we go, maybe if we've got 3 days, one of the days is we go out and do some filming. Maybe a bit of that. That's got a hot tub, look. Oh, I could do a hot tub stream. You'd love it. You'd love it. You know you'd love it. I'd book one of those sex workers. I mean, streamers. One of those ASMR streamers. They don't care. It doesn't matter if I call them sex workers if I've got 10,000 subscribers. They're all on about the numbers. If I've got 30,000 subscribers, they'll get in the hot tub. Job done. They don't care if I'm a chuffer. Yeah? I could be a misogynistic chuffer, they'll get in the hot tub. They get in the hot tub with that chuffing Andrew Tate, don't they? I'm a nice chuffer, I'll have you know. Wouldn't it be cool to own a building like that? It certainly would be. I wouldn't be renting it out to people. I'd be living in the chuffer. You know, I'd be down there at weekends. But I can see why they rent it out as well, because I suppose you make a bit of money, don't you? All about the dollars, yeah. So this is a like not just a pipe dream now. This is like achievable. Like, you've got to give people a reason to subscribe and to support and to you know, to be members. But it's also much more like, if I'm worried about YouTube views, then it could go away overnight. If I'm worried about I want the sponsor on it as well. I really want the sponsor on it. So I think this gives it a level of quality as well, where like filming from my room is one thing, but getting us all together in a location and it looking cool. Maybe we even get Airbnb or someone involved to sponsor, so help us get to locations and make that a feature of it. Do you know what I mean? Like Grand Designs or something. Like, look at this cool pod that we're in. Like, wouldn't you be interested to have a little tour of the pod and, you know, make a video like that? That's part of it. We'll try and do as many streams as we can live. We'll have maybe 1 or 2 content creators in the building, so maybe at one point we could each do our own stream, and we'll take a day off at the end and just say, you know, cheers, well done, thanks for coming to the event, thank you for being here, make sure you take all your rubbish home with you. But a 3-day budget would run approximately £1,000, and that's me paying for everything, isn't it? That's me paying for excuse me, I'm just chocolate milk is going down the wrong, coming back up now. But that's me paying for everything, like, and that's a sort of every couple of months. Like, if you're getting every like 3 times, 4 times a year, like, out of that we can have, say, 2-3 episodes, so monthly and weekly, couldn't we? If we did that every 3 months and we got 3 episodes out of it, that's 1 a month. I'm tripping actually, hang on. If I do it once in the month and I get 4 episodes, then that's a weekly episode, but I have to do this once a month. That's too much. It's once every month is too much. So I do it once every 3 months, like 3 or 4 times a year, and I intend to get a monthly episode, like a special that we do. We record one with a guest, we do one with us down there as, like, you know, it'd be cool, wouldn't it? Actually, that as a formula is a good formula for any bunch of streamers. And theoretically, you know, if I got co-hosts involved, maybe they could pull their end and I don't have to spend... But as a content creator, as the, you know, production manager, I should pay for everyone's bed and pay for everyone's food. You know, that's what they're getting in the deal. I'm not also expecting to pay them thousands of dollars to turn up as well. Only the guest gets paid for this one. But, like, you could see maybe a comedian of some note. I'm trying to think of someone who's mid-range pop, you know, mid-range. Like, I want someone who's going to pull in the views. You know, I want someone who's going to be interesting, but maybe they've got a book to sell or something to, you know, to tout as well. Makes it easier to get them on. Or maybe we find interesting people that don't have, you know, pulling power, but make really good episodes. The problem with that is they don't have pulling power. So who gets to watch the episode? Oh, it was a really good episode when you got that unknown astronaut on, but, like, whilst the astronaut had loads of interesting things to say, and since nobody knows who they are, no one clicked on it, you know. So we've got that problem, but somewhere in the middle here is the answer. So the concepts are all there. I've got them planned out in the back of my mind. The members goals will be cool because we'll have a weekly, hopefully a weekly members stream, where what I want for the member stream is that members can put forward their ideas. Please react to this video. Please talk about this concept. And I can say, well, maybe if everyone agrees, and then you can vote and force me to do things. There'll be some of that. There will be some of that. And this way I'm beholden to the membership more than I am to the YouTube algorithm as well, which I think is good. It's better than saying, I'll just have to do what's popular. I have to do what's popular with our members. So I think that's a different way to look at it. And that's okay, isn't it? The people that are supporting you and coming to your streams and, you know, you're going to do things to make them happy. I think that's okay. I feel less like grubby and YouTube money about this as I used to when people were talking about ASMR and, you know, follow the crowd, do what's popular in that. I feel this is much more okay. So we'll have the little levels. We'll create the weekly stream. It'll be a good stream as well. It'll be good content. We'll have a laugh together. And we'll make some plans and organise some events. events is a good way to say it. You know, you should have something to look forward to, shouldn't you? Not just Christmas, but I'm going to create special media things for you to watch, fun things. Could even expand that world, couldn't we? We could even say, like, you know, here we are at XYZ. I should take you to the football one time. I should take you up to the Birmingham Football Club, show you around there. Little things like that that become more achievable because I've got a small production budget. I'm not stressing every day, and we've got members who want to see it. Yeah, I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good. I'm looking forward to this next phase. I really am. And I know I talk a good game. Like I said, I talk a lot about it a lot, and part of this is me getting my thoughts in order, but also sharing it with you, because like you're here, this is part of it together, right? We're doing it together, aren't we? So it's important that I follow through. I don't just talk the good game. I'm really hoping the criminologist, what is he called, demonologist, joins us next week. If that happens, then that's another, like, yes, I got it done. Didn't get the belly dancer in, not yet, but a different guest, a demonologist, will represent another step forward in, like, we're doing podcasting with more guests. So that will be a big one for me. And then, yeah, I wonder what other B-side stuff we can do. I wonder what other kind of content we can do for rewards and levels. I mean, if you've got any ideas of things you want, it's hard to say, isn't it? It's hard to decide what, because I'm not selling like teddy bears or funny hats. Like, no one really wants a funny hat. We could have t-shirts, maybe. We could get some t-shirts made up, but it's a funny two-way street, isn't it? Because partly it's like I'm saying, like, this is what I want to do, fund it, and we'll do it. And then partly I'm also saying, like, don't you want something like, you know, as a sort of regular, I suppose. Okay, here's the things you can do in chat. You can have these is dark side Phil ideas as well, actually, some of these, but in chat you can have priority, so you don't, I'll put slow mode on. If we get lots of people chatting, I'll put slow mode on, but you can have priority. You don't get slow mode. You just talk as much as you want. You can have that. You get your little crown and your badge. I've got to get the emojis done. I've really got to get the emojis done. One of them will be a red flag, because I'm inventing red flagging. That's going to be you know how they do react videos, yeah? I'm inventing red flagging, which is, I wonder if it exists. Red flagging. Red flagging is a song here, but otherwise no. Red flagging in World of Warcraft. No, it's not a thing, is it? Right, red flagging the Green Line project. Interesting. Maybe it is a thing. I'm red flagging it. Sorry, red flagging means I'm looking for all the negatives. Not looking for any positives, just telling you all the negatives. You're guilty, I'm red flagging you. It means I'm looking for any little crack in the armour. Any little thing that could say you're guilty. Straw manning it, steel manning it, red flagging it. I'm inventing it. Super chuffer. But yeah, I've got to get the emojis done as well. Be interesting, because we're going to turn over that. What are we at now? 9:13. Look, it went up. 9:11 to 9:13. It went up. So we're going to hit that this weekend, and I need to get my head screwed on. I need to actually, if we're not going to get an artist to make them, I've contacted an artist on Twitter, said, would you like to make them? But she doesn't use Twitter a lot, I guess. I need to make an emoji or two. I need to learn how to do it myself. I can do it. You're not doing emojis, don't tell us that. I have to. I can't offer a membership without the actual basics that everyone else offers. So I have to. And it can't be that hard, can it? Like, I want a real artist to do them, but make YouTube chat emojis. I'm pretty sure there'll be a way to, won't there be like a online maybe make or create how do you add custom emojis, To upload them, go to the membership page and edit your badges and emoji card. See, I haven't got access to this stuff, so I don't know what it looks like, so I don't know, but there must be a way for me to edit a picture and then upload it as my emoji, even if it's really basic. So then I'm asking, I guess, pixel art online free creator. I'm asking for something like this. This is probably not the best way to do it, but it's achievable. Look, here we go. Skip. Blank cap. Reject all. Save and exit. Whatever the dimensions are for an... Okay, what's the dimensions for it? We're doing it now, look. We're doing it now. I'm going to make our first one now. YouTube emoji dimensions. 32 pics by 32 pics. 32. 32. We'll have a new drawing, yeah. This will clear the entire drawing, that's fine. So this is the page that we're working on, and this is everything that you get to do. I imagine you could probably just upload a picture and then it will just like do it for you. Can't you just like, or do I have to draw it here? Can't I just like upload something and it like translates it to this phrase, this size? No. But, you know, for example, the mushroom that I use is a Mario mushroom, isn't it? So I could draw... I can't remember exactly how to do it now. But, you know, you can draw whatever you want here, can't you? And like, all I have to do is just get a bit more snazzy. Oh, I tell you what. I know a couple of people who are a bit more snazzy than me at pixel art. And when I say a bit more snazzy, I mean a bit more snazzy. Just... There we go. Look, that's an emoji. That looks just like that mushroom that I have for my... It's got a hat on there. Good hat. So... That's me wearing a hat there. That's the back end of it. I've done... That'll work. We'll have that. Don't really want that. What I want is something that fills the frame. That kind of fills the frame. Because you're looking at this big, but when you look at it small, it's going to look small. So I want it something that fills the frame and makes a point. And I want it to have an emotional resonance so that people have a reason to use it. You know, if you do a really good emoji, then people will start using it in the chat, won't they? So, mention it on Twitter. I'll get 500 people on my inbox. You're right. That's I will get too many, but there is only one really. And I'm gonna have to think of their name. Love. How do they spell it? Lock. Like, this isn't their actual name in real life, so Lock. Is it Lock? Do they? Damn it. Love. I've got a friend who does pixel art and they're on Twitter. That I have them on Twitter. People I follow. Wait, no, don't unfollow Steve. What am I doing? How would I find them and their work? Probably scrolling Twitters are probably a mistake because I follow some really dodgy people. See all this pixel art that's coming up? I follow a lot of pixel art, so I think I'll be able to find a pixel art people that will like understand where I'm coming from. It's Victor though. I'm thinking, no, is it? No, is it Victor? It's not Victor. What about just Vic? Like their screen name and their name on Twitter is like, I've seen them coming up all the time. Or is it LOB? I see them coming up all the time with this cool pixel art, and then how come I can't remember them off the top of my chuffing head? Have I retweeted it or liked it? Maybe if I go to me and I go to likes, because I've surely liked their stuff. There we are, straight up. Lotovic. See, no wonder I couldn't remember your name, Lotovic. That's not the name I call you in real life. I make games and assets. Dandara. So, proper artist, this one. Very happy with them. Like them as a person. Know them. They were in the Stugan film. They understand, like, this pixel art vibe. They do a lot of it, and they're skilled and talented. And I think if I were to give them the brief, and like, I think I know what an emoji is for a start. But if I think I were to tell them, like, I don't just want like my face with a big smile. I want to express something, and I want it to mean something. I think they'd understand and they'd put some thought into it. I don't know if they have the time or patience to make my emojis for me, but that's who I would probably choose. So I might send them an email or whatever. You know, I might send them a tweet message. Not right now, but maybe then. Maybe that's what I do. Yeah. Be a bit of a like we talk to each other on Twitter occasionally a little bit. You know, send each other a little tweet, supportive tweet, but I don't tend to you know, it might be a bit of a random one for them. I don't tend to get them to make me a lot of assets for my streams in the general, but yeah, hopefully we do that. I was wondering as well if we need to update this as well, this profile picture, change that mushroom, change this chuffers thing at the top. Chuffers is going to be a big, going to continue saying the word chuffer, going to continue using it as like a branding, so to speak, but Super Chuffer I like. I'm happy that if we're taking off now and I've got Super Chuffer as the name, I might keep it. But it's that picture of the mushroom with the grass head. It's just a simple icon. It's something that I did a while ago. It just went up there as a placeholder. Maybe it should change. This used to be a Mario Maker channel. Could be a little picture of me, couldn't it? I don't know, maybe it's alright. But it feels like now's the moment if we're going to go over 1,000 and we're going to make this, like, big step. I'm doing the super chuffing, aren't I? What am I supposed to be playing Genshin Impact? Look, Paimon's sad, she's gone to sleep. It should be me. I stopped this here because I was having a chat about Steve, and the basic sum up of that chat was I gave him a pep talk to try and help him realise his dreams, and then very next sort of day after, like they say, you ask the universe for what you want and you get what you want. But it turned out by offering myself to the universe that I was able to, like, I found success just like the very next day. And it wasn't because I was fighting for it to take it off someone else, it's because I was helping someone else to achieve their ends. I believe in that, you know. Some people might say they believe in this selfish drive and desire, but I believe in helping others, and so maybe good things do happen to good people. What are you doing here, Elon Musk? Oh, it's not these hilly chills again. Yeah, come on. Hiding in the bushes. Look at us, we little girls. Ah! I'm a little girl now. Wee. Oh, we stopped here. Right. Thankfully, let's go over and say hi. Bearing in mind, I've done these commissions millions of times before. I'm just doing Mondstadt commissions for a bit of variety. Hello, you. Uh-oh. It's kicked off. Punch this little girl then. Still got Amber out, you know. We can still, everyone can get. Still got Amber out. Everyone can get fucked. Basically, we've got Amber out. You can piss off.
The Temple of Wisdom.
No. Pow! Have that, you chuffer.
Get him.
Black, pink venom. Get him, get him, get him. You know what it does mean as well, if we're going to get new people joining the stream, we're going to take a bit of a go through a growth spurt, it means you're going to have to listen to all my jokes again, because I'll tell them all the same jokes that I've told before. Now it's an opportunity to go through my entire joke book again. So, I don't know what we're going to do about this picture of me. Maybe a picture of me just with my face, I guess, then, but I don't like the... I don't think it has enough... I see those little pictures more like a desk icon, and like, you know, your icon on your desktop for like all the different apps, they've all got their little, you know, it's like that, like a little icon thing in a way. That's the way I feel about it. So I think my face is a bit of a weird choice, but lots of people do go for their face. But I just look at it and feel like it's an icon, like a little button. And I want it to be really clear so that if you're looking through a list, like it stands out amongst all the others. And I think that simplicity helps to make that work. Like, I honestly think if you had just a bright red one or a bright green one or anything, just like really simple, just a bright green one, like that would actually stand out.
I can't write a piece based on this info.
And I think in the long run, it doesn't really matter as long as you sort of get it right enough. It becomes part of your brand. People recognise it. They get used to it. So as long as it's not putting them off and like, you know, it's a bad look, I think you're okay regardless. You know, some people would argue that every aspect of your branding needs to be really tight to be successful on social media. But then I see people who are successful in this laid-back style where they just do the good content, and you know, after a certain period of time, even if it's got a bad thumbnail, people start to get it and realise, you know. And once you've got people that are in the know getting it, and people that I'm actually surprised and like enlightened and overjoyed in a way that we get lots of, like an eyeball, maybe like an eyeball, that might put them off a bit, yeah. Maybe I forgot what I was saying there now. Something about good quality content. Oh yeah, getting people, oh yeah, in chat. I find that I get quite smart people in my chat. I find the people that find my streams are not in general like dullards come to give me a load of shit, or you know, people just like wasting their time. Like, I find that there's some quite interesting people come through our chat, thoughtful enough to have conversations and ideas. I'm just picking things up out here. What am I doing? Just doing that glum glum glum. I'm supposed to be going there. Navigate. And maybe we just try and condense the resin today. It's been a long day. Do you know what as well? Obviously living arrangements are what they are, but I do wonder if I had a house where I had like it's going to sound weird, but like, you know, oh, who's this down here? Oh, it's chuffing. I know them down there. I know them down there. Like a streamer house where I was like the granddad streamer, and I got younger people in who required some help, maybe, or you know, because I've learned a few things, or maybe they could teach me a few things.
The weather is lovely and warm. I see everything.
I wondered whether I'm not going to be doing this anytime soon, I'll tell you that.
Let it rain. Rain outlines it.
Make yourselves at home.
Witness the power.
Like, I sometimes wonder about this rig that I'm sitting at here. Let's get these killed. Right. This rig I'm sitting at here, like, this is the ability to stream and create streams, yeah? And when I'm not using it, someone else could be streaming on it. I know it sounds weird.
Orders received.
But I could set someone else up with a stream rig in this house and be like, that's your office.
Faster?
Turn up to work
Okay,
3
faster.
times a week, and I'll provide for you the computer. I'll provide for you the internet. You know, I'll cook you some lunch. You know what I mean? Like, imagine that's your office. We will kill these chuffers. Get your Baron Bunny out then. There you go.
Wow. Peppers. Grow.
That one. That little Samacho popped. How are you going down here? You idiot! What are you doing up here? Are we falling off? Are you going to come down here? Right. Just got himself a shield back up.
Let me weave you up.
Have this, you chuffer. Oh, chuffer. Don't even have to
Bet
kill
you
them.
can't keep
just
up with
ignore
me.
them. Can't I? Streamer rental setup, not just for anyone. I want to audition them. So like, got another setup, but it's part of the Ganji Puka Warrior crew. It's part of like what we do as stream. You know, it's part of my brand, so to speak. And I'd like to set up the stuff for them. This is kind of expensive, you know, it requires a bit of setting up, but I've got, even certainly when I'm not using this is an entire rig setup. I wouldn't like to risk it just by saying anyone can sit in it, but, you know, a couple of days a week, I'm not on stream, I book a day off, I, you know, have consistency, and on the days when I'm not here, I could have the day off stream run by so-and-so, and I teach them how to use it, I show them what to do, get them set up, get them going on it, and like, lots of people might like that as an opportunity. I could even pay them to be a presenter. As long as we were making money, I could use that money to create content, couldn't I? So rent a building and build a streamer hive. That it could go big, couldn't it? But yeah, it's like a little idea, a thought I had about how to create more media within this framework, get more out of it, bring someone else in, you know, that sort of thing. And the problem with some of these ideas with guests is they might come in once to do a show, a podcast, and then they're gone. Steve's more consistent. But what about someone local? What if I put like an advert out and said like, you know, local media producer wants streamer to work on stream? I'm sure lots of people might want to go for that and have a crack at it. Couldn't promise lots of payment. I haven't got like, you know, loads of money around to just be like, right, I'm paying you every week and all the health and safety and all that. But if we could work something out where it involved some sort of either profit share or, you know, I could pay someone a small amount, but I wouldn't want to put them on the books at the moment. I'd rather say like, you know, you get £40 a day and I'll give it you in cash. You're a sole trader. I'm gonna like subcontract to you for the day. That'd be the way to do that. But yeah, it's an interesting concept, isn't it? Just something I've been running over as well. Well, there we go. That was an easy way to spend the resin. Because what you'd want to do, like, I think about this as like a different, like some streamers are trying to build up, right, so they can leverage their fame and power or whatever, so they can sell energy drinks or become a boxer or whatever, you know, next levels and all that. I'm talking about creating sustainable content, so there's that. But what's sustainable about it if I'm required all the time? Well, obviously I want to be part of it and I'm, you know, a big part of it, but what's sustainable about it if I'm always required for everything? Like, it'd be nice if you had, like, if I had the day off stream and someone could come through and I could feel proud of how they've developed and, you know, and grown. They'd probably in the end just want to run their own streams, wouldn't they? Buy their own computer, run their own streams. But in that case they could, I suppose. Like, good luck to them. But I'd also like to think that, you know, they could take a greater role in what I was doing here, and I could reduce my role slightly to the point where we've got like a media production team, you know. I could even go on a holiday. You know what I mean? Like, it's an interesting way to look at it. Instead of trying to leverage success for some greater boon, to try and share it out amongst others so that others have got a chance and an opportunity, and in doing so, share the burden of responsibility. That's a way of looking at it. It's a long way off that. That's like, you know, that's not just pipe dream next year we get an Airbnb. That's like, you know, 10 years down the line, if you're doing well, what can you do with this sort of stuff? But I don't know why I'm doing these Filomenos. I don't need these Filomenos anymore. Maybe I might need them for Barbara. Certainly quite enjoy running around on the rooftops though. An in-house editor would be great, yeah. You know, like, I definitely feel like I'm capable of editing, but at the same time, I feel like it takes so much of my time and my mental energy that it reduces what we're doing here on stream, and I've decided to just, you know, go with the flow and see what's going on at the moment. We're doing more streaming than we are editing. So that's how it's going, but it would be required. It would be a total step forward. And as soon as we hit monetization, which we're going to do sooner rather than later now, So I'm going to be looking for that. Yeah, I am. I'm going to be really looking strongly at that, because now I can offer them, like, let's say for Ganji, for the what's it called, Super Chuffer channel. In fact, I don't have to show you. You know what it is. Like, if I said edit my Nicola Bully stuff, and I'll give you half of the monetization.
Better than one.
Like, at least there's something I can offer them now. It might not be a lot of money, but at the end of that month, when the monetization comes through, I'll give you half of what you've made on that video. That's how people, like Larry Bundy Jr. I will show you this one. I will show you this one. He was on That Being Said. Very popular and successful YouTuber. Larry Bundy Jr. Makes gaming videos. Hello, you. Makes gaming videos. Quite fun, quite good videos. Some of them have got like thousands of views on there. Quite fun, thousands of views. Even done a live there. He's on the live 2 years ago. There's Larry though. Larry Bundy Jr. He's been around for a good while on YouTube, I'll tell you that. 2010. Been around for a good while on YouTube. He knows the game, media production, the whole shebang. He was on That Being Said on the podcast as a special guest, and he's told them on the stream, like out live, that his editor, they've got the deal where he will write and record a video. So he will, read the script, he will record the voice, send it to the editor. The editor creates the video. The editor puts all the visuals onto it. You know what I mean? Edits it. And then they put it on YouTube, and Larry gives them half. Was it half? Or was it 20%? I'll have to rewatch it and find out. But he gives them a cut of the video's monetization from the first month that it's live. So that it doesn't get complicated. So that, months down the line, you're not still trying to work out half of this and how much of that. In the first month it goes live. At the end of that, because that's the majority of the views it gets in the first month, isn't it? So it goes live for the first month, and then after the end of that, you get half of the money. And that's a good system, isn't it? And it seems to work for them. They're getting between 30, there was the lowest, I suppose, but they're getting in the 100,000 views a video mark regularly, consistently. But I believe they started doing that before that. So I guess the value proposition is there at approximately 10,000 views a video, maybe. But you get there by making good videos. So if you edit my videos for me, I'll give you a cut of this, the monetization, and then you get there by editing the video. Like, that's a really good system. So yeah, it's huge, and it will happen. In-house editor, very happy to do that. And of course, I've got high standards. I have edited. I know enough about it to make a good decision there, I think. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, it'll be cool. That will. Oh, this. So much going around in my head, I think. And what I really need to do is take a step back and just ease off, not let my mind run away with me, not let my dreams run. If you can dream but not make dreams your master, think and not make thoughts your aim. And after a hard work week this week, it doesn't seem like a lot, does it? Monday, a couple of days after, what was it? 1, 2, 4 streams in a week. Ooh. But actually, I've been more consistent. I've been present. I've been there, and it's been paying off. And the content's been extensive and interesting, and it's worked out. It's nearly 2. It's 2 o'clock in the morning now, and I'm keeping everyone up in my house and next door by my deep voice chuntering away. But yeah, it feels like a moment. It feels like a moment, doesn't it? I'm really glad that we've been through it. If anything, I'm really glad that it's now 2 a.m. Yeah, I said this earlier, but it kind of is a weird thing to say. Like, if it had just taken off overnight, then it wouldn't have been the same. And like, I'm kind of glad that we're going through it this way. Hopefully the sky's the limit. And I'm coming off that antidepressant as well. And I'm now at the point where I'm taking 15 milligrams every other day. So theoretically, I'm down to about 7 in the system. which is the moment where it starts to cut. So yeah, the journey's what I'm going to enjoy. Yeah, and so what I've described, all those ideas and dreams and what have you, like I make them come reality in the next few months. March, April, May. We've got a coronation. The King's getting coronated in May. By the time that happens, I hope to be basically hardly taking my medication at all, if at all, and feeling good about it. Like there's a lot of positivity for the spring summer coming. If we, pair that with this growth on YouTube, then that can really be a success story, can't it? Yeah, thanks very much for making it happen and being supportive. We're not there yet, so I won't talk about it like this all the time. It feels like a big day today, but I won't count my chickens before they're hatched either. I'm not going to say because we did 2 good streams I'm famous. Like I'm not Jake Paul, because I'm like, I'm not. The offers haven't started rolling in, but you know what? With these numbers, you never guess what this this one. I'll tell you this one to finish, and it'll be funny as fuck and blow your mind. That being said, podcast, which I enjoy. They've got 2,000 subscribers, and they regularly get about 2,000 to 4,000 views a stream. So, at that figure, they've been offered. They sent out a lot of feelers to try and get about 4,000 views a stream regular. They sent out a lot of feelers to get a sponsor, and you'll never guess who offered to sponsor them. Genshin Impact. No joke of a lie. That's what I was told. So, if Genshin's are willing to sponsor them at that level, like, hello, like, I'll take it. I'll take those primos to the bank. That's another thing that we can look at. So yeah, hopefully it all comes together in the coming months. I don't want to bang on as well. These new people that have arrived here. You know what I said at the start of today's episode about having this hurty gums. I'm not gonna necessarily be as intimate with these people that are new. This wave. Like I'll get to know people, and then I'll share more stuff with them, and it's all there on video anyway when we talk about it. But like this is now, but we're talking about stuff. I wanted that content to be like content, not oh hi it's me. Give me 10 minutes while I have my coffee and tell you about my gums, and then we'll talk about Nicola Bully. No, it's more media produced content, isn't it? So I'm glad we've got these other avenues. We've got Twitch and the B-side to do different kinds of streams. But I'll try and keep nice and... I think professional is the right word for it. Try and be a bit more professional about this, and then make it more successful for that reason. I do engage with them, yeah. I do engage with them. And I do tell stories, and, I am personal about it. But what I meant was, this whole conversation we've had just now about, my feelings and thoughts and hopes and what we can do with it and all that. Like, that's for us in this space more than it's for... I don't mean us and them, but more than it is for just people who are like, they might not even care about this stuff that I'm saying about. So it's not really content to them, is it? Like, make good content, let that speak for itself. All this whiffle, all this drivel, talk good talk, but walk the good walk, isn't it? Walk the good walk. I didn't let it go off the rails. I hope not. Yeah. At some point we might have to get moderating at some point, but I think we're okay. Nigel says, you'd miss my rambles, but you'd understand if I felt I had to tighten up production for a more mainstream audience. It's exactly that. Sometimes there were moments in these episodes where I felt myself going off on a diversion, a tangent, and normally I would have said, it's just us. At one point I said, it's my stream, I don't care, I'll do what I want. Tangent we go. But I do think that, like, even if not forever, but for the mainstream, main flag mast content there, it might be a good idea if I try and rein it in a little bit. But also, me is what I am and is what it is, so it works. It's fine. But yeah, I like the idea that someone could turn up to this in 10 years time and say, oh, what was going on with Paul Ansell? And it's not dated, and it's not out of touch, and it's not it's still there as legacy content. So I didn't whiffle on for what was going on in you know, about my dog in the garden for the next 20 minutes because that bit needs to skip, you know. Yeah. You could tell when I was holding back a bit. You know what I'm like. But we can also do those streams as well, like we're doing one now. But yeah. It's kind of incredible. I kind of, it's gone up again, 914. And all I've done really is just speak my mind and my emotional response to an interview, something in the news. I get it that it trends on the algorithm and people are looking for this sort of content now, but they're all quite happy with me and my attitude on the stream and stuff. If only they'd turned up 2 years ago, they'd have had a lot more content to watch. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, talking of a lot more content, we've got a lot more to make and I need to knock it on the head tonight. Just like he did with Nicola Bully. Yeah, you be good. I hope everything's working out with you and I hope everything's good in your world because you've dramatically improved mine over this. I don't want to keep going on about it. Like I said, I don't want to make... Not every episode am I going to ramble like this as well. So, you know, absolutely take it on. You know what I'm talking about. You know, take it on board that it's a team effort and I wouldn't be getting here without you. So I do totally appreciate it. And it's not that I'm at the top of the mountain waving my Oscar, but we've taken a step forward and even a small step for me is worthy of a speech. So yeah, thanks very much. Thank you very much. And you be good. And if you can't be good, then you're naughty.